Welcome, surf fans from around the world. Thanks so much for tuning in. We are live from Victoria, Australia for the 2023 Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl, staged at this iconic point break, one of the best right-handers on the planet. Incredible views, as you can see there on your screen. Victoria, Australia. What an incredible coastline this is. The surfers unite, the excitement builds up. This is the second stop on the 4-stop World Longboard Tour. We've already kicked off with Huntington. We're now down in Australia. We'll move to El Salvador next, and then the top 8 surfers, men and women, will battle it out for the 2023 World Longboard title at Malibu later on in the year. I'm Sam Bleakley. Pleasure to have your company. I'm joined by 2006 WSL World Longboard Champion Josh Constable from Noosa, also 6 times Australian champion. 2004, you won your title down here at Bells Beach.
I did. It's great to be back. Thanks for having me, Sam. And so excited for the call. Well, the waves are going to be phenomenal, and we're looking like a great day today, so I'm excited.
It's really going to be an incredible day. But with that, we're going to go down to the cool very soon with our call for the day, but it's not quite sure as to what we're going to be deciding yet. So we're going to get the opportunity to really just celebrate, Josh, the fact that iconic Bells is one of the most beautiful waves in Australia, and it really is a great place to host the best longboarders.
It is, definitely. And we saw this morning the guys were out nice and early. It was dark, it was cold, the wind was up, but the surfing's been phenomenal this morning, so I'm excited to see what we do with the call. And yeah, we're in for a good day for sure.
And of course, those iconic sandstone cliffs, the golden colored beach there, it's not only a romantic location, but it's got a long history, of course. The birthplace of Rip Curl Torquay, just up the coast. Of course, the Bells Beach Classic in the Easter time is the longest running professional surf contest in the world. But this is the first time we've staged a World Longboard Tour here at Bells Beach.
Yeah, totally. And that's what the excitement's so exciting, because we have that. We've got the first time we've seen longboarders here at a WSL event. Like you previously said, we had an Australian titles here back in 2004, but there hasn't been a longboard event here. So it's super exciting. The waves are going to be great. And we're excited to see what we're going to do today.
Absolutely, it's going to be exciting. And of course, you can see neoprene down in the water. Of course, Rip Curl, you know, makers of some of the best wetsuits you can buy. Of course, they're going to be keeping a lot of people very warm. And, you know, we can see a little bit of chop on the water there. There's 3 surfers out ready for their action. Josh, you looking forward to this next 4 days of surfing?
I am. I'm super excited. It's going to be great.
So with that, we're going to go down to the sand with True Styling and Will Hayden-Smith for the call for the day.
Yeah, thanks guys. Good morning. Will, we have a great day of surfing today. We're down here for the first day of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. What have we got in store?
Yeah, so we're going to get started. We're going to start with men's opening round and followed by women's opening round. And conditions are, it's a bit onshore, but we think when the tide comes up a little bit, we're going to see some really great waves at Rincon.
And what have we got in store for the rest of the week? Looks like we've got some good waves coming.
Yeah, so there's really fun. Yesterday we saw incredible surf, so we're really excited, and we're expecting some really good days in the window. We've got 4 days. We've got probably 4 days worth of surfing, so we're going to be running every day. Saturday, finals day, is looking amazing right now, so hopefully that holds. But yeah, we're really excited to get started in like 5 minutes.
Awesome, thanks so much and good luck for the day.
Thank you.
Fantastic. So the call is we're going to kick off with men's round 1. We've got Declan Whiten from Australia. We've got Stephen Sawyer, former world champion from Jeffreys Bay, South Africa. We've got a new kid on the block, Mateus Maturano from Peru, riding Piccolo Clemente boards. Of course, his surfboard shaper, 2 times WSL World Longboard champion. Stephen works with his dad, Des. Stephen will have shaped his board he's riding. Des also an iconic surfboard shaper. Declan, of course, Steve O'Donnell, Sod surfboards there out of the northern beaches. The Manly lifeguard, Declan Winton, going for his first world title. 30-minute heats. This is that first round, Josh, all to play for. What's the psychology of these three surfers when we kick off here?
Yeah, well, that was a good start. We saw Mateus sitting on the inside, and then he tried to creep up the point a little bit and get that inside priority. So, yeah, it's looking good. So it's exciting to have, you know, Stephen Sawyer kicking off the day, former world champ back in 2018. So, and no stranger to right-handers coming from Jeffreys Bay. So I'm excited to see him surf. The free surfs the last couple of days, everyone's been surfing so good. So I think today's going to be really special.
So there's the Melbourne flight cam. Of course, Melbourne, the creative and cultural hub of Australia, just up the coast there. We're down here on the Victoria, on the Surf Coast, Shire, Bells Beach. It really is looking lively, as you can see them hustling for position. Of course, Josh Constable, no priority in the beginning here. Who do you think is going to sit deepest for this first set?
Yeah, it's funny because we've got that sort of in-between tide still and that in-between sort of swell size. Looks like they're shooting across now to try and get this wider one sneaking across to Bell's Bowl. And looks like Declan White was sitting on the inside closest to the shore, and here we go.
Live action, Declan Whiten from Manly comes hard off the bottom, off the top. You can see the power, the raw juice, the Southern Ocean swell striking hard. Just manages to hang on to his feet there. He's got back out on the open face, now into the bowl section, cuts back, cross steps. First bit of footwork we've seen from Declan. This is a difficult open face to ride there. Moves up to the 5, holds a quick touch of the nose, pedals back to the middle of the board. Good trim speed as he climbs and drops and floats through the inside, and Declan gets his campaign off to a go. What do you think, Josh?
Yeah, what a great start. It was a tough one, but a beautiful opening maneuver, big floater, and then got stuck a little bit. That's only because they're sitting so deep. But here we go. Big off the top, really clean, drives around and just gets stuck here. That's only because they're sitting a little bit deep on the bowl, but he's fighting it here, hanging on, and like you said, longboarding's all about that beautiful footwork and cross-stepping. So let's see it. Here it comes up just now. He's sort of waiting for this section on this inside, and it's super bumpy, but that was clean and nice.
And he just finished on the inside there. So tell me about the difference between Rincon and the Bells Bowl and the different sections that the surfers can ride here at Bells Beach on the different tides.
Yeah, totally. So Bells Bowl is obviously more of a low tide spot, and it likes that little bit more juice and a little bit more swell. So we're sort of in between. We're not super solid swell right now, but we're going to get those waves on the bowl because it is sort of low tide. We've got a high tide just after 10 o'clock today, and we'll see that bowl start to slow down. It's going to move across into Rincon, and then it's going to run like a perfect little right point. So we're going to see some good surfing, and the wind's coming from that sort of southwest direction, which is going to blow in behind the wave and should have some clean faces.
So we've got low tide has happened at 3:13 a.m. this morning. That tide coming up to high. It's just a 1.46 meter tide, pretty big, close to Springs. That's coming up at 10:18, and then it'll be low again this afternoon as we see live action. Our surfer from South Africa, Stephen Sawyer, 4 steps up for a nice crisp tight 5. Stephen Sawyer grabs the rail. He's looking to get through to the bowl section there. You can just see him lost a little bit, disappeared in the white water, but then out in the open face. He cuts back there, stylish. Of course, Stephen Sawyer from the right-hand point break of Jeffreys Bay. Excellent in these types of waves. Looked like our Peruvian, Mateus, he got a wave out there. So now we'll be into that position where surfers will have priority and things will start to get a bit more patient and selective.
Totally, and as we've seen, Declan's got off to a great start. Score coming in there at a 5.18, so he's going to be happy with that opening start.
Absolutely, that's a strong score to kick things off. You know we can expect more from Declan, but what about this first wave from our Peruvian?
So great footwork to take off, but super deep. He's super deep on the bowl, so he's got caught there, but no harm, no foul. Straight back out. Going to, like you said, they're sitting in priority now. He's got second priority. Looks like he's having a turn here.
Live action, Mateus Maturano from the south of Peru, from Lima, 4 steps up to the tip. There's a 5, there's a 10, backside 10 there. Committed to the 10. I like the degree of difficulty, but that bounce, that chop just held him up.
Yeah, totally. In execution, it was looking so good. but unfortunately coming undone. But we're still early in the heat. We're only 5 minutes through the first start here. So plenty of time, settle the nerves, get back out there and just compose and be ready to go.
So a strong start for Declan, a 5.17. He will be delighted with that score because he knows he's got more to give. All of that panel of judges, they're dropping those scores out of 10, and then they're taking an average from the 3 remaining scores. They take the highest and the lowest eliminated and take that average, and then you get that 5.17. Stephen Sawyer, pretty much a low score of 2.5. Mateus kicks off with a 1.13 and a 1, but I do like that commitment to the hang 10 early on that second wave, Josh.
Yeah, totally. And you can see the composure when he was walking and then set it up nice. Just that little bit of bump and that little sort of uncertainty. He went down, but it's going to be a good start. And we're just now, like you said, they're just going to be patient. They're going to sit there. They're going to wait for sets now. Priorities set, and it's going to be a good heat.
Big shout out to our title partner, Bioglan, of course. Visit Victoria. And of course, this is presented by Rip Curl, iconic Australian and international surfing brand, founded here in Torquay. Our council partner, Surf Coast Shire, and our regional partner, GWM. We're going to enjoy all those Bioglan replays as we start to see scores building and rising. Declan kicking off with a decent wave, but Stephen Sawyer, for me, somebody who's familiar with right-hand point breaks, based in Jeffreys Bay, our 2018 WSL World Longboard Champion. It was Kai Salas that Stephen Sawyer beat in the final in Taiwan in 2018, but right now going for the wins here in Victoria at Bells Beach. Kai Salas and Stephen are 2 surfers who you've been impressed with in the free surfing in the last 4 days.
Yeah, totally. That both of them have been picking off beautiful waves and surfing them really well. And here we go.
Live action, Stephen Sawyer fades in. Nice setup there, little kind of stool, and then 4 steps to the tip. There's the 5, pulls up for a tight 5. Clean, smooth footwork, walking out, but recognizing there was not much scoring potential on that wave, so kicking out. But already we see the finesse, the quality of Stephen Sawyer, the 29-year-old from South Africa. And what do you think of this footwork,
and here's
Josh?
this replay. Yeah, no, just like yesterday when in the free surfs, looking good, picking nice waves. Unfortunately, this one just didn't stand up on the inside, but got out. Like, there's no need to keep riding that one. He hadn't done any major maneuvers on the outside, so he's going to kick back.
One of the things I love about Stephen is his relationship with his dad, Des. Of course, Des, a great surfboard shaper. Des shaped many of those fantastic boards for Derek Hine that you see in the Litmus video. Stephen, a musician, he's already been out in Torquay playing a music event, so wherever he travels to, you know, he'll love the energy of Melbourne, a creative and cultural hub of Australia, of the world, a leading events capital. But what Stephen does is he really connects with the local surf community, and you see that everywhere he travels. And I feel like Stephen thrives on local support, and when he's got the beach behind him, that's when you see Stephen Sawyer at his best.
Yeah, and speaking of that, he had that in Taiwan, didn't he, when he won his world title?
He really did, as we see live action. Mateus Maturano from Peru, the South American silver medalist in the national championships, just behind his shaper, Piccolo Clemente, who's a 2-time world longboard champion, milking this section there as we go through the white water with nice footwork, a lot of lift in the nose of that board, big kick in that top section there. 4 steps to the tip, there's the 5, there's the 10, leans over that 10, cross steps back to the tail, gets a little bit stuck on that turn, but some strong footwork. A lot of variety demonstrated on that wave, Josh.
And that's a lot of what we've seen in the free surfs from Mateus. He's been looking solid, and here it is. Nice bottom turn, sets it up, patience, great 10. And the Piccolo boards are known for that. Piccolo's got a beautiful hang 10 on him himself. So here it is again, second hang 10, driving through, a little wobbly through these sections, but the judges will take note of that. But it is tough conditions today with that bump on the water. Driving off the bottom, setting it up again, and this was a good one. Held it a little longer, right in front of the judges there, right in front of the cliff, and finishes like a little sticky on their finish. But it's a good wave, and that's his first wave where he's been able to take off from the outside and make it all the way through to the inside.
Beautiful clips there as we look forward to listening to that score from Mateus. He would have loved that wave. We've got a relative 517 for Declan, but there it is. That's the Surf Coast Shire, of course. Jarak, the Wadararung name for Bells Beach. What an incredible coastline. You can see the wattle already flowering. That yellow flower has a great scent. We had the opportunity to work with Visit Victoria a couple of days back. We did some mountain biking. We ate some great food in Anglesey, and we really got to explore all of the things this great coastline has to offer, Josh.
Totally, and everyone thinks of Bells Beach and the surf, but there's so much more to offer. And like you said, we got to go mountain biking. We saw the coastline. We rode along all the cliffs and the beaches. It was phenomenal. And then, as you know, Melbourne, it's known for its culture, but what about the coffee? And we had some great coffee the other day.
Oh, we've had some great coffee, we've had some great juices, we've had some good breakfast. And of course, a lot of these surfers, they have known iconic Bells through the culture of competitive shortboarding, going back to the original events. But very few of them have actually longboarded at this wave. So everybody arrived here with a lot of energy and a lot of excitement to surf this wave.
Totally, and we've seen it in the free surfs, people running down the stairs, the iconic stairs with a couple of boards under their arm, catching waves, coming in, swapping. They've got working with their coaches. They're really trying to dial it in. Because we haven't come here in the past, a lot of these guys are new and they're just trying to feel themselves out and feel the boards and understand what they're going to be dealing with this week.
So Mateus drops a 617 for that last score, and that was interesting because we had a 517 for Declan and there was a benchmark there, so the judges had something to compare it to, and they went slightly higher. For me, it felt like it was that footwork and those 210s that made the difference.
Totally, and that's a big push from the judges. That's what they want to see today, looks like, by that first score, because Declan's first wave was a set wave. It was bigger. It was a big opening manoeuvre on the outside, but he didn't get that beautiful footwork and not much nose action. Mateus, on the other hand, a little cleaner, a little more perfect wave, and really surfed it solid and got all those nose rides. So it's going to be interesting to see the back end of this heat.
So in the current situation, Mateus there up in first with that 617 and that 113. Of course, the winners advance into that third round. The surfers in second and third will be reseeded into the man-on-man elimination round. So a great opportunity for surfers to leap that round and develop that confidence.
Totally, and it's leaping that round makes a great start to the event. You have a spare day, and then they're back into it.
So we've got a lot to look forward to, but let's have a little break. We'll be right back after these messages.
Just about 16 minutes remaining, right to that situation. Watch the lead. Ready, set, move, early guys.
On behalf of all the surfers and the World Surf League, we would like to acknowledge that we are staging this epic event at Jarak on Wadararung country. We acknowledge the Wadawurrung people as the traditional owners of the land and waterways we're on here today. So we pay our deepest respects to the Wadawurrung people, their elders past, present and emerging, and extend this acknowledgement to First Nations people here today. So Mateus Maturano out there in the lead, and he's answering back to add to that 6:17. He's got to replace that 1:13. Declan Whiten on a 5:17. Stephen Sawyer with a couple of mid-range twos. This wave just fading out a little bit. He just pets the strokes. The kitty goes nice and low there, but using that footwork nice and quick on his feet. Mateus new on the block there. Of course, we're used to Piccolo Clemente representing Peru here at the WSL stage, but the benefit of Mateus is he's riding boards built by Piccolo Clemente. So what is a great opportunity for these surfers, Josh, is to know that there's a lot of heritage behind their feet.
Totally, and also Piccolo he's known for that beautiful nose riding and that strong turn, and you can see it in Mateus's surfing. Obviously, Piccolo's a regular footer in Mateus, but here he is. This wave's pretty average, but he's just kind of doing what he needs to do, but finishes with a clean finishing turn. Judges will like that. He's only going to try and drop that 1.13, and I think we're going to see that happen, and that's only going to strengthen his lead, put a little bit more pressure on Declan and Stephen, and the young guy, putting it to the older guys, the former world champion, Stephen Sawyer, sitting back there, but Declan's been pretty patient. He got that quick opening good start, and now he's just sitting there with priority and waiting for his opportunity to come.
So Declan Whiten, the Manly lifeguard, studying primary school education part-time at the University of Technology in Sydney. He's been an Australian champion. He rides sodboards. Steve O'Donnell, of course, he's a big part of the Manly board riders community, and Declan has been a standout on the WSL World Longboard Tour for the last few years. And, you know, there's a high possibility that this guy could be in the final top 8 going for a world title in 2023 in Malibu later in the year.
If we go anything off the last couple of years, we're going to see Declan in the final 8. You know, he had a great start at Huntington, probably not as far into the event as he wanted to go, but it was still a very solid start, great surfing. And then he's at home, he's got his mum and dad down here, he's feeling comfortable, he's been surfing really good in the free surfs. Yesterday afternoon, on the higher tide of the Rincon section, he was one of the standouts, but here we go.
Live action, Stephen Sawyer, hood up, fades into that wave, steps up to the nose, doesn't find the opportunity to strike the 5, but he does on that second opportunity there, standing tall, trim speed off the front third of the board, moving to the middle, cross-stepping back to the tail, looking lively, eyeing up those sections again, walking cleanly, critical, nice footwork, beautiful control in the walk out of the nose ride, rides to the tail, engages that fin, that single fin, that rail, and then climbs and drops and roller coasters down and paddles out for more.
That's a little bit more of the Stephen Sawyer that we've seen the last few days, and the Stephen Sawyer we know. Clean surfing, powerful, big, powerful finishing turn. So I like that one. He didn't get the opportunity to really perch. He got some beautiful hang 5s, not that many hang 10s. So it's going to be really interesting how the judges compare that one to Mateus's, because it was similar kind of surfing, but here's the replay. Nice fade.
Yeah, he set himself up really well there, Josh. But where do you think the big scores will come in this ride?
It's definitely going to be this sort of nose ride, but it's kind of linking. Everything's kind of flowing into the next section. He just hasn't had the opportunity yet on the wave, and he's just waiting. He's being patient. It's looking smooth and flowing, but the waves just hasn't cooperated. But here we go. This is nice on the inside, and it's right in front of the judges, so that's a clean finishing turn, and he's going to be happy. He's getting his account underway. It's not going to be a super high score. I don't think it's going to rival Mateus's wave, but he's getting momentum, and we'll just have to wait and see.
So he got a 9th place finish in Huntington. He lost out to Taka Inouye, the Japanese surfer, and also getting a 9th place finish in the last event, the first event of the World Longboard Tour in Huntington, was our surfer from Manly, Declan Whiten, who lost to Kai Ellis Flint, again, another Australian. Kai Ellis Flint, currently based in Byron Bay, where he works as a surfboard laminator and glasser. He also builds his own surfboard. So Kai Ellis Flint could be a real strong favourite here at Bells.
He is totally, and he's been looking great the last couple of days. But in saying that, that heat in Huntington between Declan and Kai, that was one of the highlights of the event, and Declan surfed fantastic. So to go down in that, disappointing, but also you walk away feeling really good about yourself and your surfing.
Absolutely, it was so interesting because the previous round, Kai Ellis-Flint had come up against his good mate Max Weston, and then the next round he comes up against Declan, so he travels the other side of the planet to surf against fellow Australians for most of the event.
And yeah, and Kai has spent a lot of time on the northern beaches of Sydney, where Declan's from, so they've spent a lot of time surfing junior events and all these other sort of lower tier events together. So they know each other's game plans, and they just sort of put all that sort of out the door and just put really good surfing on display. And Kai got the upper hand, but Declan's going to be looking to go deep in this event, and yeah, he's looking really good. We just need the waves. He's patient. I don't mind this patient game. When you got priority, you got to sit there, you got to wait. We've got plenty of time on the clock left, just under 10 minutes, and let's see what happens.
So interesting with the water temperature here between 12 and 15 degrees centigrade is the kind of water temperatures you get at this time of the year. This is prime swell season. Some surfers will be opting to wear the hood, the boots. Some surfers just wearing a 4.3, others going for a 5.4. Of course, Rip Curl, you know, we really need to celebrate the fact that they are the iconic surf brand, born and bred in this region, as we see live action with Stephen Sawyer fading in. He got a 4 for that last wave. He's got a nice steep wall ahead, good footwork, 2 steps up to the middle of the board, 2 steps back, 4 steps to the 5, holds the 5, holds the 10, gets some lift. Critical, high degree of difficulty, using all of the board, all of the waves, staying nice and lively, good high line again, sets himself up for 4 more steps, up for a tight 5, steps back to the tail, and again ends with that really solid roller coaster off the top re-entry. Stephen Sawyer, no leash, paddling back out for more.
And that was awesome, wasn't it? There was a bit of excitement, there was a little bit of critical surfing, there was that where you were like, whoa, is he going to make this nose ride? But the surfing was great. He's just playing with it, staying patient, nice and smooth, nice and flowing, driving back to the pocket. And here it was, 5, 10, driving, a little bit of elevation there, and then driving back to the pocket. So, you know, not a great wave, but surfed really well.
But it had open face, didn't it? And that was, you know, the real advantage of this opportunity, is that he did engineer the open face section. So he opted to stay busy, but that lift on the nose ride seemed pretty dynamic.
That was definitely dynamic, and that's what the judges want to see. The last wave, he probably recognised that. It was a nice, well-surfed wave and finished it with a great turn, but didn't get that dynamic nose ride. And then here we go, he got a 4 for the last one. He's sitting in third priority, so there's no need to go and sit out the back. He might as well try and build some momentum and sit inside and get some runners and just keep building on his account.
So Josh, you won the Australian national titles here in 2004. You know, that was the time of Wayne Dean, one of the great surfers to perform down here, the late great Wayne Dean. I believe he came 4th then. You know, what time of year was that? And were you fully booted up, or were you more in a 4.3?
Yeah, Sam, it was a similar time of year as this, so it was cold. For me, coming from Noosa, the water is really fresh. I've been free surfing with booties and gloves and a hood yesterday, especially today with this south wind. It's fresh, it's bitter out there. So as you can see, Stephen Sawyer, he's used to this cold weather. He comes from Jeffreys Bay, South Africa, and he's got the hood. He's opted for the hood just to keep that head warm, no wind blowing into the ears. But we were so lucky back in 2004 because we just had one day where bells really turned on, and we ran the finals, and the waves were just fantastic. We had offshore breeze and plenty of swell. Hopefully we're going to see that later in the period. The period for this event's looking really promising and super fun, so we're going to have to tune in every day to see some great action. But yeah, for me to spend a heat out there and to think about that now, spending it out there with Wayne Dean, one of the Australian icon surfers, who's not with us anymore, but yeah, it was really special.
And he actually won the Australian longboard titles back here in 1999, when we also saw Jan Dunton, who her son Sam is going to be competing. He won the Vic State Championships this year, so we got a lot of family heritage in the Duntons who are on hand. They've been coming to Bells their whole life.
Yeah, they're a great family too. We had Taz yesterday in the trials trying to qualify into the event, put on some really solid surfing. But yeah, Jan, Wayne, they're iconic surfers of Australia, and they've sort of paved the way for us. And it's going to be really exciting to see them surfing the event.
Stephen Sawyer drops a 4.0, so he's got that total of 8. Mateus still out there in the lead, but he's carrying a 2.77 as we see our surfer coming up. It looks to be our youngster from your patch, Landon Smalls from Noosa, an incredible shortboarder, but currently carrying a little bit of a cartilage tear in his knee. Is that going to hold him back, Josh?
I don't think so, because he's been surfing so good in the free surfs, and Landon has been coming down here a lot. He's been surfing in the Indigenous titles the last couple of years. He's actually won the Australian titles this year, surfing bells. Big, solid, clean bells. He's a great young surfer, so much talent. Not only a red-hot longboarder, he's phenomenal on a shortboard, and I get to surf with him every time we have waves at Noosa, and he's exciting young hope that we've got coming up, not just for Noosa, but for Australia.
So let's have a little bit of a recap of the action so far, as we kicked off with a 5.17 for Declan White, and hard off the bottom, dealing with that bounce, that foam, playing it patient, still waiting for a second scoring ride. But kicking off with something strong, he knows he can really add to that. Nice and lively, our surfer from Manly, looking really, really lively as he steps himself up for the nose ride 5 through that bowl section and just strikes it hard. But it was Mateus who got the strongest score, that 6.17, Josh.
He did, and it's this nose action. The judges really loved all this beautiful footwork and hanging on the nose ride. That's his second hang 10 for the wave. Still setting it up, big cutback back to the pocket, and then he finished with this nice one on the inside where it steepens up just before the shore break, which is actually a pretty brutal shore break. But here it is, 5, back to the 10, nice and tall, and then finishes with this little hit at the end.
Leaned over that 10 beautifully, Mateus from Peru, but our South African Stephen Sawyer sitting on a couple of 4s, super quick with the drop knee setup, the footwork, didn't find the 5 on that opening opportunity, but then walked back cleanly. And look at the degree of difficulty in the footwork here, and the way he keeps that trim speed, that glide, by staying in the front third of the board and walking back to the tail to initiate the lines, the rail engagement, the fin stool, to set himself up for this nice critical nose ride. There's the touch of the 5, and again that roller coaster through the inside. Stephen Sawyer currently sitting there in the second position. It's Mateus Maturano out there in first.
And the body English from Stephen, he looks comfortable, he looks calm. As you can see in the highlight package there, it was just the only thing I think that's letting him down is wave quality. The surfing looks really on point, so if he can finish it up in this last 3 minutes with a good wave, he could jump back up, because his backup's going to be a 4 at this stage. Declan's still looking pretty. People might be out there worrying, oh, come on, Declan, you're in third place, but he's still sitting on that 5.17. He has priority. He only needs a 3.78 to jump up, and we've seen Stephen get a 4-point ride on subpar wave. So Declan, with a couple of minutes to go, just knows he just something, and then just put some nice surfing together.
Live action, 4 steps to the tip. Stephen Sawyer sets up for a 5, kicks out, but Declan Whiten with priority just needs a 3.78. Nice high line there, 2 steps. Can he get 4? There's the touch of the 5. Pedals back to the tail. Good clean wall ahead. Puts that board on rail, carving. Powerful surfing from our Manly lifeguard. Sets himself up for the bowl section. Uses that drop knee. Just comes back off the foam. Again, another cut back. Staying lively in the middle of the board. Again, a nice drop knee. And here's the opportunity to really put something dynamic together, but then has to just go hard on the rail. Chasing that 3.78, Josh.
It's going to be close, isn't it? It was a great wave. It's funny, Declan seems to get himself on the better waves. His first wave was a big, exciting wave, and here it is, another overhead sort of high takeoff. Nice, tap the nose, big carve. That carve was really, really solid, and now it's the link work. It goes into the gutter, so it's a beautiful drop knee turn. Got the flow. I would have loved to see another nose ride or 2 just snuck into this midsection. As we know, the judges want to see that beautiful footwork in that nose riding. But drives out of this one, kind of got a little stuck. I don't think they're going to call that as a complete, but pretty good wave, good surfing. Only needs a 3.78. So we'll leave it to the judges and see what they come up with.
So well into the rip curl, 2-minute warning there as we see our surfer with just 1 minute to go. Stephen Sawyer looking to replace that 4.0. Declan chasing a 3.78 as we just saw from the Bioglan replay. It's going to be pretty close, but Stephen staying lively here. Good footwork. There's up to the 5. He's almost surfing left there as we get live action behind. Mateus is looking to replace a 2.70 as Stephen still works that way through to the inside, all the way down onto the sand with just 35 seconds to go. Mateus might well really turn the situation around, replacing that 2.77. There's the 5, there's the holes, there's the soul arch pedals, and rebounds off the foam, and that's super exciting way to end right there on the beach at Bells.
What a wave, and the composure, because it's last. He knows that Declan has got away, Stephen's got away, he might have lost his lead. So the composure was phenomenal. Great takeoff. As we can see, we were a little late to the live, but a great hang 5. Look at the stoke on the young guy.
He's looked so happy. So he's just looking to replace a 2.77. So he's got that 6.17. So it's going to be extremely close. Of course, Declan waiting for a score. It felt like Stephen's wave was the smallest, but it had a really nice clean wall through the inside. And you just got the feeling that Mateus might have got the best of that exchange, Josh.
And there it was on the outside. Beautiful hang 10, driving back to the pocket. You can see he knows that he's got the major maneuver done on the outside. He's just got to finish it. He's got to make it look pretty all the way in. And here it is, just linking up, staying patient. Another 5. Kind of gets a little hang time there. Little steezy, hands behind the back. Finishes with a great turn. I think this is going to be a really nice wave for him.
So this was from Stephen. It was a smaller wave, but a lot of good work done through the inside. But will this affect his score, Josh? The fact that that outside section didn't have much scoring potential?
I think so, because we saw what Mateus did. He got that big 10 on the outside. So that's kind of the benchmark of what the judges are looking for. And unfortunately for Stephen, it was not much work, but all this sort of link. I just think the surfing looked really, really good from Stephen. Unfortunately, wave choice just didn't fall his way.
So still waiting for those final scores. For me, I just got the feeling that Mateus is still going to stay there out in front, but you just don't know because there's a lot of positivity around Mateus, but Declan played the patient game. Just 2 waves ridden, Josh.
And 2 great waves. The wave choice was really good. The surfing was great. I just don't know if he got enough tip time. The judges were loving those 10s from Mateus. So it is. It's one of those heats where it's like 30 minutes, but all this action.
So there it is, the score for our surfer in red. He gets a 6.33, but we're still waiting for a score from Mateus and a score for Stephen. So now Mateus needs a 5.34 to move into first, and that could be pretty close. So Declan might have done the job. We're going to have to wait and see.
It was, and there's the patience, the good surfing, the good waves, the action looks good on the good waves, right?
Absolutely.
And he's looking relieved.
A lot of rail work from Declan, very dynamic. You said it would have been nice if the wave allowed an opportunity for another nose ride, but he surfed what was available and he really put that board on rail. 2 really strong drop knees as well.
He did, and that's the beautiful thing about his surfing and his board. And Sod is shaper. He's known for those power carves and the fast whipping turns. So Sod and Declan working together, it looks like it's paying off. But let's have a little look with Mateus. It's close. It's going to be really close.
But he only needs a 5.34. So he kicked off with that 6.17. It looks like scores have dropped for Stephen. It didn't change the situation for Stephen. So he lies in third, and Mateus drops a 5.20. It wasn't enough. So Declan Whiten plays the patient game, takes the win, and Mateus will move into the elimination round.
It is, and what a great start. First heat. Out here at Bells Beach, comes down to the final waves, 30-minute heat, and then all of a sudden there's a flurry at the end, and there's Mateus there. What a great young guy, great surfing. He'll be pretty happy with that performance, and I think they'll be proud of what he's done and achieved, but there's more to give.
Brilliant start to the day. Declan Winton takes the win, but stay with us, ladies and gentlemen. Coming up, we've got Tony Silvani, Kayamana Takayama, and Landon Smalls.
super tight finish to that last heat. We went there in the final minute when all three servers won. Performance for Declan. He's the 16.
The Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl is brought to you by Bioglan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By Visit Melbourne, official event partner. Plan your trip to Melbourne. By Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. And by Surf Coast Shire, strategic partner of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl.
Welcome back, surf fans from around the world. Thanks for tuning in to the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl as we move into heat number 2. Tony Silvani, Kaimana, Takayama, Landon, Smales. But we just had an incredible performance from our surfer from Manly. Declan Whiten, winner of heat number 1, is down on the sand with True Styling.
Thanks so much, Declan. That was a pretty slow heat for you. Only 2 waves. How are you feeling?
Yeah, it's good to get the first one out the way. I was hoping for a few more sets. You know, there was a couple at the start and then just snuck that one in at the end, so stoked.
First heat of the day and first heat of the whole event, you know, you're kind of setting that bar, so are you looking forward to watching the rest of the men's heats and the women's as well?
Yeah, for sure. It's been pumping down here. It's been so much fun. So stoked to get some waves. Unfortunately, today wasn't amazing, but I think the next few days will be really good. So, and I love this wave. It's been so much fun down here.
Yeah, let's touch on that. How good is it to be here at Bells, especially for a longboard event?
Yeah, well, I came down here with Tully White a couple times for practice leading up to this and couldn't believe how good it is. And it's just so beautiful, like real raw and just farmland up to the beaches and stuff. It's amazing.
Awesome. Well, good luck in the next round and enjoy the rest of your day.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks so much, True, and thanks, Declan. And he did a great job there. Just 2 waves ridden, but right now live action is our surfer, Tony Silvani from the east coast of the USA. Gets his Bill Stewart board into a perch to hang 10, drops his knee, comes off the back of a 3rd place finish on the first event of the World Longboard Tour at Huntington, losing out to Taylor Jensen, who lost in the final to Connie Stewart, as we see Tony Silvani going for another hang 10, but just takes a nosedive on the inside there. Josh, what do you think of that kickoff from Tony?
That was great. Uncharacteristic for Tony because normally he's so good at finishing waves and completing and really working a wave over, but here's the replay.
Nice Bioglan replay there from the drone. And what about this opening hang 10 from Tony, Josh?
Yeah, surfing great. Like it's a really nice start to the wave. And here it is. It was just another hang 10. Unfortunately, he just couldn't finish that. But if he finished that wave, for an average wave, the surfing was really, really good. I think it would have got him really nicely set up for this heat. Small scores to start off with. Looks like Landon's now playing the patient game. He's probably seen his fellow Australian Declan in the last heat, only getting himself on 2 bombs and getting the heat win. So it's a great start. And as you can see now in this top right part of the screen, we've got Kai Takayama surfing right up the top, right up there at Rincon. So this is interesting tactics to see if he's just gone up there to try and create some space. He's got second priority, and here he goes.
Live action, Kayamana Takayama on his father's Michael Takayama boards. Beautiful surfboards under his feet. Great family heritage there, representing the Takayama dynasty. He kicks out of that wave. Landon Smales waiting for a score. Silvani kicking off with a 3.83 and a 2.67. Declan Whiten describes the vibe as being raw, but for me this is a fruity heat. This is a great matchup between surfers who may not have matched up together. Tony and Kayamana would have surfed against each other, but Landon, he won't have surfed against these surfers.
No, and Landon hasn't travelled much overseas with his longboard surfing, so the guys probably don't know who he is and who's this young kid from Noosa, but here he goes taking off on a really nice one.
Beautiful setup there from Landon Smales. 2 steps, has to go high here, gets that touch of the nose, opting to wear the boots. Opening with that 5, but keeping that trim speed alive, going back up for a second nose ride, staying high in the wave, and this starting to clean up now for the 3rd nose ride. Pulls up for a really quick 10, cross steps back to the tail, and it just floats smoothly out of that wave. Smaller wave, but nice open wall for Landon.
It was a small wave, but he surfed it well and he was very patient. Beautiful cross steps, some great nose rides. It's not going to be a huge score like we've seen in the previous heats because they were riding some bigger waves, but the surfing was good. Here it is, he's just patient, little fade, little cross step, and he's just waiting for this section to hit the bowl. And there it is, nice little nose ride, patience again. I think the judges are going to like the patience. You don't want to rush out here. You've got so much time and so much wave that you've just got to place the manoeuvres in the right spot. And he's done well. 3 manoeuvres here, 3 nose rides, finishing off with a nice, clean roller coaster. It's a great start for the young kid to start his opening approach.
So here's the Bioglan replay of Kayamana's wave. Sets himself up nice there, but what about this section here, Josh?
Yeah, he's just being patient as well, and he's up a lot further at the top of the point. Oh, nice little hang heels. Driving out. So this is a new board that his dad's made just for the trip. They've just realised what they need to do for the wave down here at Bells Beach. Hips a little further back, gone that little bit more Australian classic 60s style. A little more pulled in nose, which is going to help today in this bumpy sort of conditions.
So we'll see some surfers opting to go for the wider tail boards, others going for the narrow tail boards. Essentially, what will be the difference? What will be the advantages and disadvantages of those different tail templates?
Yeah, totally. It's a great wave for so many different styles of boards, but today with the bump, it's more of just being on good waves to make the boards feel good. Wider tails are normally a little bit more for nose riding and setting back in the pocket. I think you're going to see a little more narrower tail today, maybe even some pintails, just to slice through that bump. And then we're not going to have those long walls for that big perching nose ride. It's going to be setting up in the pocket, hitting the nose, and then coming back and driving some big carves.
And any intel on Landon Smales' board designs, board shaper? Who does he work with?
Yeah, as you know, he's working with Mitch Sermon. Mitch was another former WSL surfer. We travelled together. We still work together. We work out of the same factory up there at Kunda Park on the Sunshine Coast. So Mitch is no stranger to this high-level competition. Knows what needs to be under Landon's feet. They're working really closely together, surfing a lot. So the board that Landon's working on with Mitch is going to be really nice. It's a single fin, really nice single fin that he's riding.
There was Kayamana Takayama having a look, but he was in 3rd priority there. As you can see that P next to Tony Silvani's name, he's in priority. He's got the opportunity to have the first pickings of the wave. Landon Smales is in 2nd priority, so Tony gets the right away. Landon has the right away over Kayamana Takayama. How important is it to have priority at a point break, Josh?
I think it's really important, especially today we haven't seen a lot of sets. We saw Declan in the previous heat be nice and patient, got off to a great start, and then he sat there for the whole time. It was actually really good composure because he would have been really cold. He sort of sat for 25 minutes before he then got that final wave. Tony a little bit. He's used to the colder water over there in Carolina. It gets cold in the winter, so he's used to that. But again, here looks like some little action on the outside. But priority is going to play a big part. I think for Kayamana being in 3rd priority, he's going to probably try and just be active and get moving and try and get something on the board. And Landon's Landon's waves come in there at the 3.77, so it's got him off to a good start. He's sort of matching Tony's wave.
Live action, Tony Silvani, originally from Williamsport, Pennsylvania, moved to Carolina Beach, rides Bill Stewart surfboards, kicks off with a drop knee turn, 4 steps, quick, tight footwork from Silvani, gets a touch of the 5 but no trim connecting nose riding, just a touch, staying nice and loose and lively, drops that knee again, sets himself up, gets high on the wave, there's the 5, there's the 10, holds that 10 and cleanly cross steps out of that nose ride, and then again throws in that drop knee posture and just keeps it very busy, lively surfing. That's what we're used to seeing from Silvani, and that's why he finished 3rd on the first event of the World Longboard Tour at Huntington recently.
And it looks like he's riding the same board that he was riding at Huntington. It's the new Bird model from Bill Stewart. They've been working together on this one. Bill's a fantastic shaper and known for that sort of liveliness, performance in the board, and you can see it in this. It's driving, it's speedy, it's quick, and it matches Tony's surfing.
And how was that 10 there, Josh?
That was really nice. Just to finish it up on the inside. Would have been nice if he got back off the nose and maybe finished with a little top turn rather than sort of just a slice out of that closeout. But again, he got busy. He got a lot of work done. The hang 10 was nice. Again, it wasn't a great wave. We're not seeing those sets that we saw at first light this morning when we first rolled up. But that's what it's like down in Victoria. It can change so much. And also, we're getting the high tide. We're coming up close. We're 2 hours away from the high tide, so we might see Bell's Bowl start to slow down, and we might see some surfers move over to the right of the screen over at Rincon.
So Tony runs the Tony Silvani Surf School at Hamlet Avenue, North Carolina. As you just shared, Josh, he's riding the Bird model, a new design from Bill Stewart surfboards. He is actually the 2011 ISA World Longboard Champion, and he's also the 2018 World Surf League North American Regional Champion. So he's been on the tour for a long time, threatening for world titles. Could this be his year, Josh?
It could be his year. I've seen him surf Malibu, and he surfs it really, really good. The speed, the big power turns, and obviously he's a great nose rider. Now that he's working on this little more classic style board with Bill, giving himself that opportunity to spend more time and hang on the nose, he could be a real threat at Malibu. So a lot of work to do though to get there. He got off to a great start in Huntington with that 3rd place, and the surfing he put on in Huntington was really, really good. So he's in form. He's really mature surfing and been competing for a long time, so he's going to be good.
So with that, we're going to look at that nice score of a 413, and we'll be right back after these messages. Here we are, live from the southern coast of Victoria, just 100 kilometres southwest of Melbourne, 10 kilometres from Torquay at Bells Beach, as we see a replay of Kayamana Takayama from Oceanside, Southern California there, toes on the nose, finds that 5, looking lively on his Michael Takayama board, but answering back on the replay, we get the ride of Tony Silvani, who kicked off with a 3.83, added a 4.17, and now waiting for this score to drop, Josh Constable.
Yeah, we've had a little bit of action in the break there, and that was not so much of a great wave, but he realised that, kicked off trying to get back out, but didn't quite beat Kai back out the back to get priority. So now he's in third priority. We might see him be a little busier now and just try and drop that 3.83 and just try and do the surfing he needs to do.
That was the Melbourne flight cam here on the Great Ocean Road, the Surf Coast Shire, those iconic red sandstone cliffs. A heartland, a spiritual home of Australian surfing, as we see those southwesterly winds adding that texture to the wave. How is that texture really going to affect the nose rides and the footwork today here for these longboarders, Josh?
It makes it hard for the guys out there for sure. But the only positive, at least, it's blowing over their right shoulder. It's blowing over the back of them, where if it's blowing up the face, it's a little more chattery. So the boys will just have to be patient on the wave, wait for those sections, and then really lock it in and then get that critical nose riding.
Love the energy between those surfers there. There's a lot of dialogue. Kayamana, such a fantastic guy. His birthday will be pretty soon, 1st of September. He'll be 25, from San Clemente, regular at club events throughout Southern California. In 2019, won a very prestigious event, the single and unattached in La Union in the Philippines, and he's a winner of the Noosa Festival of Surfing. He rides the Perplexer, often the Michael Takayama design, but as you say, he's developed a tweak of his usual boards specifically for these waves here at iconic Bells Beach.
And how special is that for Kai to be able to work with his dad on the boards and jump in the shaping bay and go surfing together, because Michael's a phenomenal surfer himself, so they can go back and forth and work together, and it's pretty cool. And I've been lucky to have that opportunity to do that with my kids, so I know what it's like for them. Michael will be watching, so g'day to Michael over there in California. Hope everything's going well. But here we go.
Live action, our surfer in the blue singlet, Kayamana Takayama, not in first priorities, just having a look there, but that might change the situation. So that look said to the priority judge that he's now shifted down into third priority. Silvani now in second priority. Was that a little bit of a mistake for Kayamana to look for that wave, or won't it make much of a difference?
No, definitely. I think you want to sit out there, and second priority is definitely better than having the third priority. So a little mistake there from Kai, but he's known for that sort of stuff. Not so much mistakes, but he's energetic, he's young, he's got enthusiasm, and he just wants to surf, he wants to catch waves, and he wants to do what he does best, and that's nose ride and big calves. And so he'll be fine. It won't upset him. It won't change his frame of mind. Here he is now, having a little turnaround again.
So live action as we see Kayamana Takayama nice and high in the line there. 4 steps to a crisp, nice, tight 5. Keeps that board trimming, staying high. Beautiful footwork, just walking back to the middle of the board, keeping that planing speed there, walking back to the tail, readjusting. Here's an opportunity for a lock on the 5. There's the 5 in the standing island kick out, iconic 60s longboard way of using the nose ride to kick out. Won't be a big score for him, but referencing that great heritage, that history of Southern Californian surfing.
It's just showing control, isn't it? He's got so much control. Unfortunately, the wave just didn't really stand up for him. It didn't kind of give him opportunities. But look at the board, beautiful flow. It's trimming really nice, and he's patient. But as we saw, it just didn't really happen. He kind of, just here, he kind of got a little hung up, unfortunately. Probably disappointed because it looked like it had a little cleaner wall and it was going to be a perching section.
So here's the replay of Landon Smales. He kicked off with a 3.77. What do you think of this, Josh?
That was nice. A little steeper, a little more committed. Nice carve back. I don't know if the judges are going to like that hopping there, but he was just readjusting. That's what happens out here. The wave goes a little fat. Nice nose ride, great hang 10, and that's what Lando's known for, and finishes it off with a big turn and completes it. So that's a really good wave.
Well, Josh, there was a lot of scoring potential in that. It was really exciting because, yes, you criticised the hops, but around that, there was a bolt upright 10, and the way he walked out of that 10 and rolled that roller coaster turn into the shore break was super dynamic.
And as you can see, like, he's got that shortboard background in him. He's got the beautiful finesse and timing and cross-stepping from growing up at Noosa and honing his skill on those perfect points. But finishing, he had that big turn on the outside and finished with a big off the top.
And patience. We saw that from Declan Whiten. He just got 2 waves and he got the heat win. Landon Smales, that's only his 2nd wave, and it looks like his patience has paid off.
Totally. He only needs a 4.19 to jump in up there to first place. But we're going to see, judges are going to deliberate on that, think about it, and then they're going to come back to us with a great score.
So with that, let's have a look at this judging criteria. It's about controlled maneuvers in the critical section of the wave, utilizing the entire board and wave and using traditional longboard surfing with reference to style, flow, and grace. And of course, the surfer who performs this to the highest degree of difficulty with the most style, flow, and grace will receive the highest score. Those scores delivered out of 10. So the judge is looking for nose riding, they're looking for degree of difficulty. And then when those scores are delivered, Josh, you get that average. So those 5 delivered, and then you get those 3, the highest and lowest taken off, and you get that average.
It looks like we've had Landon doing exactly what the judges want to see. 6.5 for his last wave. They love that opening nose ride, the big carve, and then finishing it on the inside with that big standing tall hang 10, little bit of levitation in the nose, and then finishing with a big clean roller coaster at the end.
Someone going for his next world title. It would be his 4th WSL World Longboard title if he gets it this year. Mr. TJ Taylor-Jensen paddling out for the next heat soon.
How exciting to see him still here, fighting hard and hungry as ever, playing around with board design. He's looking good. He's been surfing really good in the free surfs, and he's just an ultimate professional and a competitor. So
San Clemente's Kaimana Takiana takes a fall there. So he's got a 2.80 and a 2.50. Silvani with a 4.13 and a 3.83. But it's Landon Smales who nails that 6.5 and that 3.77. So he's out there in first position. And let's get a recap of the action that we've had so far. So it kicked off with our surfer from the US of A, Tony Silvani, getting a really nice 3.83. He was lively on his Bill Stewart board. He tucked that 5 and he pedaled back to the tail, and he kept busy. And that's one of the things about Tony, is he weaves and snakes back and forth and sets himself up with the drop knees. And he always looks ready to strike any sections, as he did with that dynamic hang 10. And I love the way he walked cleanly with 6 steps out of that nose ride, just threw in that little drop knee, readjust. But it was Landon Smales who answered back, Josh.
He did, and here it is. It's a nice wave, nice nose ride through here. And this is where he stood back on the tail, kind of wobbled. This is where I was like, oh no, what's happened? But he's got great control here. Nice flow. And here it is, big hang 10. The judges really loved that. Stood back on the tail, drove hard off the bottom, and pretty clean off the top, but completed it, and that was the most important. And that was the wave that we saw jump from 2nd place right up into the lead.
And it was the way he walked out of his nose rise and then cleanly into a radical rail engagement off the lip floater. That is something that I'm seeing that is very dynamic from Landon Smales. The way he's able to really keep that footwork all the way into that perfect spot on the tail, engage those fins and rail, and just project and accelerate.
Yeah, that was really, really exciting. He's no stranger to competition, so he's going to play a perfect 5 minutes here.
Live action, Tony Silvani, 4 steps to a 5 to a 10, pedals back to the tail, cuts back, 2 steps, trimming, 2 steps back to the tail, 2 steps back to the middle, keeping that footwork really lively as he gets a clean wall ahead for a 5, holds the 10, a second 10. You could really see those toes curled around the tip to the tail, and then rebounds high off the foam, into the sand, onto the shore. That's a good feeling.
That is a really, really good feeling. And that was a well-surfed wave. You could see the whole time the anticipation. He was ready to go. He was ready to pounce. Here it is. 1, 2, 3, 4. Straight up the nose. Hang 10. Looking really good. Big cut back, and now this is where it's just patient, trimming. But again, isn't it? You can see that he's waiting, he's really trying to read that wave, and then boom, there it is again. Nice 10, that's his 2nd, that's his 3rd 10 of the wave. Judges are really going to like this. Might not like that sort of weaving, trying to get a bit too much energy in it, a bit too much performance, but finished it with a nice clean manoeuvre. Washes himself right up on the sand here at Bells Beach. Look at his slow-mo, Sam.
Bioglan replay at its best there. You can really see his toes curled over the tip. Double hang 10, and when you get that feeling of those toes curled over the tip, you just feel that engagement of the rails and the tail. But like you said, Josh, the fact that he did do those kind of set-up adjustment turns before the more dynamic off the lip, as we get the replay of Kaimana Takayama on a bigger overhead wall. Stays low, hanging onto the rail with the foam, just keeping that opportunity to get out on the trim there as he walks back to the tail, throws some spray, stays in the middle of the wave, cross steps up towards the 5. Beautiful, nice hang 5 from Kaimana Takayama. Speed drive section, and then eyeing up this floater and just smashes that, but loses the board. No leash, and that ejects onto the sand.
Dynamic finish.
Absolutely.
Unfortunately, a bit of foot slippage there, which is easy to happen because the water's cold, feet start to get cold. It's hard to get that grip into the wax. But unfortunately for Kai, it was actually a really nice wave. He was just stuck behind that whitewash on the outside, just couldn't move across.
So as we move into our rip curl 2-minute warning, Kaimana Takayama is chasing a score of a 7.47, waiting for scores to drop. It could be a good one. If he could have just finished off that ride, it really might have made that difference.
Yeah, totally. And we're going to see Tony's wave come in soon too. It was really well surfed. He had those 3 nose rides, critical nose rides, hang 10s. But I don't know if the wave was really allowed him to go all the way to the score he required.
So it came in at a 5.17, adds to that 4.13, keeps him in second position. Landon Smales in first with a 6.5 and a 3.77. So Tony's last score wasn't enough. What do you think held that score back for Tony?
I think it was a little bit of that anticipation. He was hungry, he was looking, and maybe they just wanted to see a little more flow. They might not have liked that inside part where he kind of started to weave and pump to try and get to that end section to do where we've seen Landon kind of trim through those sections and use his footwork to move forward.
So looks like our surfer in the blue singlet, Kaimana Takayama, drops a 3.23 for his last ride, so it's not enough to change the situation. So Landon Smales is sitting there in priority, and he is in first position with a 6.5 and a 3.77. The youngster from Noosa, an incredibly talented elite shortboarder, demonstrating to the world longboard community that he is red hot and he could well be booking himself a spot in round 3.
He picked up priority with about 5 minutes to go, and he's held on to it. He's playing that perfect game. That last wave, he probably could have got out to the corner of it and taken it, but realised that Tony was too deep and not going to get it. Paddled over it, kept the priority, so he can keep control of this last minute. So he's a young guy, but very smart competitor.
So just 45 seconds remaining. Out of priority, it's Tony Silvani. Kaimana Takayama, you could just see him knee paddling into the screen there. So is an opportunity for Silvani to get a 5.11 if he gets a wave out of priority, but it doesn't look like there's going to be a wave. So if the situation stays the same, Landon Smales will take the win with that 6.5 and that 3.77. Silvani and Takayama will be reseeded to surf in that cutthroat elimination round.
It's an exciting one, isn't it? Because they come all the way here, it's travelled all the way from the US, then they're straight now, had their first round, probably hasn't gone to plan. I don't think Tony surfed that bad. He just hasn't had the opportunities on all of his waves, and unfortunately for Kai, he's been the busiest surfer out there, but didn't quite get those opportunities.
Congratulations, Landon Smales. You take the heat win. Kaimana Takayama and Tony Silvani will be reseeded, but we've got Shannon Hughes and Matt Chernowski coming into the booth next. Stay with us, ladies and gentlemen.
The Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl is brought to you by Bioglan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By Visit Melbourne, official event partner. Plan your trip to Melbourne. By Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. And by Surf Coast Shire, strategic partner of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl.
Welcome back to the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. It is an incredible way to start things off. We've got waves, we got a little bit of wind and a little bit of rain, but it just brings that much more excitement to the group that is here on the ground, really feeling what Victoria is all about. Shannon Hughes here in the booth alongside Matt, the Waxhead Chernowski. Matt, it's great to have you down here at Bells this week.
I'm absolutely honoured to see longboarding's return to Bells Beach. There's been sporadic moments throughout the decades, but really, it's the first longboard contest since 1967 down here at Bells.
And what a great crew it is to be able to have here. We've got so many former world champions that are in the draw that we're going to be talking through as the week goes on. Those that are in the running for this year that have already competed at their first event on this year's tour as well, back at the US Open.
We're starting to see that regional qualification story go through to Huntington, now into Bells. And out here now, we've got Taylor Jensen and Kai Ellis Flint. So,
well, out in the water, we are into our opening round, men's round number 1, heat number 3 in the water. Taylor Jensen, John Michael Van Hoysten, and Samuel Dunton all in the water together. Looking for that first wave to kick things off.
So we do have a combination of the bowl and we have Rincon. We've got that southwest wind that's picked up, Shannon, and I can tell you now that a lot of these surfers are hoping it dies off, because as that tide comes in and that inside bowl will start spinning, as we see that tide come in and that wind get a little cleaner. So you can see this sitting right in between, similar to last heat, but way up the point. You see Taylor Jensen on the right-hand side of the screen. That's Rincon, and it's still a little low, so he's off the outside peak. He's going to be looking for those reforms, Shannon, that hug the inside of the cliff.
Yeah, that's great to see that positioning change up, especially at the start of the heat here. 25 minutes to go, 30 minutes on the clock. There were rumors yesterday that we were maybe going to be running even up to 40-minute heats today, just due to those longer lulls in between. But it seems like with that onshore wind, it's really just kicked in that consistency a little bit more.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Shannon. We do have a little bit of wind swell in amongst it too. So a lot of this, there is a lot of waves being ridden. It's just, as we saw in that first heat, Declan Wyden waiting all of that time just to get his second wave. So the surfers need to really distinguish between the ground swell and the wind swell. As we see a Burgery fat wave coming through in between the bowl and Rincon and Taylor on the outside right of the screen in red. And Johnny the Ripper taking off on the inside in blue. So great camera angles. Get splitting both of these guys.
So we got some live action here. This is really exciting to see. 2 waves being ridden at the same time. Taylor Jensen farther up on Rincon and wearing the red jersey there on the right-hand side of the screen. Johnny goes down on the inside section off the bowl, and Taylor looking to go clean, calm, and collected to kick things off on the inside.
And that is an indication that Taylor's been watching the first 2 heats. He's seen the pattern with the clean footwork and clean transitions. And here's Johnny sort of in between the bowl and Rincon. And he's riding that 9.4 by Mark Little under the Moku label. And that's his go-to nose rider. It is a little bit on the lighter side, so it's allowing him to make those quick transitions and feel light under feet. Oh, and a little slip off on the inside. And that is what can happen on the shore break here, Shannon.
Yeah, that's so tricky on those inside sections. Let's take a look at this first of Taylor Jensen. So just setting the tone for the first wave of the heat.
Riding really high and carving it back to the inside. You can see how clean this face is as well. So he's just turning, setting up the nose right in the pocket. Really nice, smooth tempo on this wave. And he's back up on the nose, showing a lot of variety and using the tail, the nose, and the middle of the board with the judges' love. And he gets a 10 through the inside. So, and tapping that one off. So a completed first wave there for Taylor, and that's a keeper.
He's come off of a second place finish at the US Open, which was the first stop of this year's World Longboard Tour. Of course, we've got 2 more to come after Bells Beach. El Salvador, brand new event for, at least for the WSL Longboard Tour. And then of course, the event at Malibu will be our crowning event for this year. So that's very exciting. We'll get back to that conversation in a moment though, as we have the winner of the last heat, Landon Smales, down on the beach with True Starling.
Thanks, Shannon. Landon, 16 years old, and you've just taken out your first heat here at the Bells event against some pretty great longboard surfers. How are you feeling?
Yeah, it feels so good, and I'm so stoked to take the win.
And you've got a lot of knowledge here as well. You took out the open longboard, shortboard, and the junior shortboard here for the Aussie titles. So you know this wave pretty well. So did that come into play during that heat?
Yeah, it's a lot different out there today, but I love being here and connecting with all the spirits.
Amazing. And, you know, how have you been enjoying your time here? I mean, first CT event, so how's it feeling?
Yeah, I love it down here, so it feels good to be out in the water with a couple of good boys and get the win.
Amazing. Well, thanks for the chat and good luck for the rest of the event.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, True. Great to hear from Landon. Stoked to see him get some victory early in the morning here. As we take a look at Johnny now up and riding. Great bit of footwork to start things off with. Looks for that first hang 5 and sets himself up to just make right on the mistake of falling off on that end section for his first wave. Hard to finish right on the sand, especially with a 10 to 12 inch fin in the board.
Absolutely, and we saw Taylor's wave actually holding a wall continuously, and you can see the bowl there, so that's straight off the stairs. So Johnny taking off, and there's not a lot of wall on that wave. And what that's meaning is a lot of setup work, and you can see there's nothing of consequence. The wave isn't giving Johnny anything there for critical maneuvers, but alas, there is a lot of waves. He's under priority, and he's just trying to stay busy, and he'll log that one in as a keeper for sure. And you're right, Shannon, yeah, just keeping that fin above the sand. You notice how he's floated down on the back of that whitewash. There's not really much else he could do in that situation, but he's showing the judges he did finish with control.
Yeah, that control being a really important factor within good longboarding. Of course, wanting to get those maneuvers done, get a nose ride in, get a good turn, but really wanting to display control, which is kind of all encompassed in the word grace.
That's exactly right. And with the choppier conditions, we do have a 9-foot board with a lot of rocker. These surfers are opting for the more rocker, I should say. But the flatter boards will nosedive. But if you can combine that smooth surfing in the bowl, and you can get those nose rides and the footwork combining, that heavier glass with the flatter rocker is going to look really good. We have some guys like Kyle Flynn in the next heat who are going to have a contrasting style of equipment, but also the rocker and the chop is going to help, but it can also, it's almost like training wheels, Shannon, and we saw Tony Savani do a really nice Rio in that first heat, but the judges are looking for those critical nose rides and turns in the bowl, not necessarily going up and over the section.
Yeah, really interesting. It's going to be exciting to see more waves, you know, ridden throughout this event to really be able to pick apart the way the judges are looking at things, specifically here at Bells Beach. Wonderful to return to competition at this incredible venue. Matt, you were saying it's been a while since there's been a longboard tour event here.
1967 was that final longboard era. Straight after then, the shortboards came into play, Shannon, and boards got as short as 5 feet, and we had twin fins in the early 70s come prematurely, and the boards actually, the event actually got moved, the Bells Beach Easter Classic, to Johanna at one stage, and a Hawaiian, Rolf Arness, won on a 7.6 pintail, so that's when everybody started rising up their boards again just to match the power of the ocean. But Bells Beach has always been a testing ground for power surfing, as is somewhere like Sunset. So that's why these places, as far as a Longboard World Tour is concerned, are really important, so we don't lose that all-round approach to longboard surfing. And it can't be considered a small wave world tour because we had 10-foot plus waves here just a matter of days ago, Shannon.
Yeah, it's wild to see the footage coming out around the world. I'm sure anyone that's tuning in back home is you know, has been kind of gorging themselves on footage that's come through from this last 2 weeks of really epic conditions here at Bells.
And Taylor Jensen was one of the highlights. A couple of the locals really highlighting how impressive Taylor was in the bigger conditions, taking off really far out and connecting it all the way through to the bowl. And quite a few surfers gave Taylor that nod of approval. And opening up with a 6.33 and a 0.5. So Taylor comfortably out in the lead, and Johnny, 2.83 on that last wave, so the judges really rewarding Taylor's critical surfing in the pocket. Although it was a smaller wave, he did have a lot more technical surfing with that bowl ahead of him.
So 18 minutes on the clock. We have got scores in from that first exchange. Taylor Jensen, no surprises, gets the best in the best of the selection, the best of the scores to roll through from that first exchange. A 6.33 on the board. He's backed it up with just a quick in and out of a 0.5. John has that 2.83 on the board for his first wave, a 1.5. Sorry, the 1.5 was the first wave, a 2.83 for his second wave. And waiting for Sam Dunton to get his opening ride. Now, Sam and his brother Tasman are from the Mornington Peninsula, which is just about 40 minutes plus a ferry ride north of where we're currently sitting, or east, I suppose. Beautiful, beautiful part of the world. So he'd be feeling real at home here in the water at Bells.
Interesting note that Sam Dunton is the only surfer in the draw to have competed here on a longboard back in the 2004 Australian titles. He was in the junior division. I was surfing in that with him. And it was the last time we can remember a longboard event being held here, and the waves were pumping. Sam, super strong on his feet, very consistent, obviously representing Australia at the ISA World Games recently. But Sam, you know what? He knows this spot. He's going to be waiting for those bigger bowls. He does realise he's up against a three-time world champion, and Johnny the Ripper. He's got that name for a reason, from Waikiki, one of that really encompassing that beach boy style. And Sam, he's just a strong Australian power surfer. I know exactly what he's looking for, Shannon, and it's not going to be at Rincon at this stage.
Yeah, it was exciting to see him and his brother Tasman both represent Australia for the ISA World Longboard Championships recently. Held in El Salvador at Sunzal, the same spot where the WSL Longboard Tour will be returning to, or will be heading for the very first time, actually, in a couple of weeks. Exciting to see the two of them there. Sam's got his partner, Zoe, and his two small children, Miller and Cooper, down on the beach supporting him this week. So that's exciting to see the dad in the water. Taylor as well, a father with Nava, with Jagger and Biddy, that are always in his corner.
That's right. Nava's in there keeping warm. She's been down there for a few days, and after this they're heading over to California. So I suppose you could say a little warmer over there than what it is right now in Bells. And here goes Johnny.
Some live action. All right, setting himself up with that first drop knee turn, and just bites the rail. What went wrong there?
Just the chop. I noticed Taylor's moved back over to the bowl, maybe to put a little bit of pressure on, but just taking off on those waves, you can see that lineup. What a great shot there. Wow, fantastic. You can see the valley, and we're sitting just onto the middle of the screen there in one of those white tents. And that's the bowl straight out the front, Shannon, and Rincon over to the left-hand side of the screen.
Well, an amazing week that we have ahead of us here at Bells Beach. Beautiful Victoria. We'll be right back with more action right after this. Welcome back to the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. We are here on the coast of Victoria, just outside of Tasmania. It's an amazing part of the world. We've got some great swell that's going to be pushing through, Matt.
Yeah, there we are. You've got all the little coves, and you've got the national park, the Marine National Park on the outside there, and Bells Beach, you've got that famous shore break. Moving into Winky Pot there, and a whole host of breaks to the north and south, Shannon, but you'll have to be here to experience it because we're not your surf guides.
Yeah, it's an incredible part of the world. If you haven't been here before, we highly recommend it. There's some great surf spots up and down. Of course, Bells Beach and Rincon specifically will be our primary surf spot for this week. Winky Pop is always an opportunity to get some great waves, but we won't have to move there for this event like we typically do over the Easter weekend.
That's right, and the advantage of longboards is you can pick up a wide variety of waves. And Shannon, Sam up and riding.
Yeah, during the break, he got a piece of the action, so we'll see what he was able to make of it.
All right, so waited a long time for this wave, and easy, smooth tempo, just opening up on this, just moving that board rail to rail, looking for an inside nose ride, and gets one, shuffles back and taps that one off the top, and not a clean completion. So Taylor answering back here. This will be a consolidated second wave, gets up to the nose, gets a 10, carving that one back to the inside section. Really nice body composure for Taylor, relatively low arms. He's looking very relaxed and smooth. And that board is slicing through that lineup, and on the inside of Rincon, just taps that one off the top as well, so showing a full range of variety. And
beautiful surfing for that last wave of Taylor. Johnny with an opportunity as well.
That's it. This one looking a lot like Chun's Reef in Hawaii at the moment. That outside wobbly section, trying to set up an inside track here. So still on the bowl there for Johnny, persevering, and that one not going through to the inside, and more action in that break. So lots of variety, and Taylor, a smooth nose ride, so critical before the section and stepping forward and back. Notice how he's surfing up and down the wave. He's using 3, 2, and 1, as I like to say, coming off the bottom of the trough and surfing through the midsection and using his feet. So you see he's at the top of the wave there, gets a 10, steps back in the middle of the wave right now, and he comes back around off the inside on that single fin and finishes cleanly. So great heat lining up for Taylor Jensen.
Sam Dunton getting another piece of the action as well. So we've got scores to come through across the board to really show us where we're sitting for the last 11 minutes of this heat.
And these guys, their legs will be burning. They've all had 2 to 3 waves each in the last 5 minutes. And that short break. And Sam, also an easy tempo, knows it's not a elimination heat, so he's just going to try and build his total. And he won't need much, because at this stage, Johnny hadn't put anything of substance on the board just yet.
Yeah, that's right. The requirements heading into that exchange was a 4.41 for Sam to just get 2 scores on the board, really, to get himself into the equation with our surfer in second, John Michael Van Hoysten. And we've got a long paddle back out to the, kind of that takeoff zone. Like you said, legs burning. It's a long wave. It's also very cold. The water is very cold here. That wind picking up this morning. I mean, everyone is bundled up with puffer jackets, hoods, beanies. You can feel that chill that can just hit the bones really quickly.
That's it. Add the booties, the thicker rubber. Most people are wearing 4.3s. And that just adds to that element. And up and down the stairs, walking up and down these stairs. They're shallow stairs, but your legs get so sore, and the wave, it carries so much momentum. Add those little wind swell chops, as we can see, and you're really trying to make the judges reward that smooth flowing approach, and it gives you so much load on the thighs and the legs. You're trying to really iron out all those chops, and it just carries so much water at Bells Beach. And if you're not surfing committed, it'll buck you off and the chops will get the better of you. So it's a real leg-burning wave, as we like to say.
Yeah, a bit of cardio in the mix with the stairs, as you mentioned. What an iconic, to be out on the water, to be looking back at the shoreline, to see the judges tower up on top of the cliff, but also to see that beautiful amphitheater feeling of a small beach. Coaches can be ready to go down there, a little bit huddled, maybe away from the wind. Got the umbrellas for the rain this morning. Have those cameras down there and ready to go to be able to grab some footage of their surfers as well, to be able to prepare for the next rounds.
That's right. The coaches and parents, friends have been supporting on this beautiful amphitheater, and it's been really cool to see the footage coming out. But most of all, seeing these surfers adapt, and it was really nice to surf with some of them yesterday afternoon, including Johnny out there in blue at the moment, just working out where they're going to be sitting. I saw Johnny working in the bowl and on Rincon, so he is familiar with both. And his nose riding is impeccable. We do know that. We have seen that at the first stop at Huntington. But Bells, you can see that wind swell. If I was a competitor, I think I'd be hugging at Rincon just to get that cleaner, as we saw Taylor open up with a 6.33 and now an 8-point ride. So Taylor really working through the lineup.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, Taylor's wave selection off Rincon has been absolutely on point. Open with a 6.33. He then has improved or backed that up with a 6.1, but that score doesn't even factor in anymore, because then he improved the situation that much more with an 8-point ride. So Taylor Jensen, our 3-time world longboard champion, is currently sitting in the leading position with a heat total of a 14.33, means that he has comboed the rest of the field. Now, Sam Dunton's done well on that last exchange to put himself up into second, that better position to be with a 3.07 on the board at the moment. Taking a look here at Johnny the Ripper in real time, again in a combination situation to take the lead off of Taylor. Great bit of footwork to start things off with. Love that down carve as well for that first big section. Setting himself up now to hug in towards the rocks here as he gets to that hang 5. Nice trim line as well. That board looking really smooth, like it's able to just absorb any of those bumps coming through.
Well, it is, and he's had a couple of fall-offs, so he knows which way that he needs to set up that inside nose ride. But one thing of note, Shannon, is that the judges are looking for the nose rides in the steepest critical section. But a key word we haven't seen in previous years is the technical setup. So that there is a choppy wave. He did fit that in, not overly critical. The wave wasn't allowing that, but that was a nice rail turn. It sets up this more of a closeout, going left, going right, just feeling it out, and just not offering anything of real critical nature. And he gets back up onto the nose here, so really nice manufacturing of a score. But at this point, he's just trying to consolidate second place, Shannon.
Yeah, really trying to solidify himself in that zone. Those finishes are going to be really important just for that last exclamation point, like you were talking before, control being really important factor, but also being able to get those early nose rides. Taylor's done an excellent job of finding an early section for that 5 to 10 combination, and then seeing what else the wave has to offer, whether it's that good rail work, a powerful turn, or more nose rides.
Yeah, and it's no coincidence that his father-in-law, being Nat Young, surfed this place fantastic, and the way that he was able to switch between Rincon and the bowl, a lot of the surfers likening inside Rincon to Malibu. And I know Rincon, we have in that wave north of Malibu, a little bit further up north of Ventura, is a right-hand point break, but the inside of Rincon is like Malibu. And of course, Taylor, absolutely no stranger to Malibu, but the bowl, a combination of, let's just say, a Californian wave called Swami's mixed with somewhere like Laniakea or Makaha. So they've got that chop and that wobble. And speaking of California, that's Kai on a cream surfboard called the California model, and he's walking out there through Rincon, so he's making his presence felt and showing all his cards. That's exactly what he's going to be surfing in that next heat.
Yeah, that's great looking board for the Aussie to be riding in California and heading out. Kai Ellis Flint will be in the next heat number 4, up against Kaniela Stewart of Hawaii and Jack Tyro of New Zealand. Now, Jack won the trials yesterday down at Torquay Point to be able to get himself in the draw, so that's going to be really exciting to see him. We also saw Lucy Small of Australia take out the win on the women's side to get a call in. And Taka Inui, who's one of our men's competitors, his younger sister, Kaede, took out the second place finish on the women's tour. And there were 2 spots available for wild cards on the women's, as we had one of our surfers, Haley Otto, unfortunately pull out of the draw this week. And so that's opened up an extra opportunity for Kaede to be in the mix. It's going to be exciting to see some of those wild cards that, there's a few wild cards like a Sam Dunton who knew he was in this event because he took out that win at the Victorian titles over his brother Tasman, has been able to prepare and kind of get his mind into that space, where a few of those other surfers had the trials yesterday. They had all those nerves, all that excitement, and now they get to carry that through into the biggest events of their careers.
That's exactly right. Jack Tyro surfing Bells for the first time yesterday afternoon and was there at the trials, surfing all the way through at Torquay Point. So the trials were at a different spot. Waves are great, but very different, a lot softer than Bells Beach. But Jack, he's got nothing to lose, Shannon. And although he hasn't surfed it, this is an unfamiliar lineup to what a lot of the surfers have been practicing in. And obviously, there we see Johnny waiting for a call. So the elements, the wind blowing into the surface, so the volume of those speakers, although it does echo in the valley here at Bells, it can be hard to get those messages across, and just showing how hardcore it is to be a surfer down here in Bells Beach.
It is so hardcore. That's the perfect description of it, because it's so cold when you drive in, you park in the parking lot, whether you're looking across at Winky Pop because you're up in the top parking lot, or you're all the way down here in the Bells section, and you get out of the car and the wind is blowing, the rain is hitting you in the face, and you're like, oh, I have to get a most likely wet wetsuit on and then suit up to paddle out for a heat that is, has a lot of consequence to it. Taylor Jensen looking comfortable in the water this morning. He's already got an 8 on the board, a 6.33, looking light as he just links these sections together, really using that front third of the board as well as that speed section. Now sets his rail here for a great nose ride, hugging right into the pocket, looking so casual as he kicks out.
Yeah, he knows that board so well too. That's that Stu Kenson that he's been working on, and that board just absolutely feeling magic under Taylor's feet. He's got so many high scores. Let me see, I love this reverse fade, Shannon. So he steps back, fades back in, because they are sort of in that in-between bowl section and Rincon, and he's just playing with this one, using his priority and just keeping, we say using priority, a lot of the fans out there who are watching longboarding don't watch a lot of competitive surfing, Shannon. And there he is, beautiful 10 through the pocket. By using that priority, it was his turn, and he's taking that. Any chance that somebody could make a comeback in that last 3 minutes, Taylor was on that wave, meaning their chances are reduced now with 2 minutes 15 left on the clock.
Sam currently sitting with that first priority next to his name in the white jersey. He has dropped back down into that third place position as Johnny the Ripper's dropped in a 3.67 for his last score, pops him up into second. It is, however, that top surfer that's going to be getting that jump all the way through to round 3, to the round of 16, where our bottom 2 surfers are going to have to battle it out in the elimination round. And at this stage, only, a minute 45 seconds on the clock. Getting that combination of 2 fresh scores is pretty much out of the question.
Especially at Bells Beach, it's quite a long paddle.
Yes,
although we are on
exactly.
longboards, and we have seen crazier things happen and interferences, and I'm never one to give up on a heat scenario, having seen a lot of things go down, especially at Huntington, both in the longboard and the Challenger Series event, Shannon. So it's never over until it's over. And although longboarders get that impression of being relatively cruisy and relaxed, tell you what, if you don't want to fire up some present and past champions, Shannon, because they have the tricks and they know that rule book.
Oh, they know every little inch of it. They are super competitive. This is one thing that I love about, coming into a longboard event. A lot of people think, oh, they're not competitive. Longboarders aren't competitive. They are out here to win. There's a reason Taylor has 3 world titles and has been right on the cusp of winning more than that in his career. There's a reason why, Johnny and Sam are in this event, because they want to become one of those best, especially a surfer, a young surfer out of Waikiki like Johnny the Ripper, who's found himself with that proper qualification for this year's tour. Now taking a look at live action with Sam Dunton. Beautiful S turns, that rail work as he sets himself up through to the inside. Has to do a little of that kind of petting the kitty to get himself through that next section, and won't get too much work done on that wave, but great to see him out in the water, and he's going to have another opportunity in the elimination round, likely tomorrow.
Yeah, just feeling out the energy of the water. He'll be a little bit disappointed with his performance in that, but a lot of the surfers struggling this morning. So Taylor Jensen, what can you say, 3-time world champ. He's come prepared, and he knew what to expect of these two, and he dominated with an 8 and a 6.33.
Down to 5 seconds on the clock. Taylor, 3-time world champion. TJ Jensen sets himself up with an 8 and a 6.33. Drops that 3.57 for his last wave. Won't factor into his top 2, and he's going to look like pretty confident heading into the next round, into the next couple of days. He'll be straight to the round of 16. Our bottom 2 surfers, John Michael Van Hoysten and Samuel Dunton, down into the elimination round. Coming up tomorrow, we got more action to come. We'll be right back here at the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic, presented by Rip Curl.
effort to the white. John grabbed it and used it in. Drew came second and take it out was Taylor Jensen. And in this heat we do have Amelia Stewart, our ranked #1 surfer, by Alice Flint from Australia. They include Jack Tyro, our wild card, white. And here is Jack Tyro, our wild card winner from yesterday. Just opening up his account, taking first right in this one.
Back to one of the most beautiful places on earth, Victoria, Australia, specifically just outside of Melbourne right now, watching some great waves here at Bells Beach with Kai Ellis Flint looking smooth, controlled, adding that extra bit of spice and flair to his surfing early this morning. A great looking wave that he caught during the break.
Incredible surfing there and transition, suiting that music so well, Shannon. And Jack Tyro, the wild card as well, off to an early start. And you see that choppier face where Kai had those smooth transitions using the rail, having to grab the rail there for Jack, so a lot flatter this wave, and only surfing Bells for the second time, Shannon.
All right, so brand new to the lineup here, and Connie Ellis Stewart got a piece of the action as well. Connie, fresh off a win at the US Open, so he's currently leading the rankings.
Yep, and in that red singlet, the favorite for this as per the rankings. You can see him carving it back there in between the bowl and Rincon. Kai paddling back out in blue to Rincon behind him. And he sets up the inside here. Carney up onto the nose, close nose ride, and the shore break getting the better of him. So as we've seen that tide racing in, Shannon, it's actually hitting the inside of the cliff. So that's an indication the tide is coming in relatively quick. Rincon, by the end of this heat, could be the go-to. And I think the surfers in those next few heats will be watching this very carefully, because Kai, we'll see what that logs in at, but that was a lot of the criteria ticked off, but just not overly critical in any single maneuver. But I'm very curious, because that was the cleanest wave we've seen since Taylor's first.
Yeah, that was really exciting stuff. We're going to have scores dropping through for Connie and for Kai. Now, talking about that tide pushing up, will we get a bit of that backwash coming into play at Rincon as that water hits the cliffs?
Yes, the backwash will be a factor, but it'll be cleaner as well, because the cliffs do shelter the wind a little bit, but because the wave is breaking on the reef on the inside, you can see Rincon at that wave breaking at the top of the screen. You come left, come right, and the reef smooths out the inside track, and you have less likely to the wind swell to get in between it. So that's why you'll see a more beautiful running right-hander. And often, a surfer can be in the bowl and not even realize that a competitor is surfing the inside of Rincon.
Well, that's exactly what we had in that last heat, right off the buzzer, or about 5 minutes into it, so not right off the buzzer. But the first exchange went down. We saw Taylor Jensen standing up at Rincon, and we saw Johnny the Ripper standing up off the bowl, and we actually had to go into that split screen to be able to catch the action both at the same time.
Phenomenal camera angles for the guys to actually pick up on that action. You see here on the right-hand side of the screen, so there's a ledge out there that the wave breaks up on, and for a longboard it is quite steep and it can catch you off guard. You see Kai trying to fade in, and this doesn't have a long wall, which is what you're looking for at Rincon. And straight off the top there, Shannon.
Yeah, some great live action. So Kai Ellis Flynn off the top, now drives around into the section. You can see him really taking that deep bottom turn, connecting with the lip line again. Now looking for some of that footwork here. We'll see if he's able to connect through at any nose rides, but making it look really fun in the water this morning. Nice
Beautiful
low
composure,
approach.
yeah.
So much composure as he comes through to this. Just looking really classic. Throwing a bit of power into those turns as well. Beautiful, beautiful rail work.
Phenomenal surfing there from Kai. He takes a tumble in the shore break. And here's Caniella behind him.
Connie straight up to the nose, so gets that quick hang 5, nice and locked in. Great bit of footwork through that middle third of the board as well. Back into a locked in hang 10, holds it with a lot of composure. Finds that speed coming through the section as well. Steps back as he hits that flatter area of the wave, now into that bowly hang 5 to 10 combination. He loves being on the nose.
Absolutely. Kai would have seen that as well, paddling back out after catching 2 waves and gone, okay, shots fired. I've just had 2 scores, so this is Carney's answer back, Shannon. So he's looking for the inside here. So this is a little wider. It's rink on, but a little wider. And as it starts bowling up, gets that 10. Really nice, super high, and he's in the pocket there, stepping it back, and a little carve around, so no big rail turn engaged yet. And this nose ride makes it all worth it because he gets the 10 here. Love that perch section, and he finishes really cleanly, Shannon.
Great surfing from Connie, scores to drop through. And that's going to be an exciting matchup to see throughout the rest of this heat. A really exciting matchup that we saw was 3-time world champion Taylor Jensen taking out the field. He's down with True Starling.
Thanks, Shannon. Taylor, putting together a pretty solid heat total, 14.33. Talk to me about the conditions out there.
Yeah, it's pretty windy, and I guess this is what Bells is, right? You get a bit of everything and every day, and yeah, it was just windy and funky, and if you lucked into the clean one, you got a good score. So yeah, I got lucky with 2 or 3, and yeah, happy.
And how are you feeling to be here? It's obviously a little bit cold, but the waves look really fun, as you just mentioned. And board selection for today, you're on a couple Firewires?
Yeah, I'm on a couple, just my new Singleton model that just came out. I'm actually on just a custom one of those for out here. It's epic to be in Bells. Like, we have a perfect right point as a venue on our tour, and I got here early for that swell, which was pretty magic to see Bells in like all its glory. And yeah, the weather's a little bit funky today, but I'm sure we're going to get some good days ahead.
And how amazing is it for the longboarders to be paddling out here at Bells?
Yeah, it's epic. Like, all the history and
live
the
action there. Jack
nostalgia behind
Tyro
this
carving
event,
that one through.
being
Beautiful
here at
nose
Bells,
ride.
and guys like, you know, all the legends that have won here. It's a pretty special thing for longboarding. I think it's cool to kind of come back here and get such a great wave too.
Amazing. Well, thanks for your time and have a great rest of your day.
Thanks, Drew.
Very busy. Beautiful rail carve there for Jack, and he's on the nose too, our trials winner. Oh, and finishing in the shore break, and that board twisting over, Shannon. And he is wearing the leash, but he was on the shore break there, so it wouldn't have gone too far. So we'll see what that one logs in at.
Yeah,
5.5 for Kai Ellis-Flynn.
that was a heavy end section for Jack. As we take another look at it here, sets himself up, but now he's got a big requirement of an 8.50 to put himself in that first place position.
And this is a good way to go about it, Shannon, just building on his heat total. That drop knee rail carve on that Keo surfboard, that Walker model, looking stable for him through the chop. We talked about the flatter rocker and a little bit of weight. If the surfer can combine those maneuvers, it'll slice through the chop. Beautiful footwork there. The judges will really like that transition from the turn to the nose and up again. And he does complete it. And then here, just tips it upside down. So hopefully he didn't connect with the board, but a nice way to climb himself out of that requirement and lessen that 8.5.
So 5.50 on the board for Kai Ellis-Flint comes through at the moment as the highest score, though we're still waiting for that last wave of Connie Ellis-Stewart to drop through. Connie opened up on a 3.33, now looking to drop a second score. And Kai Ellis-Flint currently in the lead, though, with some incredible rail work. I think that's absolutely the highlight of his surfing so far. And when it comes to the surfing that we've seen throughout the morning, Kai's rail work has been really just top-notch. Now looking for him to connect, to be able to get those bigger scores maybe with some of those nose rides like we're seeing from Connie Stewart. Connie dropping in a 7.33, sets himself up into the lead.
And the majority of that score would have come from that final hang 10 on the inside as it's approaching the rock. So it is very critical, and it is basically a closeout. So it's a matter of trying to get all of those maneuvers done with an impending closeout. So there's a little bit on the line there. And without a leash, Kyle Ellis-Flynn doesn't have the leash, so he won't be able to take as much of a risk. As Kai said to me before the heat, the idea is to not fall off anyway. So if you're going to fall, you're not going to win.
Staying on the board at all times. Maybe a quick dive to grab the board if necessary, but like you said, falling does mean you're going to go incomplete on a maneuver, and completing those maneuvers is the important part. Getting those, those maneuvers in really quick, guys. You're talking about that shore break section that comes up so quickly. How important is footwork in that conversation specifically?
Well, the word control and footwork are both in the criteria, Shannon. Control is just about streamlining your whole performance on the wave, showing the judges that between the turns, the nose riding, that you're in control, and the footwork, the 4 steps, the 2 steps, the 6 steps, or whatever steps you want to do, are in control and smooth. And here we have Kylas Flint executing that on this Rincon Bowl.
Yep, great execution. Finds the nose ride quick and early, exactly what he needed to do to try and increase that score line. Gets into that rail again, sets himself up here on the inside, loving this drone footage. Really giving us a different perspective as he comes under the Golden Cliffs here at Bells.
And it's really important at Rincon to show the judges when you finish. And here's the replay of Kylas Flint. So nice carve of the rail, sets it up off the bottom, a foamy wave, so he grabs the rail with that impending closeout I talked about in the reef there. It's a lot going on with the base of cliff. Nice drop knee turn and projecting into that high line. So beautiful composure, use of the wave, rail, nose. So the judges will like that combination, and finishing with control, Shannon.
Yeah, that was beautiful surfing. It feels slowed down even, and that's so much. I mean, we want to see maneuvers executed in those speedy sections of the wave, great fast nose rides. But in longboarding, a lot of it really seems to be more just that tone to slow things down to really enjoy the moment.
Educating our viewers out there, longboard surfing is about the glide necessarily. Because we have the speed, it's about harnessing that. It's not often what we do, it's also just how we do it and where we do it on the wave, Shannon. Because we have that speed, we don't need to build it. There's a lot of momentum and trim in these boards already inbuilt. They're not 6-foot high performance blades where you need to generate that speed. We have it, so it's about harnessing that speed, and you can do it, making it look easy. He's going just as fast as a lot of the surfers on high performance equipment, but he's just making it look so easy, and that's the flow element that the judges are looking for as well.
Yeah, making the difficult look easy, a very important part of excellent longboarding. As we take a look at Connie now, uses his priority on this wave, sets himself up for that first opening nose ride, nice perched, classic style from the Hawaiian. Took out the win at the first event of this year's World Longboard Tour at the US Open, so he's currently not just wearing the red jersey within this heat, but he's actually leading the rankings, which is impressive heading into this part of the season. He's been close to winning world titles in the past. He's a name that we're expecting to get to that, that recognition at some stage in his career.
He's very hungry and he's very committed. He's a true professional longboarder these days, but a waterman as well. And low body composure there for Carney. Understated is a word I like to use for Carney. He doesn't change his style from 1 to 10 feet. He has that same composure as well. But a true waterman, whether he's sailing the catamaran or he's on any type of surf equipment at Waikiki or on the North Shore, Carney has well established himself as one of Hawaii's top watermen.
Well, scores to drop for Connie at the moment. Kylas Flint has found himself back in the lead with a 6.33. We'll see if Connie Stewart can steal it away right after this.
The Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl is brought to you by Bioglan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By Visit Melbourne, official event partner. Plan your trip to Melbourne. By Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. And by Surf Coast Shire, strategic partner of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl.
Welcome back to the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl. We had an amazing welcome to country this morning. We are here on Wadawurrung Country, and we're so thankful to be able to spend the week here at Bells Beach, a place that is just iconic in surfing, but also iconic in Australian history.
That's exactly right, Shannon. A true proving ground for surfers from the 1962 onwards. We saw a lot of shortboard revolutions taking place here in various stages. We saw everything from the original V-bottom being premiered here before it was even in Hawaii. We saw the likes of Nat Young, Midget Farrelly on stringless boards, but then to Simon Anderson and the thruster in the same final as Terry Fitzgerald, who was also on a single, and Mark Richards on a twin fin. So pretty dynamic surfing there throughout history. And here we have here in the next heat, Ben Skinner paddling out for Rincon as well, having a look through those rocks. Tell you what, that's not easy without booties as well.
Not easy when it's this cold. His feet are already going to be ice from running through the car park, down the stairs, onto the cold sand. But he's from the UK. He's used to surfing in some pretty cold weather back at home during the winter. He said it's been a pretty nice summer though, and he was feeling really comfortable out in the lineup earlier yesterday in his warm-ups. Flew in a couple of days ago, has been really just enjoying his time here. Said it does feel pretty similar to home. We can see Connie there raising his hands out in the water. So current situation, we've got 12 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Kai Ellis Flint is holding on to the lead. As we threw to break, we weren't sure where Connie's score was going to drop in. He was chasing a 4.5, and it came through as a 2.77, so it doesn't get him back into that leading position. Kai with the 5.5 as his backup score holds him in first.
Interesting to note that 5.5, Kai didn't look for the nose ride, Shannon. He didn't even get there. It was all about those transitions. He was tapping the lip, coming down and surfing what was in front of him. There was no anticipation. It was true involvement style surfing the wave and putting the board where it wanted to go. Where the second wave, he did get the nose ride and he had that drop knee and that beautiful carve, and the judges awarding that a 6.33. Best score of the heat though, Connie Ellis hang 10. He only needs a 4.5. He knows exactly what he needs now, but third in priority.
Yeah, that's a good call to the involvement surfer of Kai Ellis Flint. I mean, it just looks so fun to see someone surfing that way. And
that's what it was at the time, Shannon. We had an event last night for the athletes at the Australian Surfing Museum over there in Torquay. If you're around, pop in and check it out, because there's a wealth of knowledge for all of us to still learn, and I'm still learning too. But you had the transition of surfboards that took place, and when you have a rolled bottom, a belly, a lot of shapers like to call it, with those pinched rails and a Greeno-esque style fin, so a fin that is based on marine life, not necessarily a boat per se. So a lot of catamaran influence and a lot of keel style fins influence from boats were previous. They were looking at boats, but then George Greeno came along and he brought a marine aspect, copying the way fish and dolphins move through the water, and that translated to fins. And couple that with thin rails, and I like to say the pig design. There's a great selection of traditional pig longboards. The first longboard style shapes, they call them Malibu chips. That's why the word mal comes from Australia. And those boards with a rolled bottom and that flex fin were perfect for Bells Beach at Rincon, and Kai Ellis Flint executing that purposeful, but he's on a wider nose as well, so he's able to really get those stable tip rides.
Yeah, loving those breakdowns. It's going to be fun to be able to see more of what these surfers are riding through the week. We'll have finals sometime on Saturday. We've got a few big days before we get to that stage of surfing. And so far today, we've already had some great surfing, including in this heat. Kai Ellis Flint, of course, currently sitting in the lead in that blue jersey. He's also got that inside position, although he's sitting in that second place priority. And it's our surfer in the white jersey, Jack Tyro, who's currently sitting with first priority. Let's have a look at the heat recap. So far, it's been Kai Ellis Flint who's been able to keep himself in the lead.
Beautiful rail transitions there from Kai, dealing with the chop so well, really smooth body composure. So tapping that one through. So this one was the 5.5, and no rush to get to the nose. Shannon, hands really stable. So not even a nose ride there, showing the judges a lot of control. And he's trimming this one through the middle of the board, and you see him just arching his hips there, and he's coming onto the inside section, stepping back into that little transition, drop knee setup, and finishing when he wanted to finish. So stepping off in the sand and a little bit of a tumble.
Caniella Stewart currently chasing a score to get himself into the lead, but he does have the single highest of a 7.33.
That's it. Setting up the inside track here of Rincon, gets a 10. Knows there's another section, so he steps back in a moment here, and he's eyeing off the shore break here, Shannon. A lot of risk here, and he gets the 10 and parks it. The judge is really liking that with the hands down, showing how controlled he was, and finishing with flow and authority.
Kai Ellis-Flint answers back with a 6.33, so it's been a battle between these two. Kai now holding on to the lead.
Kai seeing that 7.33 from Carney and the nose ride, so answering back, and you can see here it starts to pinch, and he drives through in the middle of the board, doesn't pet the kitty or touch the wife, and I love that two-turn combo where he comes around, drives off the bottom, and taps it off the top, all with that flow and control, and here's the New Zealander.
All right, taking a look at scores to come through for this wave of Jack Taro. Took out the win at the trials just yesterday to get himself a spot. Second time ever surfing out here at Bells.
You know what, there's a really good story developing here. We'll touch on that in a moment for the New Zealander, and that one is not going to help his situation, I don't think, with that incomplete finish, and Carney in the break as well, Shannon. He's setting this one up, only needing a marginal 4.5 at this stage. And he gets the 10, knowing that that's where he got his score from previously, and not as critical on this, and a smaller wave about waist high, and finishing cleanly. So that'll be right there. It'll definitely be better than that 2-set. Oh, and here's Kai.
Kai with an opportunity to hold himself into the lead. Just trimming through the section, finds that quick tap to a hang 5. Drives through the rail, beautiful bottom to top surfing as he sets himself up here through the inside. You can see him just being patient, taking a little look here, grabs that rail, and he'll duck out. Now, Kai had an incredible run at the US Open. He fell out in the quarterfinals to Tony Silvani, unfortunately. But he had some of the better surfed heats that we saw throughout that entire event.
A full highlight reel for Kai Ellis-Flint, and he's setting one up here at Bell's. Beautiful hang 10 there. See, he's in that middle of the board, Shannon, just getting low and driving through in the middle of the board. Again, the judges are really like that choice of maneuver and everything just being placed so... And I can't explain how hard that is to subtly move your feet and use that board to tap it off the top and make it look like you're not even trying. That Kai is surfing so smooth, and he was doing that at Huntington, Shannon. It's unfortunate that in that heat at Huntington, he was about 400 feet to the south, and Tony was going left towards the judges, and Kai was going right away from the judges. And all those little subtleties are so hard to pick up at the best of times, let alone when you're surfing away from the judges. So he knew when he came in that he adapted to the conditions, but he's an experienced competitor now, and you just have to spell it out for them. You can't expect them to presume to know what you're doing if you're doing it 400 feet away.
Yeah, incredible. Let's take a look now, the Visit Melbourne flight cam. How incredible is this location? To be able to see the cliffs, you know, to see Winky Pop way off in the background, to see the Golden Cliffs here at Bells Beach, where we had our welcome to country this morning for the Wadarung people. As we take a look now at some live action with Caniella Stewart. Quick kick in and out, so he's looking to stay busy. He's only chasing a 4.5. Now, the story in this heat, very different from that we saw in the last, where Taylor Jensen had both surfers in a big combination situation. At the moment, we could see either of these surfers taking away that leading position to go straight into the round of 16, as Jack Tyro's now up and riding, chasing a 7.76. Great opening nose ride, got some work done. He's caught behind the section. We'll see if he's going to be able to make it back into that open face. And he's holding on to it, you know, as far as he can, but it's not going to give him anything else.
Considering he doesn't have any experience here at Bells Beach, he is putting up a good fight, and he's not to be ruled out because he is an experienced competitor at his young age, and a beautiful fading turn there. And this one just bowling in on itself, gets a little 5 on the shoulder there, and you can see that section just breaking in on itself and closing out, and a little lack of control and flow there for Jack. But he's just trying to build that heat total, and there'll be good experience taking something out of this heat. But hey, he only needs a 7.76, and he can do that because he scored some 8s yesterday. And here's Carney, impeccable flow and nice drop knee carve, and again something he's incorporated over the last 18 months, that drop knee, and he flicks out there. So still requiring a 4.5. And back to that story earlier about the New Zealander, the Australian, and the Hawaiian, this was a place where actually Wayne Lynch, who's credited for going vertical in his backside here and really bringing a power power style that no one had seen before. But John Money, a goofy footer, was one of his inspirations, and he was a New Zealander, and he brought that from Central Coast, I believe, a goofy footer, and he had this New Zealand background. Super strong, and a lot of the New Zealanders copied Wayne Lynch as well. They had this power stance. Some of them were on Keo surfboards, which is actually what Jack's riding right now. Kyle Flint, a former team rider and shaper for Keo surfboards. But the Hawaiians, obviously bringing a sleeker, faster style surfboard to Bells Beach. And we saw that revolution take place at Honolulu Bay, but Bells Beach was another place for that shortboard evolution to evolve.
Connie Stewart, the Hawaiian, now up and riding. Great footwork to get to that first nose ride. Finds himself on a second. Love that poise and posture as he pedals back into that nice perched on hang 10. And looking for one more opportunity. Finishes off with control. Some great surfing coming through from Connie as he holds on to lead. That 4.93 is what took him above Kai Ellis Flint. Kai now chasing a 5.94 as we take a look at last of Connie.
So Connie's turns just setting up for the nose ride here, and here he gets locked in. It's a really nice nose ride, this one here. So he gets that 10. There's nothing else he could have done here, and he steps back to show the judges control. One thing I've noted, Shannon, is that the judges want to see the surfer pull out of the wave when they want to and exit it like they plan to do that. Where often on the inside of Rincon, it just bowls in on itself and you're unable to get that up and over and flick out of that wave with authority. So Kai really handling that situation quite well, finishing all these waves with control. Carney's finishing with control, but the wave's dictating his finish. So we'll see, well, he got the 4.93, but that hang 10 before was quite similar. He got a 7.33, but he finished cleanly.
Yeah, so scores still to come through for this last wave of Connie. I love that conversation because, like you said, Connie did complete that maneuver or complete that wave with control, but there's a difference then to actually getting a clean kick out, and that's something that really puts that good, lasting memory into the eyes of the judges. As we take a look at Kai now up and riding, beautiful style surfing as he sets his rail. Back to the nose. Longest nose ride, hang 10 that we've seen from him throughout this heat, and just can't quite finish off, unfortunately.
And that's that section I was telling you, Shannon, where it just tells you when it wants to end.
It really does.
It's really tricky to find that, and we see in the shortboard events, I remember Tyler Wright finishing on the inside bricks quite a few times and not afraid to send it. Here's Kai's set up, beautiful surfing, and staying in the midsection of that wave, just waiting, transitioning that rolled bottom through the section beautifully, up on the nose, and he gets his 10. So that's the best 10 we've seen of him this heat, but the wave just unfortunately closing out on the inside there. And that's one way to pull out without completely kicking out, is to grab that rail. And look at that footwork, Shannon. Beautiful 4 steps back to the tail, and this driving off the bottom straight into the projection cross step. So that is what we call involvement surfing. That's the pocket and understanding the power element of the wave. Beautiful hang 10, super technical, no concave in that board, so that's all tail and rail and fin engaged. Beautiful surfing for Kai. Buttery transitions, but nothing overly critical. We'll see where that one goes.
Buttery is an excellent description of Kai's transitions throughout this heat. Now he is sitting in a second place position though, as Connie has increased his scoreline of 5.73 for that last wave of Connie that we were waiting on. That does mean that it's a 6.74 requirement now for Kai Ellis Flint. Scores in for his last wave of 4.40, doesn't factor into his top 2. And for Jack Tyro, our wild card trials winner from yesterday out of New Zealand, chasing down a big 8.99 to get himself into that leading position to jump straight into the round of 16 and to avoid the dreaded elimination round. We're down to 5 seconds on the clock, and it's looking very favorable for Connie Ellis Stewart.
Yeah, Connie taking that one out, but Kyle Ellis Flint hot on his tail. But Jack Tyro, first taste of WSL experience in a main event. I look forward to seeing coming up in round 2.
Well, a great heat surfed. Connie Ellis Stewart with a 7.33 and a 5.73. We do have another score dropping through now for Jack Tyro, so he was able to get up before the buzzer, but it just comes through as a 2.03, so he wasn't able to capitalize on and get the score requirement that he needed. So it's Connie with the lead off of a big win at the US Open. He'll be the man to beat this week when it comes to rankings, and we've got more action to come with Sam Bleakley and Josh Constable coming in right after this.
welcome back, surf fans, to the 2023 Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl, live from the Surf Coast Shire of Victoria. I'm Sam Bleakley, joined by Mr. Slick, 2006 WSL World Longboard Champion Josh Constable.
Here we are, the sun's shining outside, waves are starting to look good, the wind's dropping off, so exciting. I'm excited to call this heat.
And with that tide coming in, that southwesterly wind, we're getting a bit of shelter on the waves at the Rincon section.
We are. We saw in those previous heats a few surfers moving over to the bowl, and Ben Skinner in the replay here, he's slicing through that turn and straight up to the nose.
Skin Dog on his new double scoop model. This is a 9.4, beautiful craftsmanship from Skin Dog Surfboards. Ben getting busy, getting that big start. He's going to be surfing against Cole Robbins and Ben Considine, as we see this replay from our surfer from this coast, Ben Considine, Josh.
Yeah, Ben, no stranger out here at Torquay and at Bells Beach. He's a local, surfing really well. Smart guy too, great competitor, and feeling really comfortable here at home.
So we've got Cole Robbins also in this heat from Santa Barbara, and he kicks off with this one on the replay, Josh.
And Cole's no stranger to a right point, you know, growing up there in Santa Barbara, surfing Rincon, and look at that hang 10. Whoa, that was awesome. So Cole was surfing really good early on last week with the that swell he got here in time, but the last couple of days he's had a bit of a sore tighter back, so he hasn't been in the water. So this is his first surf in a few days, and hasn't missed a beat. That was unreal.
There's the Melbourne flight cam looking good. And talking about looking good, the winner of our last heat, Connie Ellis-Stewart, our reigning current tour leader, looking incredible. He's with True Starling.
Thank you so much. Carney, you've come into this event being the #1 seed. How are you feeling?
Feeling good. Just take it heat by heat.
And it's your first time competing here at Bells. How does it differ from any other event? And, you know, have you had to change your tactics coming into this wave?
Not too much changing. Just trying to find the right waves out there is a little tricky, but once you find them, they're really good. So that's the goal.
And being here as well for the longboard event at such an iconic place, and these waves seem like they're really fun today. So how are your boards feeling, and how are you feeling, especially being that #1 seed?
Board's feeling really good, perfect. Being the #1 seed is always nice, you know, but you know, anything can happen. So just take it heat by heat and focus. So that's the goal.
Awesome, thanks so much, and good luck for the rest of the event.
All right, thanks guys.
Well, congratulations, Connie. Fantastic performance there. But what about this heat? As we see live action, Ben Skinner has a look at that wave. Scores waiting to drop. Skin Dog kicks off with a 4.33. Cole Robbins a 4.17 and a 0.5. Ben Considine with a 3.17, but waiting for a score to drop. We saw that wave being ridden whilst Connie Ellis-Stewart was being interviewed, and Josh, it looked pretty nice.
It did look really good. He got that beautiful hang 5 to hang 10 through that midsection. And he just looks comfortable out here. We've seen a lot of practice the last few days. He's been spending a lot of time in the water. Even though he's really comfortable here, he really just wanted to show all the people coming into town, like, hey, this is my spot. I feel comfortable here, and I've got it on lockdown.
So Ben, the local here in Victoria, he's a graduate of a physical therapy course. He works with his father coaching longboarding, and of course he rides South Coast surfboards shaped by local legend Ian Chisholm. The father-son duo, Lee and Ben, working together, coaching. They've been training here daily in the lead up to the competition. And how important is it for Ben to see all the best longboarders in the world coming to his local coast?
Must be pretty exciting for him, and also Lee. We have seen Lee down here filming each day and really just taking it all in. But Ben's a student of the game, and he's been at it a little while now, but hasn't had that breakthrough. Maybe this is the event where he has that breakthrough. He gets some heat wins and builds that confidence. And the surfing he's doing, that second wave that we saw during Carney's interview came in at a 5-point ride. So he's sitting pretty good right now. And third priority, so he's sitting inside. He's just going to wait. He's just going to try and keep busy while Ben, the ultimate professional, Ben Skinner, sitting out there with priority and just holding it down.
So Considine got a 17th in Huntington at the first event of the World Longboard Tour, losing out to Tony Silvani, Ben Skindog Skinner sitting there in the red vest with priority. 12 times European champion, just won that 12th title just before he traveled out to Huntington for the first event of the World Longboard Tour. Has a fantastic surfboard factory in Newquay, Cornwall, with a brilliant team behind him. And of course, big shout out to Lucas Skinner, his son, who won the Rip Curl Grom Search here at Bells earlier in the year.
Do you think Dad was getting some tips and pointers off him when he before he got on the plane to get over here?
Absolutely, and a big shout out to Lucas, just recovering from a foot injury. He'll be back strong very soon, but he demonstrated the Skindog Skinner heritage is strong on these open face right-hand point breaks. So Skindog has been looking good in the free surfing, and he kicks off with that 4.33. Ben Considine answers back with a 5.0. So with those two waves ridden, it puts Considine out there in the lead. But Cole Robbins, the silky surfer from Santa Barbara, riding Wayne Rich built surfboards, again familiar with right-hand point breaks. So all of these surfers are used to these types of conditions. You know, generally all of them surf in wetsuits for most of their year. But the goofy footer Ben, what will be the difference between Considine eyeing up these sections as a goofy footer as opposed to the two regular footers being able to really see those sections down the line?
From previous experience out here, Ben will know that being on the backside, Ben Considine, that it's fast. Rincon's fast. We're 40 minutes away from that dead high tide, so it's a speedy wave. So I think it's probably a bit of a disadvantage on your backhand. You can't quite see what's coming at you. For the front side, it's going to be a little easier. But Ben Considine, he's had all the practice out here. He's been surfing Rincon for a lot of years, so it's going to be exciting to see. But Skindog, he's comfortable, he's a competitor, he's a professional, and he's just going to wait and pick it off. But Cole, he's not one to sort of take your foot off the pedal, because he's very solid and a great competitor. He's got great footwork. He's a fast surfer. His board's really quick, and he's going to look good.
And a lot of great heritage and design influence there. Ben Skinner shapes the boards himself. He's riding the new double scoop model with these kind of scooped out sections in the tail to facilitate hold and lift on the nose. But that wide point back there, and we've got Ian Chisholm shaping the equipment under the feet of Ben Considine, and Wayne Rich shaping the equipment for Cole Robbins. So between those three men, one of them is actually shaping the equipment he's riding. Can that give you an edge?
I think it can, because that's kind of where I am in my career now, shaping boards. And you're always trying to communicate it to a shaper, but when you can actually go back into the shaping bay and make those subtle adjustments, the feelings that you're feeling on your feet and then putting it into your hands, it's a pretty special thing. So maybe there's a little edge there with Ben Skinner, but in the other way, those guys are working with great shapers. And Wayne Rich is fantastic, been doing it a long time.
Ben Skindog Skinner eyeing up this nice wall ahead. Beautiful fade in turn there. Sets himself up with 4 steps to a 5. Nice 10. Great clean footwork back to the tail. Puts that board on rail and throws some spray. Holds up for a 5. Nose rides through that section. Holds on to the 5. Nose rides through a foamy section with an incredible high degree of difficulty and steps back to the tail there. Again, back up to another clean nose ride with an incredible demonstration of balance, power, control, speed and style, as we see Cole Robbins answering back again with live action, keeping nice and loose and lively on the tail, as the judges will get the opportunity to watch the replay of Skindog. But right now they'll be looking at this live action from Cole, who goes in for a 5.10, really nice upright 10, holding on to that 5. Great trim speed again, a second 10. Incredible surfing for both of these regular footers as Cole lands that floater with control, and the judges have got their work cut out for them, having to analyze those replays.
2 really, really well surfed waves, and here's Ben's. Let's have a little look at it. Great footwork, nice quick 10, steps back. Wave's a little sleepy, but he's surfing with nice control and calmness through the pocket, so they're going to really enjoy that. This one here, he pushed. I thought he was going to fall, but he came out the other side of it. Great control, dropping back down to the pocket again and straight back up there. So that was a really well surfed wave. I would have loved to see him finish a little cleaner, but it is very shallow. And here goes Cole. This wave was really good. Patience again, just waiting for it. But Cole known for his quick footwork, and it comes into just at this next little section here. 1, 2. Straight up and boom. Nice 10. It's a nice control. I like this one a little more so than Ben Skinner's, just in the open face, but still in that critical part, and then finishes it a little cleaner. So it's going to be really interesting to see where the judges go. Cole, a little bit more open face, a little cleaner, and here's Ben on another one.
So Constantine, this was the replay of his last ride, sets himself up with the 5, holds it, gets really high up in the wave, and then just rides through that section, walks out of the nose, gets himself low just to keep that board moving, a little rock and roll, rail to rail, and then again rail to rail through the tail on the turn as he gets the float. And that probably is not going to score as high as both Ben Skinner and Cole Robbins' last rides, but what a phenomenal display from the regular footers. The way Skin Dog stayed on the nose through that very challenging section, trusting his board design, knowing he was getting lift and hold, and the way Cole Robbins' wave grew in size and he had that critical finish.
He did, and Cole's wave, it just cleaned up a little bit, so it looked really nice on the camera. The judges are going to get that same sort of view. Really nice and critical surfing from all surfers, so it's going to be really interesting as these scores start to drop.
So let's have a look at the schedule for 2023. We kicked off with the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic, won by Connie Ellis-Stewart and Khalees Kelly-Opaha, both cousins. Right now we're in the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic, going up to September the 2nd here in Victoria, Australia, and then we'll move on to Surf City, El Salvador for the Longboard Classic at the right-hand point break of El Sunzal later in September, and then the top 8 surfers, the top 8 men and the top 8 women will compete for the world title at the iconic longboard wave of Malibu in California. And this is iconic Bells at the Rincon section as that tide comes higher up with Cole Robbins waiting for a score to drop, and it comes in at a 5.50. Puts him narrowly in the lead. Skin Dog drops a 4.30, so add to that 4.33. He's sitting in second position, waiting for a score to drop for our local Torquay surfer, Ben Considine.
So there it is. It goes to show that Ben's one, he drove through the sort of whitewash and it was not as tidy. Cole was on that little bit more open face with a great wall and positioned himself great and just got that little nod on the scoreboard. But Ben Considine, he's still sitting there, sitting pretty with that 5.0. So out of all these heats here right now, Cole, he's got the 5.5. He's going to try and drop that 4.17 and try and improve. But Ben's sitting in third place, but he doesn't have much to drop, and then he can sneak up into that first position.
All to play for halfway through, 15 minutes remaining. Stay with us, surf fans. We'll be right back.
Pinto boost.
Yes, that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing. Yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring. It's that time again. Don't wanna win, I'm cutting you off, cause it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing. Yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring. It's that time again.
Felipe Toledo just unleashing.
So that's what everything has been building up towards all season. That world title will be decided in a one-day winner-take-all event. The top 5 shortboard men and women will be at 12 must-see heats, paddling it out for the WSL World Shortboard title. As we see longboarder from Santa Barbara, California, Cole Robbins, adding to his scores. He's got a 5.50 and a 4.17. Ben Skinner has got a 4.33 and a 4.30. Ben Considine drops a 5.0 and a 3.2. So Ben chasing a 4.68, Skindog chasing a 5.35. Cole Robbins paddling back out for more.
So the surfing's been good, but we haven't seen anyone yet run away with it. Just the opportunities of the waves haven't given the surfers that chance yet.
So Josh, this is what we saw on the break from Ben Considine, holding that nose ride nicely and then putting that South Coast surfboard on rail and setting himself up for another nose ride through the inside and dropping a solid score.
That was some nice surfing too, wasn't it? But he just didn't have that steep wall that sort of we saw with Cole's wave earlier, and I think the judges are going to keep going back to Cole's wave to compare. This one, unfortunately, just didn't really look like it was doing much on the outside. Cole looks a little disinterested. Yeah, there he goes, he kicks off.
And how about this from Skindog? Straight up for the 5, holds the 5, gets the lift, real tight 5 into almost a 10, and then drops down into the section. Keeps that trim line. Look at the speed and acceleration and the full upright 10. Nose riding all the way through that section with poise, with control, and finding himself on the open face. Back up for a 5, toe curled right over the tip on his 9.4. The board he won his 12th European title on very recently, getting a 10 through the inside, accelerating, dropping down out of the sky, but holding it with control. This is the mighty Skindog, looking so dynamic.
And looking calm, like what a wave. Great choice of maneuvers, really knowing that he has to push himself, he has to drive through the pocket on the nose, and he was surfing deep and committed and got that beautiful lift. He's so connected with his board.
So he needs a 5. He needs a pretty much like a score in the 5s to get into first. He drops a 6.17. Josh, what do you think of that?
Yeah, there we go. The judges really love that sort of hanging 10. He got that one where he's bolt upright, standing nice and tall. Board was lifting and driving through the section. So that's the surfing that the judges want to see. Ben knows that. He's put himself on a good wave and really committed to what the maneuvers he wanted to do, and gets rewarded with the score.
6.17. You can just see Ben Skinner raising that arm just to get the announcer to repeat that score so he knows exactly what he's got and where he's sitting. Of course, he's going to be the last out onto the peak in the lineup, so he'll be there in 3rd priority. So now the spotlight will be on our local surfer, Ben Considine, in priority, chasing a 5.51 to move into first with just under 10 minutes remaining, and a really attainable score to get for Considine.
Ben Considine knows what he needs to do. He's got the 5 already. He just needs to step it up a little bit more to go to that 5.5 range. So he's going to be patient now. Ben hasn't had that much opportunity in the priority position. So now he's going to be patient. He's going to wait for that wave that's going to give him opportunities, hopefully lay into some big turns, and then make sure he gets that footwork and that nose riding done.
So, of course, Ben Considine, a Rip Curl team rider. Of course, Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing brand, based here on the Surf Coast Shire, as we enjoy that drone view of the Southern Ocean swells striking iconic Bells Beach, with Considine chasing a 5.5 and Cole Robbins only needing a 5.01 to move into first.
And for Ben Considine, what a company to be sponsored by. Living down here in Victoria where the water's fresh and chilly, being with Rip Curl, known for their phenomenal wetsuits. He's definitely been with the right company for sure.
We had some great food at Anglesey the other day. We got the opportunity to cycle on mountain bikes along the Great Ocean Road. We can see all that wattle flowering, and this iconic countryside, it's so untouched down here. And the moment you arrive, you get that sense of freedom and that deep connection to nature.
Yeah, totally. This flight cam right now, the Melbourne flight cam, it's fantastic. You can see the lineup. You can see the boys being super patient. Here he is, our local surfer with priority.
Just gets stuck on the top of that one. Went for that opening nose ride, 2 steps up, looking for the opportunity to strike the 5, maybe thinking about the chance of a 10, but that wave just had that lump at the top, didn't let him in.
Unfortunately, it didn't really pay off for him. But here he goes. It looks like he's snuck into one on the inside. He's going to shake that one off and then get to work.
Nice and loose and lively. 4 steps up for a 5. Great control on the 5. Backside 10. Lifts and then drops down in that section. Cleans up and holds on for another beautiful, clean, smooth, open face nose ride right in the pocket with another critical hang 10, as we can hear the surfers and fans and family and supporters on the beach hooting for the local legend, Ben Considine, chasing a 5.51.
That's the surfing we want to see. And it's funny, isn't it? Because Rincon, you think of Bells Beach, you think of Bells Bowl, you think of the big waves. Where Rincon now, we're coming right onto the top of the high tide. You actually don't need the bigger waves. You need the ones that link on that little reef pass. And that one was fantastic and great surfing.
Cole Robbins from Santa Barbara, California. A couple of cross steps. Okay, staying now back on the tail. Again into the 5. Holds that 5. First nose ride of the ride. Got a couple of opening turns there, just dealing with the chandelier there, just staying low, but still in trim, knowing that there's opportunities to get back up on the 5, holds the 5, pulls up for a near 10, but it was just a tight 5, keeping that board moving very fast, looking lively with the Wayne Wrench built board as he gets a 10 through the inside, and then just about nearly rides out of that 10, so it might be an incomplete maneuver on that last nose ride, but he did a lot before that, Josh.
It was. Here it goes. Here's the replay. Unfortunately for him, it felt like he was chasing it the whole time. He was a little bit stuck through that section where you really want to get all your work done. But his fast footwork up and down the nose. But here it is here, Sam. It's just where he gets a little caught. He almost comes around it, gets stuck again. I don't think this is going to be one of his better scores. But nice tip right there. And then unfortunately just didn't quite finish the wave off nice and clean like the judges like to see.
And we can really see that we're in the Rincon section there, close to the cliff of that tide. Coming in the Bells Bowl section, a little bit further to the side there. So what are the nose riding advantages of the Rincon section?
The Rincon, it gets clean and it gets really lined up. The wind, obviously it's onshore right now, but it's coming over our shoulder. So the faces will be clean. That last wave of Ben's, Considine's, that really cleaned up. It was a smaller one. It sat on the reef and it really ran. He did some really great surfing. I think it's going to be around that score that he needs. He needs a mid-5. He surfed it well. I just don't know if he juiced enough out of it, but we're going to see.
Considine drops a 5 for his last wave, but let's get the heat recap as Considine kicks off with that opening 5-10, holds it nicely, pedals back to the tail, puts that South Coast surfboard on rail with style and uses that nice upright cross-stepping for a 5 into a tight 5, holding it, trimming, generating speed, and then locking in for a beautiful backside hang 10 as he pedals to the tail and then just whacks that board on rail and uses that footwork on that inside rail. But it was Cole Robbins who answered back with this one, Josh.
He did, and Cole's been patient on the waves and just waiting for his opportunities. But I'd like to see him sit there. He's in 3rd place. He kind of just needs a wave that's going to give him like his 5.5 and repeat that sort of surfing. And here it is here, nice and clean through this part of the wave. Got some nice tip time, little 10, a little stumbly on the nose. That's maybe why the score didn't go as high as what he might have thought, but that was a beautiful finishing turn. And here it is, Skin Dog. Talk us through this.
617 for the Skin Dog there, 12 times European longboard champion, up to the 5 for the second 10 and bolt upright and just trusting that brilliant surfboard design under his toes as he walks back to the tail and smoothly puts that board on rail to get a touch of the 5. But what about this section as he just moves elegantly, effortlessly up here onto that 5, 10, nice and high and dropping down out of the sky for a 617, which is the highest score of the heat so far, and that's why he's out there in 1st position as we see live action. Ben Considine looking for a 5.44 to move into 1st position. It's a smaller one, but it's going to get some clean face. He decides to kick out, recognizing he's not going to be able to get the mid-range 5 he needs to move into 1st position and not go into that cutthroat elimination round. That's where the surfers don't want to be. The winner moves into round 3. The losers reseeded into that man-on-man elimination round as Cole Robbins just steps out on the sand.
you definitely don't want to be in that elimination round, and especially for a local surfer, he wants to get out there. He wants to prove to his fans, he wants to prove to his family like he's got it on lockdown. But Ben Considine, he's still sitting in a really good spot, as is Cole. They're only needing 5-point rides, so
body language of Cole, we didn't see that ride, but we saw the body language as he stepped onto the sand. Did you get the sense that could have been a strong score for Cole from his expression, or do you think maybe not?
I think so, and as we can see now on the screen, he was right there. He got a long way down the beach and a long way down that reef, floated onto the dry sand, so I think he must have been really happy with the ride to commit to it, to go all the way down and take himself out of that lineup. There's only 2 minutes remaining. It's a long paddle out, so hopefully he's done enough to see him jump from that 3rd spot into 1st. He only needs a 5-point ride. We know what sort of surfing Cole does, so it's going to be interesting to see.
Yeah, Josh, moving into that rip curl 2-minute warning. Skin Dog in 1st with a 6.17 and a 4.33. Considine in 2nd with a 5.07 and a 5.0. No scores waiting for Considine. It looks like Cole Robbins still has a score to come through. He's got a 5.50. He's looking to replace a 4.17. If he gets a 5.01 or above, he moves up into 1st position. So the judges will be analysing that replay. They'll want to drop that score as soon as possible because there's still seconds on the board. There's a minute and a half. Ben Skinner sitting there with priority. He wants to replace a 4.33. Cole will be wanting to hear that score to know if he has done enough. Ben will be looking to drop that 4.33.
And I think Ben Skinner wants to know as well whether he has to get busy and use his priority and get a wave and get going, or whether he can sit there and play patient game. But here we go, he's committed.
Live action, 1 minute 10 remaining. Ben Skin Dog Skinner sets himself up with 4 steps to a beautiful crisp 5, high on a 10, and drops back down into the wave by using the trim glide of that hang 10 to keep that board alive and the scoring potential alive as he goes back in for another 10 and right under the bowl, under the pocket, and trusting that hold on his 9.4 double scoop and a brilliant dynamic hang 10 as this wave gets steep, and he goes to the tail and lands that and rides out cleanly and might well replace that 4.33, which would change the score needed for Cole Robbins as we get Ben Considine, our local, up on the nose for a 5, hits the bounce, comes unstuck, but scores coming through for Cole Robbins will be tabulated very soon. Comes in at a 5.3, puts Cole Robbins in 1st position. So now Ben Skinner needs a 4.63 to move back into 1st, Josh.
And I really like, oh, here we go, a little bit of action.
Cole Robbins up and riding, last wave of the heat, 8 seconds remaining. It's a big one, floats it. He's just moved into 1st position with a 5.33, but we're waiting for a score for Ben Skinner. This is one of the bigger waves of the heat. Nice nose riding through this middle section here, locks on tight onto the nose, puts that board on rail, roundhouse all the way into the inside. Took off on the Bowles Bowl for that one, rode it to the beach, steps off on the sand. As good as his 5.5 and 5.33, Josh?
It's really hard, isn't it? Because it's such a different look from the Rincon to, look at Cole just kicking back, relaxing. He does have a bit of a sore back, so he's probably not moving great right now, but there he is. Yeah, right on, Cole.
Feeling it, Cole. Works at Village Properties Real Estate Company and is currently in 1st position, but we're waiting for a score to drop for Ben Skinner. So Cole may well improve his situation as we see Ben and Cole congratulating one another on a great heat. Ben needs a 4.63 to move up into 1st, but Cole could replace one of his low scores and increase that need for Skin Dog.
And both Cole and Ben have been travelling the world together for a long time, and both really good mates, and actually share accommodation and stay together regularly, so they know exactly what each other are going to do and how good of surfers they are. So I really like that last wave of Ben Skinner's. So
that's Jack Entwistle on the sand with Ben Skinner there. So the score comes in for Skin Dog, a 5.37, so it changes the situation, puts him back in the lead. Now Cole Robbins needs a 6.05, so Cole's 5.5 and 5.3 are the reference point, Josh. Is it going to be enough to get that 6.05?
It's going to be really interesting because Cole moved over to the Bells Bowl for that, so the wave size was almost double. There was a lot more size, there was a lot more energy in it. He didn't get crazy hang time, but he got some big calves, and it looked large because the wave was big. So it's going to be really interesting to see how we go. I feel like it's maybe going to drop a little under, but we'll have to wait and see because of the tip time.
So there's Ben Skinner on the screen. His good mates from the Sydney area have travelled down. We've got Mitch and Nick. He knows he's in first position, but waiting for that tabulation of that score from Cole Robbins. So it doesn't look like it's going to be enough. Ben Skinner takes the win. Stay with us, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back.
The Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl is brought to you by Bioglan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By Visit Melbourne, official event partner. Plan your trip to Melbourne. By Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. And by Surf Coast Shire, strategic partner of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl.
Thanks so much for tuning in. It's a pleasure to have your company here live from the Surf Coast Shire, the beautiful coastline of Victoria, as we can see that Southern Ocean striking through to iconic Bells Beach with Kai Salas in the water. But this is our surfer from Southern California, Richie Cravey, catching up on the replays. Opens up with that 5, holds that rail. Richie Cravey from Cardiff, Encinitas surfer, a marine and wildlife biologist, but also one of the best nose riders in the world, having qualified through the regional tour to get here on the World Tour. Finished 5th, the first event on the tour in Huntington. But look about this from Chase Leader out of Montauk, New York, top of Long Island, traveling here with his dad, nicknamed Cheesh. Craig runs a fantastic surf store out of there, Montauk. I know his mum Lourdes will be tuning in, riding the Michael Takayama board. And then answering back also in the break was Kai Salas, founder of Kai Salas Longboard Company. Finished 2nd on the WSL World Longboard Tour in 2018 and 2009 from Waikiki, riding a prototype 9.8 single fin there. Of course, building that brilliant, beautiful equipment under the feet of Connie Stewart, Khalees Kelio-Paha, Kiana Canulo, Kai Salas looking strong. Josh, what a great start for all 3 of these surfers, but it just feels like Salas got the edge on that one.
Yeah, a lot of action to start this heat, Sam, but that surfing right now from Kai was kind of one of the better waves we've seen all day. He surfed it so well. Rich having a little look at this one. Great nose ride to start off with, but the waves just sort of fizzling out. He's going to stick with it for a little while, but I think he's going to realise that it's harder to get the scores, good scores on these sort of waves.
So these two surfers have had some great matchups recently, Kai Salas and Richie Cravey, but this from Chase leader Adam Montauk, the top there of Long Island. There's a wave very similar to Bell's that they surf regularly. Used to this kind of water temperature, will get colder there in the North Atlantic during the winter, but will there be phases of the season where he'll be surfing in a similar amount of rubber that he is now, but looking really incredible on his Michael Takayama board. Got a second at the Mexi Log Fest behind Kai Salas earlier this year. We know Chase leader, a rising star, Richie Cravey, been around a long time, but look at the skills of this surfer, live action. Incredible nose riding on a big trip with his family, got his 2 kids, his wife. He's been to Hawaii before coming out here to Australia, and he looks really dynamic on the nose. And he said to me earlier in the week that it just really reminds him of surfing at Swami's here, which is a place that he's learned to surf, grew up surfing, feels so happy here.
Yeah, he is. They're enjoying the trip, and it's great to see him here with his family and enjoying their time.
So it looks like Kai Salas entering this nice open face wall, 6 steps up for a 5, holds that 5 in the foam, staying true to incredible, difficult nose ride, but takes a full. So with that, let's go down to True Starling, who's the winner of our last heat, 12 times European champion, Ben Skindog Skinner.
Thank you so much. Ben, that was a stressful back end of that heat.
Certainly was. Yeah, it was a nerve-wracking one, but obviously Cole and Ben, absolute legends, and it's nice to have a heat with them, but you know they're going to get scores if they get waves, so it was a close one towards the end, put it that way.
And we're talking just before, you said you're feeling a little bit nervous, so how did you kind of compose yourself, especially towards that back end?
Yeah, I felt fine actually going into the heat, and then my first couple of waves, it's quite bumpy out there, so I kind of, don't know, it felt a bit, the nerves kicked in a little bit, kind of shaky legs, but that's pretty normal for first heats, and just luckily I got a good wave halfway through the heat and managed to get another one right at the end that's turned the heat. This is just such a beautiful place. I'm loving being here. It's a little bit difficult today, but it was just amazing yesterday, and can't wait for some better surf during the week.
And this place holds a lot of history as well, and I know as well in the family too, your son took out the Rip Curl Grom Search here, so how does it feel to be competing where your son has had great success?
Yeah, I'm definitely trying to run off his energy that he had here. I mean, he just fell in love with the place, and obviously when you come somewhere, love it, and win an event here, it's a special place for him in his heart and mine, even though it's my first time here. So I'm just going to run off his energy. There's no pressure. Lucas is like, you got to win, Dad. But no, it feels good.
Awesome. Well, thanks for the chat, and good luck for the rest of the event.
Thank you. Love you all, kids. Mwah. Michelle.
Well, Skindog, a family man. He's got Lucas, Lila, his wonderful wife, Michelle. He's got Levin. He's got his stepdaughter, Lucy. He's got a great surfing family, and the energy he would have taken off Lucas's Rip Curl Grom Search world title win here would have been very positive. But what about this from Richie Cravey?
Yeah, it's been a really busy heat, lots of waves. This one's good. He's stretching it out a little bit there, but there was some solid tip time. Nice turn. I think Richie kind of blew a few minds at Huntington, and now he's put a few of the other tour surfers on watch. Unfortunately, he couldn't finish it off, but that was a pretty nice wave, so he'll find some confidence out of that wave. He'll go back out, he'll be patient, he'll wait for another good wave, and he'll put some good surfing together.
Great family vibes here. You know, we've got Kai Salas traveling with his daughters and his wife. We've got Richie traveling with his kids and his wife. We've got Chase with the dad, and that really embodies the kind of multi-generational elements of the longboard community.
That's definitely what the longboard community is about. It's family, all the generations. We love spending time with the elders and surfing with them, and the history of our sport, and then the young guys coming through. Taylor's down here with Nava and his 2 daughters, which is great to see. That's just how it is. We're one big family. We all travel a lot together. We share meals and dinner and surfs, and so it's really good to see everyone here. And it's great to have Richie, someone new to the tour, older guy, been around a long time, but this is his first real crack on the tour.
Up and riding, turned 18 yesterday. Chase Cheech, leader there, gets a nice 10 on the Michael Takayama board. Back up for another opportunity to ride the nose. Kept that line very high in the wave, and that wave just didn't cooperate at the end there.
No, but he's definitely, you can see there's a great surfer in there, and a young guy still learning his craft, but he's surfing amazing. And here's Richie right now.
Taking the hood down, stretching the 5, pulling up for a tight 5. Beautiful angle above the wave there as we see him holding that long, smooth, stylish nose ride, accelerating out of that nose ride there, but not quite walking out of it in the end.
That was a real bummer because he was kind of in a weird spot of the wave where it wasn't really deep, but he had a lot of momentum going forward, which was pretty cool. And then adjusting while he was on the nose, trying to make that bottom turn and then angle off to the side. Just couldn't quite get it together at the end, but that was pretty cool. So we'll see what they do with the score. You can see he's obviously sitting a little bit inside, and that was a little bit sort of off to the edge of the bowl. Kai sitting out the back, he got that opening wave that was fantastic. 7-point ride, the surfing was really on point. Big committed turns, nice nose rides, and here we have a little look now, Chase.
So Kai Salas kicks off with a 7, Chase kicks off with a 2.5 and a 2.67, but look at that backside nose riding, that tight critical 10, and then stabs that turn on rail and takes a fall. But again, what we see from Cheech is skill, finesse, flair. Just turned 18, a huge, bright, positive future ahead for sure.
He does, Sam, and that nose ride then was so nice, really tight. Footwork was really smooth and getting to the nose. So if he can put it together, finish that turn, get a little opportunity on the inside with another nose ride, he's going to post a good score and he's going to put a bit of pressure on Kai. But at the moment, Kai's sitting out there being patient, waiting for the right wave, and the opposition, they're scratching, you know, and not really putting the pressure on Kai. Kai keeps hearing 2-point ride, 1-point ride. It's not ruffling his feathers right now. So the boys need to try, and if they're going to catch lots of waves, they need to finish them. They need to put pressure and build some scores, and maybe even in the 4 and 5 range, and then it'll start to get Kai thinking, oh, should I be catching some waves, or can I keep playing that patient game?
So all to go for, 18 minutes remaining. Kai Salas having a look at this wave, paddling in hard and high, sets himself up. He's looking loose and lively, puts that 9/8 single fin on tail, 4 steps to the trim line at the front there, eyeing up the opportunity for a 5. Beautiful climbing and dropping in the top section of the wave, finds the 5, looking to replace that 1.13, and then climbs up out of that section, but doesn't ride out of it, as we see Chase leader, just turned 18, backside 5 to 10, pedals back to the tail, just straightening out of that foam. So 2 scores to drop, surf fans, but stay with us. We'll find out what scores they are delivered just after these messages. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic here in Australia. Of course, we got Melbourne, the creative and cultural capital of the country and one of the major events capitals of the world. Bells Beach, close to Torquay. We're just down the coast there from Torquay. We got this Jarak is the original name of Bells Beach. It's Wadawurrung country, and it is one of the spiritual homes of not only surfing but competitive surfing, exposed to those dynamic southern ocean swells as we see the Bells Bowl and the Rincon sections being ridden today. Winky Pop, popular with the shortboarders just down the side there. But at the moment, as that tide's pushing in, it's the Rincon section which is delivering some of those beautiful nose ride scores. But then some of the surfers will shift wide into the bowl section, and we've seen some fantastic surfing on the Great Ocean Road as we get those gorgeous sandstone cliffs on display. And it's a joy to be here. And one of the first things I noticed coming in here was that my hair stood on end because I was finally at the home, you know, one of the spiritual homes of surfing.
It's just such a beautiful part of the world, and we're so lucky to be here for the event. And we see here now Richard Cravery getting another one, and he definitely looks like he's sitting a little wider and a little bit more on the inside, but he's doing some good surfing on this wave, so he didn't have priority, so he's just sort of sitting in there picking them off, and here goes Kai again on another nice one.
So Kai kicked off with a 7.0, drops a 3.73 for this wave. Cravey on a 3.23 and a 3.93. Chase on a 2.67 and a 3.10. So this is our heat leader. Looking at the replay of that last score that came in just... We're waiting for the score to deliver for this one, so it will go into his scores, likely to replace that 3.73 and put more pressure on Chase and Richie. But what about the nose riding for our young 18-year-old from Montauk?
Yeah, and beautiful carving out of that turn. Great hang 10 there. Hang on to it.
Nice. That was incredible nose riding, Josh.
And what he's doing really nice too is he's coming out of the turn with a really nice drop knee bottom turn and setting up that line again. So
that was insane. I mean, look at this. Look, there's the 5. Goes into just the trust in his Michael Takayama board through this section, as you know, the way he just knows that if he stays on the nose, he will ride out of it. And then he finishes with that complete turn. How important is it to cleanly go into those final turns, Josh?
I think it's really important to finish strong. You know, start strong, finish strong. And you see in that slow-mo there, he's so much weight on these heels and on that inside rail of his board. Feet sort of on that inside rail of the stringer as well, and then driving off the bottom, getting it on rail, and then finishing it off really cleanly. And Chase has been working with Michael for a couple of years now. Michael identified early on that this kid's special, and so they've been working on boards, working on equipment. This is Chase's first year on the tour. He's going to do the full tour. So he's going to keep working with Michael, keep developing boards. We've got to keep developing boards for different locations. And what a lot of people are riding here is maybe a little different to what they were riding at Huntington. And especially if we get this swell jump through the week and we move into the Bells Bowl, we might even see a different equipment change.
So Chase's dad, Craig, been surfing since the 70s. And of course, Rip Curl, founded in 1969 by Doug Warburg and Brian Singer here in Torquay, and they started making surfboards in the late 60s. And wow, what an iconic brand as we see Chase leader dropping a score, but right now it's Richie Cravey up and riding, looking to replace one of those lower 3s. Sets himself up with some footwork high in the line here. There's a hold of a 5, a nice in and out of the 5. Like the way he kept that back foot in the same position and stepped in and out of that nose ride, but having to kick out of that wave not quite cooperating. Might go into his 2 scores, but he's sitting on scores in the 3 range.
He's just finding it hard to get one of those waves to really take his surfing to the next level. It's kind of just, it's scrappy, but we can see that he can surf so well, and the footwork's clean and the nose riding's nice, and he's getting nice projection out of his turns, and it looks springy and alive. But it's just really hard when you're not putting yourself on those good waves to do good surfing. So Kai, starting with that 7-point ride, it was definitely the best wave of the heat, and then obviously he matched it with his surfing to get the highest score.
Kai travelled with a quiver of 3 boards here. He's got his 9.8 prototype single fin that he's riding here. He's also got a couple of new models, a 9.6 and a 9.4 called the Lava Flow, more of a pulled-in tail board that he might use if the waves get a little bigger. Of course, a lot of the Hawaiians got to experience some of that bigger surf before the event started, but Kai Salas has got a 7 to his name from that opening ride, and it looks like he's going to answer back here. High in the wave, drops down into the bottom of the wave and just bottom turns up high into a 6-step cross step to the 5, walks back to the tail, puts that 9.8 on rail and just glides effortlessly but with power. This is the kind of dynamic surfing that we've seen from Kai for so long, but he continues to be at the top of his game and nearly rides out of that final float.
Unfortunately, he didn't finish that one, but it was looking so good. Kai's one of my favourite surfers. I love the effortless, the flow, but there's so much power without forcing anything. Here we go again. Sort of a late takeoff. It didn't get him into the best step, but this driving out of the bottom turn, realises quick to the nose, nice nose ride through the pocket. It's looking really good so far. Patience, and then drives back to the pocket, rolls off that whitewash, looking good, smooth, footwork. It's just a really disappointing that he just didn't kind of finish it. He clicked with it perfectly. Just as he landed, the explosion kind of came up and couldn't ride out.
So this is our replay of Cheech. Sets himself up there, looking for that open face. Nice and cool, casual, calm, and then kicks out. So there's not going to be a score. He's sitting with a 4.10 and a 3.10. Kai Salas will possibly replace that 3.83, so that will improve his situation, and it means that Richie Cravey needs a 6.91, Chase Leader needs a 6.74. Chase up and riding, nice fade in there, sets himself up, stays high, 4 steps into a 5, cross steps 2 back to the trim spot, back up for a 5, nice 10 on the Michael Takayama board. Knows that that wave didn't have much left. You know, a little bit of a look of frustration that that wave didn't quite open out through the inside there for him.
Yeah, you can definitely see a bit of frustration there. He's young, he's just got to be patient, stay with it. His surfing's good enough, he just got to get the waves. But here's a great Bioglan replay from up above from the drone. It's a pretty cool angle. You can see the reef and the waves peeling down that little reefy, rocky incrop in there, but unfortunately, yeah, it just didn't really happen for him.
You can really see how shallow it is on the inside, and of course what we're starting to notice today is that finishing turn is a big feature of the surfers' rides. A lot of them do come onto the beach at the end and need to have that completed turn, but very difficult to walk out of that final nose ride, navigate some of the bumps and do that turn with control.
And we're on the top of the tide right now, so we're getting a little like the water banging into the cliff and a bit of backwash coming out, which makes it difficult for that clean surfing. So the judges are going to reward that, knowing how difficult it is, that they're going to reward someone that does it with nice, clean, exiting in and out of the nose rides, finishing those turns strong. But look at Kai, he's put on a lot more pressure now onto these surfers with his last wave coming in at 5.17. I wonder if there gets a time where Chase and Richie think about, is an 8-point ride achievable? Yes, it is, because they are great surfers, but there's not many opportunities on great waves. I wonder if they now need to start thinking about, all right, let's get smart, let's get a 6, let's get ourselves back in the game, and then try and replace it with another just over 6-point ride, kind of match Kai with that 12-point total.
And Kai is such a smooth operator. I mean, he's calm under pressure. You would have surfed with Kai in 2009 when he finished 2nd on the WSL World Longboard Tour. Harley Ingleby beat Kai in the final there. What is it like surfing against Kai in a heat, Josh?
Yeah, it's really good. He's got a strong presence, but he's very calm and composed out there, and he doesn't give much away. So he's just out there, he's doing his own thing, he's very confident in his surfing ability. Now he's confident in his boards because he's building these boards for himself. He's getting to test them in one of the best playgrounds in the world in Waikiki, as well as developing with his team. So he's cool, he's calm, especially this year. He's gone down to the Mexi Log Fest with some of the most up-and-coming talent coming from all around the world, and he put on a display and won. Just beat Chase in the final over there, didn't he?
Chase had an incredible soul arch hang 10 in that final, and it was so long he could have had a ham sandwich up there as he repeats that skill on the nose, getting that hang 10 on his Michael Takayama built board and demonstrating his talent as he rides out of that float with control. So he might well replace one of his lowest scores. He's got a 4.10, looking to drop that 3.10, but needing a big score of an 8.
Yeah, you can see the cliff right in the background. Here's the backwash coming off. He's going to get a little slingshot back out the back right now, but here's the replay. Again, the wave, it's not going to give him the opportunities. I'd love to see him get a little more patient, even though he's third priority. We've seen this. The judges have seen this. This is maybe wave number 9 that we're seeing the similar sort of surfing, that it's not going to go and press to kind of give Kai a little bit of a run. But the surfing's good.
And
nice floater.
Walking out of that final nose ride into that float. And that's something that we've seen some surfers fluffing a little bit, but the ones who've come out of that nose ride into that last turn, they've looked super dynamic.
And we've seen that with a lot of the heat winners. We had Landon Smales earlier this morning coming off a big hang 10 into a nice top turn. Carney Ellis Stewart, he was displaying that really clean, powerful surfing. Taylor Jensen put on a display, and now we're seeing it with Kai, picking good waves, good footwork, and finishing those final manoeuvres.
And with that, Josh, let's have a recap. Kai Salas kicks off with a 7.0 straight up into the 5, holding that nice trim speed on his 9.8 prototype single fin, founder of Kai Salas Longboard Company. Really lively off the tail. You can see the concave in the nose of that board as he put that board on rail, looking in control, and then sets himself up with 4 cross steps up to the tip for a beautiful hold on the 5, and then pedaling back to the tail and just controlling the bowl section here as he jams that board on rail, throwing some spray, keeping it elegant, and then just throwing in the drop knee and demonstrating the variety in the repertoire of Kai Salas as Cheech, 18 yesterday, answers back with this, Josh.
Yeah, this is a great wave as well. As you can see, the quality of the wave is a little nicer. Beautiful drop knee turn that we were talking about, straight up to the nose. The Michael Takayama, they're known for that beautiful nose riding and hanging. And there, just a little redirect, loses balance, keeps control, and then drives off the bottom and finishes with another great turn.
So this was his strongest score. But what about this backup from Kai Salas? Added a 5.17 to that 7.0 and put him in the driving seat with stick steps up to the tip, getting that nice 5, pedaling back to the tail and keeping it super lively, that board so buttery on rail. I'm loving the look of this board. It's allowing him to nose ride through sections, but it's generating a lot of drive speed on rail as we see live action, toes on the nose for Chase Leader, looking to get an 8.17 switching stance there. That was a really dynamic, high degree of difficulty bit of surfing, the way he just switched his stance, grew up as a fantastic shortboarder, has now become one of the best young rising stars in longboarding, and you can see why.
Yeah, that was a great wave. He's surfing so well, and that recap, it really showed, didn't it? Kai's on that 9.8. He's a big guy, but it's got beautiful flow and beautiful trim, but then the big power surfing, the Hawaiian surfing coming out of him with those big calves, it just looked really good and really nice, and he's so dialed in right now. But the boys are surfing well. Richie's sort of hung in there. He just hasn't had the opportunity, but I like the patience right now. Only 2 minutes to go. He's going to need to really surf out of his skin. We've seen Kai do some beautiful surfing to only get a 7, so it's going to be really hard to achieve that 8-point ride. But we're at Bells Beach. The waves are long. There's lots of opportunities. So if you get a clean one that opens up, they can do the surfing to get the score.
We're into the Rip Curl 2-minute warning, and it's looking like Richie Cravey is going to get one chance to strike at that excellent range, 8.24. We know there's a lot more to come from Richie. He's had a fantastic season. He won the Coastal Edge Steel Pier Classic in Virginia Beach, and he's up and riding right now. Onto the tip, pedals back to the tail, good acceleration, puts that board on rail, cuts back, deals with the foamy section and kicks out, recognizing that wasn't going to be the 8.24 that he needs.
Yeah, he sort of took off in no man's land. He wasn't kind of up the top at Rincon, but he wasn't kind of in the bowl, so he got stuck behind a little bit. You can see him like in the bottom edge of that left-hand screen. Unfortunately, it just didn't happen for him. But the boys, they'll be happy. They've put on a good performance. They've surfed well. The waves haven't given them the opportunities. They get another chance. They've come all the way to Australia. It's not one first round and you're out. They're going to have another chance.
So, live action, looking for that big score. Richie sets himself up. He's just looking left and right. He's got the hood up this time. Nice high line, good footwork into a 5. Holds that 5, lifts that front arm, pulls up for a super tight 5, and then walks out, knowing he's got a lot more to give in the elimination round. It's going to be Salas who's going to move into that round 3. It's going to be Cheech, Chase Leader, and Richie Cravey who will be moving into that elimination round 2. Congratulations, Kai Salas. Great start to his campaign here at Bells Beach, Victoria.
He'll be really happy, Sam. He's been out here putting in a lot of effort. He's been chopping and changing boards. I feel like that was a great choice today, and he surfed really well.
Well, that was a fantastic bit of surfing, but there's a lot more to look forward to, surf fans. Stay tuned, because we got Taka Inouye from Japan, Kevin Scavana from the US of A, and the young Spaniard from Salinas, Nicholas Nikidor Andrade. We got Shannon Hughes and Matt Janowski coming into the booth. So stay with us, and we'll be right back after these messages.
Beautiful Victoria. We are so honored to be able to spend more time here in one of the surfing capitals of the world, to be able to experience just the iconic nature of everything that this place has available. Shannon Hughes here in the booth alongside Matt, the Waxhead Chinaski. And Matt, it's been great to be able to call to action with you so far.
Fantastic, and mingling with the competitors and having a look at their surfboards and actually chatting to them about whether they're going to sit in the bowl or Rincon's been really fun in between those heats.
Yeah, what's been the kind of feeling between the surfers? Is it quite divided, or is it more lean towards Rincon?
I can tell you, Taka Inouye, although he's sitting out at Rincon right now along with Kevin and Nico, that he had no idea, because he saw waves coming in the bowl and Rincon, and he's a real intuitive surfer. And interestingly enough, we have seen the red jerseys take the lead in the last 3 heats. But Taka, a confidence surfer, he actually likes to put himself up against his competitors, so I won't be surprised if he just follows them around all heat.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting heat. We've got 26 minutes on the clock, 30 minutes for the heats throughout today. The opening round, we're currently in heat number 7 of our men's opening round. We will be heading straight into our women's opening round after heat number 8. So just about an hour before the women hit the water, which is going to be exciting to see throughout the afternoon. There's been some really fun waves that have rolled through. We've seen plenty of good scores in that 6 to 7 point range, with 1 or 2 knocking into excellent range as well.
Absolutely, the judging criteria being bang on, and the judges have been very consistent. They do get a hard rap from a lot of people, but they are looking at those little intricacies, and it's amazing from their viewing platform. They're watching the replays as well. So the scores are taking a long time to log in because they're making sure those little subtleties of the footwork, the transitions, making sure the toes are way over the nose. Is it a 10 or a close 5? All of those things are being adjudicated, which is something that a lot of coaches would have expected to go under the radar, being such a distance from the judges, Shannon.
Yeah, I had a little peek into the judges' tower before this, and they've got the screens in there. Of course, at every event nowadays, you've got replays that the judges are paying close attention to, but they're able to take a look at every one of those waves if they want to, and really start to nail in whether it was a proper hang 5. Like you said, was it close, or was it actually toes locked over? As we take a look at some live action here. So this will be the first wave ridden. Kevin Skavarna still on his knees, just gliding through this section as he's now standing up to his feet. Quick whip around on his backhand, and he'll kick out quickly.
You see that wind really picking up, Shannon. It did go clean for a few heats where they moved over the rincon, but as Kevin was walking down, one of the best local surfers here, Adam Robbo, actually said, move out further. They're 50 meters too far to the left. So I wasn't sure if he was a coach or just giving some local advice, but I'm assuming he was just frustrated seeing them out of position. But Kevin staying busy on the inside, which is what you have to do here at under priority, or at least hunting for a wave.
Well, one person that found plenty of waves in the last heat, Kai Salas. He's been on a roll in the free surfs. Great to see him walk away with that early win here at the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. He's with True now.
Thanks, Shannon. Kai, the conditions are a little bit tricky today, so how important is it to have a heat win on the first day of competition?
Yeah, the conditions were tricky and kind of didn't know what to expect paddling out there, so I just tried my hardest to pick a good one. We got here like 5 days ago, and every day it's been like a completely different surf spot. So this was nothing like we've surfed before all the other days, so it was like, yeah, I didn't know what to expect, so I'm really stoked to make that heat.
And you mentioned it was your first time in Bells. What has, been your favorite part? And you said that you've been surfing a fair bit as well. So is there any consistencies that you've noticed along the lineup?
Yeah, I really like all the local people here. Everybody's super nice, and the food's really good, and this countryside is so beautiful. And when the waves are good, it's really world class, and it's a place some people should come see for sure.
Amazing. Is there anyone that you'd like to say hi to back at home?
Yeah, I just want to give a shout out to my family who's here. My daughter Coral, my daughter Cici, and my wife Alpha on there. Yes. Yeah, and what's up to everybody back home? Hope you're watching. And yeah, stoked.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, True. As we take a look at some scores rolling through, just a 0.5 on the board so far for Kevin Skavarna. And now he is up and riding once again. Nice adjustments off the takeoff. Finding himself a good-looking section, really engaging that rail, using that footwork, which is ultra important, even if it's not going all the way to the nose, but just getting that footwork done in the middle third as he finds himself a second nose ride now. Tight footwork on his backhand as well. Setting himself up here for a clean kick out.
Kevin opting for the diamond tail out there right now, one of his signature models with Infinity surfboards. And we can see a small wave hasn't broken yet, but he's looking for a nice clean bowl here to get to the nose. And an onshore Malibu-esque looking setup here. And a little bit of a rail turn there and setting back up this little stall that he does in that diamond tail to allow him just to get up to the nose again. So nothing of critical nature just yet for Kevin, but little cross step setup and delicate footwork, so ticking those criteria of the flow and the footwork, and nothing of substance, but just building his heat total. Must say also, Kevin is a confident surfer. He's one of the surfers where if he sees someone get a bomb like Tucker, they'll answer back. It's like, if you can do it, I'm going to try and do it better. So these two, I expect when sets come, it's going to be some fireworks.
Yeah, you can really sense that they feed off of the energy of what's happening with the other surfers in the water.
Absolutely. They both take losses really hard as well, because they throw 110% at the heat, and it's that never die attitude. And Kevin is a really proud American and Californian. He's got a lot of people at home watching him right now. I know Darren Lettingham was there. He said to give a shout out to Richie Cravey, a fellow goofy footer. And Kevin's style always reminds me of Darren. Just sort of, it's that quirky goofy foot style. And it's funny when there's a lot of footage these days of Occy and Tom Curran being reversed. And same with longboarding. It's quite rare when you see Joel Tudor go as a regular foot. It feels weird and bizarre, but goofies and natural footers do have a slightly different stance, and it's a generational influence that we've seen come from the 60s all the way through to the modern day. And it's just the way people hold their hands and the inspiration they get from magazines and videos. And Kevin is a real, I would say, and he absorbs what's around him. You can see it come out in his surfing.
Yeah, and he's been one of our favorite goofy foots to watch on tour. He's been competing at this level since 2015 when he was just a Grom. He's had some incredible results to his name as well. You mentioned the likes of Joel Tudor, the 3-time world longboard champion. Kevin's had a couple of losses where he's nearly finally found that first big win when it comes to World Longboard Tour status, but just hasn't quite walked away with it. 2 of those big losses where he's walked away the runner-up have been to Joel Tudor and to Justin Coutal, both world champions. So he's been one of those surfers that's been right there on the brink, and we're just waiting for that moment to see him actually find that winning feeling.
2020 kicked off at the Noosa for that first World Tour event, and obviously the pandemic got in the way of that year. And Kevin was on a roll, coming in second, surfing with a lot of confidence and showing a spark that we hadn't seen in Kevin, but also in traditional longboard surfing for quite some time. But unfortunately, his form did sort of take that downwards trajectory, and it was probably because he spent a year thinking, I'm in second place, you know, I've got a lot of momentum, and that maybe that pressure had built up on him. But it's nothing against his surfing, because he's always so critical, and he's one of the elites.
Down to 20 minutes on the clock. Kevin with a 3.83 for his second ride sets him up in the lead. Still waiting for the first wave of Taka Inui for Team Japan and Nicolas Andrade for Spain as we take a look at the judging criteria.
Controlled maneuvers in the critical section of the wave, combined with using the whole board. Style, flow and grace, and of course footwork is included in there. They don't mention nose riding, but the idea is to use the whole length of the board, and there's Kevin up on the nose right now.
Great execution, using the whole length of the board here as he pedals back off that opening nose ride. Sets himself up here. He's pulled the hood up over his head too after that first wave, just for that little extra wind protection, as he now goes switch stance for a moment to go back to goofy foot to finish off.
And switch stance, not necessarily being a specific part of the criteria, but if it's on, it's on. If it's critical and it shows an element of control and functionality, then it will score. That's often a question that gets proposed from a lot of people who think stuff is a lot harder than it actually is. And here's Kevin up on the nose, a messy, choppy wave, so not a critical section because the wave is quite flat, but this will certainly be better than his 0.5, and he's locked in a 3 on this wave. Switch foot there, lack of control, and a clean finish at the end of it all, but that won't, you'd hope that wouldn't be one of his 2 high scoring waves by the end of this heat.
Nicky Dora with a quick kick in and out to get things started for his campaign. He's been patient throughout this heat, waiting to get into that first wave out of Guion in Spain. It's been exciting to see him graduate to this level of competition. He took out a win at the BF Goodrich Longboard Pro back in Europe, and in the final he took out Ben Skinner, Skin Dog, and Eduard Del Perro. He found the only 8 within that final matchup, and he said it was one of the highlights of his life. He went into that event just looking to learn, really looking to kind of figure out where he sat within that European contingency, and he ended up walking away with the win in a qualification.
A success story with Richie Cravey in that previous heat. We have Nico in this heat, and we have Virgilio in the next heat. These are our qualifiers through the different regions. We have Europe represented here. Previously was the America region and the Asian region with Virgilio, and that is the story of the World Longboard Tour and the WSL opening up longboard surfing to what I call a cultural revolution. We're seeing all around the world longboards being represented.
And we got some Groms down on the beach as well, getting their feet in the action. Cold, icy water.
Brave kids for sure.
It's been fun to see, you know, in the shortboard world, there's a lot of families that are now, you know, kind of on tour. But in the longboard world, it's just a community that's kind of filled with families. A lot of the surfers traveling with their kids and letting that next generation, or even that next generation, really get to experience the likes of, you know, traveling, of new cultures, of new places, as well as getting into the water. As we see Taka Inui now up and riding. He's been out in the water free surfing more than most over the last couple of weeks here. Nice footwork as he sets up the line for a quick hang 10, holds onto that hang 5 for a long time, now pedals off, looking to engage that rail and find a little more power coming out of those setup turns. Goes for the drop knee as he carves back into the section, stumbles, can he recover? He's one that's extremely good at recoveries. And he'll put on a good finish.
Naturally gifted is Taka Inui, supporting his sisters yesterday in the trials event. Of course, his sister Kaidi making it through to the main event. And here goes the replay of Taka Inui. So really using his small frame to his advantage. And you can see him just cruising through this one, up on the nose, nothing of critical nature yet. And he starts to get to work on the inside, and he gets a 10 there, holds it. The judge is going to enjoy that control and sets it up for the inside. Beautiful bit of flow there. And you can see him really pushing through his turns, his arms rotating. And here, lack of control there. So the judge is taking note of that, I'm sure. But finishing and winding up the windows a little bit. So a little bit off tilt on that wave, but a solid opener for him, no doubt.
15 minutes down, 15 minutes remaining, and small scores across the board at the moment. We'll see if Taka Inui can take away the lead with that last wave right after this.
The Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl is brought to you by Bioglan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By Visit Melbourne, official event partner. Plan your trip to Melbourne. By Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. And by Surf Coast Shire, strategic partner of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl.
And welcome back to this beautiful region of the world. We are here in Victoria, specifically just outside Melbourne at Bells Beach, an iconic surf location that I think most surfers around the world would be very familiar with, whether they've had the opportunity to travel here or just watch some incredible footage dating all the way back to the 60s. As we take a look now at a little bit of action that happened during our break with Nico.
Nico, yeah, just coming unstuck on that wave, and this wave, Bells Beach, reminding him of Morocco, actually. I know Portugal gets a lot of similarities thrown in there, but first thing Nico said yesterday, sharing a session with him, reminded him of Morocco and some of the waves that he surfed there. So not completely unfamiliar to a lot of the surfers. And of course, how could you not know Bells Beach being part of that Easter Classic celebration? each year as part of the WSL World Tour, dating back to 1962, where we had Glenn Ritchie take the win back then, a Northern Beaches boy, and that trend continued with, we had Doug Andrews taking a win, we had Mick Dooley along some of the men, but of course yesterday, just hanging out, we had some absolute legends just hanging out all the way up, previous Bells champions checking out the trials there at Torquay, and it was amazing. And some of the women coming up, I have a little surprise. We might have a former Bells, 10-time Bells champion checking out the women's later on.
Very exciting. It would be amazing to have Gail Cooper hanging around the contest site today.
I was going to keep it a secret, but...
I think there's not much of a secret when it comes to the 10-time champion at this location. Down to 11 minutes on the clock. And a couple of threes on the board for Kevin Skavarna. A 4.57 on the board for Taka. Sets him up into a good position. It didn't put him all the way into the lead. Would have needed, you know, a high 6 to get that. But he is now chasing just that 2.26 to take the lead.
It was certainly the best wave that we've seen ridden in this heat. It's gone a lot more quiet. We saw Kai Salas in the previous heat pick up a 7-point ride on a wave that actually popped up and came to him. He didn't search for it or wait for it. I was quite surprised to see that wave go all the way. It took off in between Rincon and the bowl. It was just one of those gems that, or nuggets, where if you wait for it, you will never find it. So
Taka now up and riding, quick to the nose. Took him a while, you know, that fade in on takeoff. Then finds a fast hang 10. Drives back into the section, whips it up in the top. Just right there in the lip of that wave. Sets himself up here for another 5 to 10 combination. Quick footwork, drop knee, and can't maintain that control on the finish. Putting in a lot of effort on that wave without quite finding maybe that connection and flow.
And we see the replay here. This is the Bioglan replay, and Taka just petting the kitty there, trying to get that inside ledge. So a forced nose ride behind the section. Loss of control there, a little bit of a wobble, and as he trims through the section, you can see him really trying to manufacture a score out of this, which he does need. A little levitation. This was great, controlling the nose ride 5 and up to 10, so the judges will appreciate that. And then here, very activated and animated with his hands, and incomplete at the end. So a missed opportunity at this point in the heat, but he will improve his situation at the moment, only needing a 2.26 at this stage, so he'll likely go to first, Shannon.
Down to 9 minutes on the clock. Scores to come through, like you said. Just a small requirement for Taka, and he gets it. It's a 4.17. So that does change the situation. Means Kevin's chasing a 4.91, which is not a big score, but it's more than a point higher than his top score at the moment.
And Rincon's a tricky wave through Goofy Foot, just trying to find a creative line, and it runs fast without the wave itself being super hollow, as we see Max Weston preparing for the next heat. He'll go into this as one of the favourites, although Edouard Del Perro on a right-hand point, somewhere that's not too dissimilar to some of the waves in the south of France, but Max carrying a leg injury, so stretching that out, we'll monitor that and see how he fares in this next event on that Thomas surfboard.
Do you know with that leg injury if he's been able to spend some time preparing for this event, or has he been out of the water for a little while?
He's tried, pretty much out of the water though. So yeah, yesterday I was speaking to his parents, and they saw Billy up there, and they were watching him prepare, and said he's doing all right considering. So well, it couldn't be too bad walking along those rocks. He does have booties. We saw Ben Skinner earlier doing the barefoot hop, but there's a lot of terrain to cover. We have the grass, we have the concrete up here in the car park, then we have the wooden stairs, the cold sand, grass again, and then these rocks, and it gets slippery out the back, Shannon. So
yeah,
cross country.
It is absolute cross country, bit of a race here as we see Max Weston walking across the rocks.
And why would he be walking up the rocks, Shannon?
Yeah, to get himself into a better position paddling, he'll be able to pop right out at Rincon rather than having to paddle wide around the bowl, especially with these onshore winds. I'm sure you've noticed, but I noticed so early this morning just on first light that some of those wider sets, they're just crumbling and wiping out the entire lineup.
Yeah, and you're just trying to scoop out behind the break and really take that first priority too, without having to feel like he's manhandling his way through that priority selection. But pretty harsh though.
Yeah, being able to gain priority early is always important. Kevin Skavarna got himself started on the first couple waves, hasn't found any big scores, but has him sitting in that second place position.
Yeah, Kevin staying busy early, but now waiting, realizing that those mid threes aren't going to get him the win in this heat. Great surfing though. looking very onto it, precise. You just see his eyes concentrating with that balancing act, 4 steps up to the nose, and just a lot of setup work, but the judges rewarding it a 3.83 for that.
Taka found himself with a couple of 4s, has put him up into the lead.
Taka definitely on the better waves for sure, and it's just a few bubbles in between that are keeping the scores low, but the judges appreciating the technical driving of this nose ride, and that's been a highlight of his performance. But his turns just coming unstuck, bit of flow there, which the judges will appreciate too, but see how animated it is with the hands and really trying to perform maneuvers, and the judges are enjoying when they just come naturally and you don't have those wobbles and bobbles.
That's his higher scoring wave, the opener of a 4.57. He then backed it up with this 4.17. Found a little bit more difficult to find that flow within.
Once again, all the points coming from those nose rides where he drives through this section. He sees some scoring opportunity, a lot easier on your forehand than backside this wave, and gets to the nose here, drives through that whitewash. Very technical nose riding there from Taka. Naturally talented Japanese surfer here. The highlight of that recent swell was Taka airdropping into the Bell's Bowl, and he's up again, Shannon.
Up and riding once again, looking to hold on to that lead, put some more pressure against Kevin Skavarna, someone that he's battled out many, many heats with in his career. You can see Nico with a paddle out the back as Taka perched from that cheater 5 up into the 10, but can't find that projection to come out of it.
And Taka's never one to hold back. We've seen him for many years, dating back to 2018, 2019 in Taiwan, just going crazy. And here he goes, up on the nose. So really nice nose ride skills here on the chop. Nothing critical there, so the judges kind of just kicking off scoring about now. And then he holds it, stretch 5, bang, into 10. Some levitation, a nice perch, but lack of control there. So they'll deem that incomplete.
Incomplete based on the fact that there wasn't that control coming out?
Correct, yes. He fell walking backwards off the back of the wave. So beautiful composure there, hands by the side for a moment. And does he finish this one? And he does. So maybe one of the better waves so far. And that, I'll tell you what, he's really close to the rocks there. So Taka realizing he needs to complete, and he did that, so we have a few scores to lock in.
All right, so that last score was a 3.17. Now the replay that you just called is a fresh wave. Of course, we could see that on the finish. And we'll have another score to roll through as Kevin Skavarna is now up and riding, chasing at the moment a 4.91 to get the leading position and advance straight into the round of 16. Great positioning as he rolls through to the inside here. Looking really confident on that Infinity surfboards and puts on a nice finish as well. So plenty of footwork, getting some nose rides in, also engaging the rail a bit. That board just looks so wide in comparison to what we're seeing from some of the other surfers.
It is. It's a wide board. It really is. And that was Kevin's best wave yet. And you can see the fin in that board is a traditional Australian style fin, a George Greeno inspired fin, wide base and a narrow tip, Flying Diamonds signature fin. But what that'll do on a wide board will make it flick through your turn and really release, which is what he's getting off the bottom. Here goes Nico with his anti-back using priority on this, Shannon.
Vicky Dora now up and riding, using priority, as you said, wax head. And looking for that first nose ride. Quick, locked in 5, sets himself up here for a second one. A lot of bump on the face of these waves. Looking for those little pockets that will pop up on the shallow sections of the rock here and allow for those critical moments. Beautiful surfing from Nico.
He didn't feel it though. I saw him just sort of like maybe a click of the fingers, but I thought it might have been more of like a disappointment. But here's Kevin's replay. We'll see that fin in action. So you can see just changing direction on a dime. Excuse the pun, with the diamond tail, and he steps back up again onto the nose, and here just pivoting it through and then quick release back up to the nose. So technical surfing there from Kevin, and he gets the 10. Both feet were over the board, over the toes were over the nose of the board, and it was one of those side hang 10s we see so often from goofy foot surfers. And Nico here, the wave isn't broken, Shannon. He's way out in the face, so nothing of scoring nature here in the critical section. He's gonna go to the nose. Very flat this one, so he used priority on this, and he knew he just had to pull the trigger because all the other surfers are building a heat total underneath him. So quite sleepy, and 3 touches to the nose. It'll be his best wave yet. And a little 5 and 10 you see here. He knows that wasn't going to be, hopefully, one of his best too, but a minute 50, tell you what, the writing's on the wall for him.
With the Rip Curl 2-minute warning going off, we got less than 2 minutes on the clock. Skvarna now up and riding again. His last score, 3.87, doesn't take him into the lead. It keeps him in second, now chasing a 5.37. He's getting some more work done here, really needing to capitalize on a bigger size wave, something with a little bit more consequence to it that also then allows those good pocket sections for nose rides. Good looking wave as he's coming through to the inside here, looking for maybe another opportunity to just try and put on some sort of finish or ride out onto the sand. Chasing a 5.37, it'll have to be the best score of the heat so far, Matt.
So this angle will tell the tale. So a wobbly wave, stepping up to the middle, driving through the section. He's looking for a nose ride, and he gets there. So that's a hard nose ride section, Shannon. Very skillful, but it doesn't look very pretty for the judges. And using a bit of rail, but a lack of control there. So a lot of these are just tail turns, setting up, pivoting, waiting for the nose ride section, and a nice drop knee redirection. And this wave just didn't give him anything. So I'm not sure if it's going to go 5.37, Shannon, and finishing in the foam. So unfortunate last wave there for Kevin, but he gave it his all.
Down to 30 seconds on the clock. Taka sitting in the lead. Was able to really capitalize on big swell throughout the week. Got a great feeling of what Bells is like here on the very best of days, as did so many free surfers. As we take a look now at Nico up and riding, 20 seconds on the clock. He has chipped away at his requirement. He was chasing over an 8-point ride before that last one. The 3.03 is now setting up chasing a 6.21, but that wave won't do it for him.
No, unfortunately, but Taka carrying a lot of confidence. 5 seconds to go. It's hard to hear that requirement, so he may not know that he was in the lead, Shannon, but full of confidence after that swell. And I'll tell you what, it's not just surfers in the water that were delighted with his performance, but around town. He's been this bubbly character, and a lot of locals asking me who this Japanese surfer with a big smile and his sister's around. I knew exactly who it was, and it was Taka Inui just lighting up Torquay with his smile.
Well, a great heat underway for Taka Inui, and he walks away victorious. We'll see his sister, Kaede Inui, paddling out later today as one of our wild cards. We've got more action to come. Final heat of our men's opening round, Eduard Del Perro, JR Esquivel, and Max Weston hitting the water right after this.
Colapinto boost.
Yes, that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing, yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring, it's that time again. Don't wanna win, I'm cutting you off, cause it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing, yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring, it's that time again.
Felipe Toledo just unleashing.
The Rip Curl WSL finals are coming up soon. September 8th to the 16th, single day, winner take all for the world title. That's going to be a very exciting event scene. We're going to see a similar format for the very first time in longboarding later this year at Malibu.
We are. We're going to have a final 8, and at Malibu of one of Southern California's longboarding gems, the pipeline of longboarding. And I'm looking forward to see who can make that cut. And you know what, Shannon? There actually are a few surfers, if they do well in this event, who may even secure their spot prematurely.
Very exciting. We could be announcing those later this week as we take a look at some action during the break. Max Weston found part of Bells.
Beautiful transition turn there from Max. And just a little bobble there of that backwash. And he's on a brand new Thomas surfboard. So a surfboard probably more suited to Huntington Beach than you would see for Bells. He rode a big old nose rider there. And some smooth surfing there with JR from the Philippines there behind him. Look at that inside section for Max. Sets it up, 4 steps up to the nose. A little bit of a wobble, so that knee maybe giving a little bit of grief. But that turn looking amazing in those transitions. And this one will go all the way to the sand. So a rare gem of a Rincon wave there for Max. Does he finish? And he does on the sand. So an amazing kick out there for Max.
JR from the Philippines, getting a piece of the opening set as well.
All right, setting up this inside. So this is where we lost him on that previous camera. Driving through the middle of the board there, and he's in the foam. So footwork, nose control, a little bit of a wobble too from that backwash as he carves it through to the inside of Rincon. We'll see what he's got left there. And he's looking very activated, calm and cool. Look how relaxed his arms are. And smooth surfing from JR, our Filipino qualifier from the Asian region, and a nice finish there. So great openers from both our surfers, Max and JR, with Eduardo Del Perro out in the red singlet, opting to stay out there and wait for something that I'm sure he knows is out there, because he is a very savvy competitor.
Yeah, he's been, keenly getting into the water, warming up, getting all those just moments of trying to figure out this break on different days, different tides, especially how much the break changes here at Rincon, specifically when it's that, high tide push where it tends to be a little bit better. There's low tides where it can be maybe a little bit more tricky. So we've got scores to come through across the board. With priority, it's Eduardo Del Perro, who's sitting way up at the top right-hand side of the screen towards Rincon. We've got 25 minutes remaining in this heat. It'll be the finish of our men's opening round, and then we'll be heading into our women's opening round.
Just watching Max here on the inside, under priority. You see those waves, Edward can't see them. And often at Rincon, you are sitting on the outside ledge waiting for those really good gems. But a fantastic opportunity at this spot in particular. Under priority, you can pick up a really high-scoring wave. Kai Salas did it earlier with that 7-point ride. I couldn't believe it. Just watching it from the platform, Shannon, he's paddling back out, and this gem just popped up, and it was inaccessible to the surfers at proper Rincon. It was just one of those in-between tidal moments. Right place, right time. So something that a lot of competitors coming up should be having their eyes on, that inside section.
Oh, I love that little bit of insight, figuring out, the changes to this break as the day goes on. A 6.83 drops through for the opener, Max Weston, and he's going to set himself up in the lead. Rogelio J.R. Esquivel of the Philippines with a 4.83, also a great start given the context of scores in our last heat.
Yeah, definitely a good start for Rogelio. Not getting the hang 10, just a couple of hang 5s on a bigger sized wave, but a nice dynamic finish. Most of those points coming from the end section. And Max, smooth all the way through, a couple of wobbles and bobbles, but he managed that wave really well, and it was the best single wave that we've actually seen come through in the last half an hour, Shannon, and he surfed it well.
Yeah, thinking about him having that injury as well, it would be such a boost, like that mental boost, that confidence to know if you get the right wave, you're going to have all that scoring potential, rather than fighting through on some of those smaller waves that don't have as much opportunity like we've seen over the last hour. But if you can find yourself on the best wave that rolls through, it's kind of a given. If you surf it well, you could find yourself into a great scoring position.
Look how clean this face is too, Shannon. A little foamy, but super clean. I'm really enjoying Max's approach here, just staying really busy.
All right, takes off a little bit behind the section. Doesn't quite make it to the nose, but paddles back to really engage a powerful turn. Sets himself up for a second. You see how much spray is coming off that top turn as well as off the bottom, showing the power that these longboarders are surfing with. A couple quick steps there, can't make the connection through that flatter section. And he does raise the hands. Now, I've had a chat with a few of the surfers. I know they've been communicating with the tower as well. And it's very difficult because of this onshore wind to hear anything from the beach announcer actually out, at the takeoff zone, way out there at Rincon. So a lot of the surfers have been asking if they can get those situation updates right when they're on the inside. The moment they kick off of a wave, they can hear it. That little protection down inside the bowl has allowed, that sound to still carry through to them. So we're going to see more of those surfers waving their hands in that space.
Absolutely, and they have to know the requirement. This is a professional event, the second event on the World Longboard Tour. Although these surfers are trying to surf with, in a calm, collected manner and keep their composure relaxed, the idea is that they're putting on a performance for the judges, as opposed to trying to perform as many maneuvers as possible. This is not about the tricks, Shannon. It's about showcasing a variety of surfing, tail, nose, middle of the board, cross steps, and it's really just like a creative performance that the surfer's putting on. And the judging these days is encapsulating the whole wave, the whole ride. So I really liken it to a performing art where you start with a perfect score and it's up to you to keep that almost. And it's not necessarily specifically what you do as a trick, but it's where and how you manage that positioning of the trick, because everyone can hang 10, everyone can do a turn at this level. It's just about the style and the flow and the connection between it all.
Yeah, I love that part of the conversation with longboarding, that it's about painting the canvas of a wave. You got this wave in front of you, you're the artist, you get to, put your work on display. And it's one of my favorite things about getting to witness the world's best longboarding.
And in shortboarding, same thing. Depending on the waves and where you're at, there's always a couple of different methods to diverge your technique, and that's where coaches need to come in and show their surfers different equipment and different approaches. Perhaps historically there's a certain surfer that matches the body shape. I know Max Weston being relatively lean and with an athletic style body, there's a lot of surfers in the glory years of the 1960s that had fantastic performances, but underground. You would not have seen a lot of this unless you know a lot of those films like Hot Generation, and you know where to tap into the Australian titles that were held here in the Bells Beach Easter Classic. Some great performances happened here on longboards, but you have to know where to look.
Down to 20 minutes on the clock. We had a bit of a scrappy heat in that last one with Taka Inui scratching away with the lead. He's down with True Starlet.
Thanks, Shannon. Congratulations on a heat win, Taka. Is there anyone that you'd like to say hi, and thanks for watching too back at home?
皆さん応援ありがとうございます。ずっとショートで憧れていた CT の舞台のベルズに来れて、とても嬉しいです。しかも今回妹の楓も参戦しているので、この後も引き続き応援してもらえたらと思います。
Awesome. Thanks, Taka. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much. I'm sure Taka has a massive fan base tuning in back at home. He's such an accomplished longboarder, but he's also a very accomplished shortboarder and stand-up paddle surfer. So he's got a large contingency that follow his journey.
Add foils, add finless,
literally anything.
Bodyboards. The guy is a complete waterman. He calls himself a waterman now. So he should, because he's so naturally talented. And I think we're all waiting for that break for him in terms of the sponsorship world, to see more of Taka in good quality waves and see more of him around the world. He's just such an infectious character, but he's an amazing, talented surfer as well. Ben Skinner saying to him as he's paddling out, or just before his heat, paddling out, saying, hey, I've got one of these boards for you next season. So it's really nice that Ben's going to be looking after him. And he got some fins from Ben Skinner as well, some Flying Diamond fins when they were down at Huntington, because he lost a fin as well. So very humble in nature, the Inuis, and it's such a pleasure to see them around the contest site.
I love hearing that from, someone like Skin Dog from Ben Skinner, who's not only competing and could very likely walk away a world champion this year at the level that he's been competing at for the last few seasons, but he's also a shaper, and there's so much of that conversation that comes in specifically to our longboard community that's very unique and different to the Shortboard World Tour, the Championship Tour, the Challenger Series, where you're not seeing the shapers competing out there on their own boards. It's very different in longboarding.
Last time we saw that was 1981. We had Terry Fitzgerald. We also had Simon Anderson, Mark Richards, all on self-shaped surfboards, thrusters, singles, and twins, along with many other competitors, Shannon. All of these surfers were used to make their equipment. The best shapers were the best surfers generally at any given break. And a lot of surfers here, guys like Maurice Cole, Shannon, those guys surf shortboards right throughout the era, from single fins, twins, thrusters to quads. Now someone like Maurice is shaping everything from 6 foot to 9.6, even my own 10.6 gun, with all sorts of fin configurations. And those guys have adapted throughout the years as well. But also, having surfed here back then, there's so many different ways and faces to bells, so it's really nice to see the longboarding come back and surf Rincon for what it is. But Goofy Footer's been having a hard time here. In that previous heat, we saw that. But Regilio starting off that 4.83. I think if he can get a critical nose ride, a hang 10, his smooth surfing at the end will look really clean.
Yeah, it's just going to be about that wave selection. We've got 17 minutes on the clock, and we're currently in our second event of the 2023 WSL Longboard Tour schedule. Matt, you were there at the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic. Of course, we've got the Surf City El Salvador Longboard Classic coming up next month, end of September. And we'll be finishing it off with a top 8 surf-off for the finals at the Malibu Longboard Championships.
A one-day event, most likely, Shannon. Just a strike mission to get the best we can out of Malibu in early October. Can't wait for that, and hopefully we get some good wins as well.
Very exciting. Exciting stuff to come this year on the WSL Longboard Tour. We've got more action coming up right after this.
Taking off on this one of Rincon.
Fourteen minutes, 22 seconds on the clock, and Rogelio J.R. Esquivel is up and riding, looking to find himself a 6.37 to move into that leading position over France's Edouard Del Perro. Edouard fresh off a win at Boardmasters just a few days ago, it feels like. So he's got that winning streak feeling coming into the second stop of the World Longboard Tour, but we'll get back to that as we take a look at the replay here for JR.
Lovely opening nose ride there for JR, and back up onto the nose again. So a little touch 10 there. Beautiful smooth turn, setting up the inside bowl here of Rincon. And there he is, our Filipino, just carving it around and waiting for the end section, just keeping activated and then tapping that one off the top. So a nice little click to finish and a smooth wave. Searching for a 6.37 now because Edouard Del Perro opened up with 2 waves in the break. So a long time to wait. 4 steps back. And smooth transition, Shannon, up on the nose. Another nose ride there. Beautiful body composure, soft. Carving that one through, a little more activated and snapping that one through the turn. A nice drop knee slash and finishing cleanly. So a great opening wave there from Edouard.
Scores to roll through for last of JR, but Edouard's got a 5.53 that he opened with, improved with a 5.67 on the board, has him sitting up into the lead. He was the 2017 runner-up to the world title to Taylor Jensen, on his way to winning one of his 3 world titles. And Edouard's been in that conversation very consistently. He's also adapted his style of surfing really well to the way that the criteria has shifted over the last 5 years or so. And it's no surprise to see him sitting in the lead. But it's not a big gap that he has above Max or JR at the moment. Max just chasing that 4.37 to get himself into the leading position. And he's sitting with priority. We saw him earlier on, before we went to that commercial break, kind of sneak up the inside of everyone else, sit with third priority, and now wait out his turn.
Interesting as well, remember Max Weston started with a bang with that 6.83, and we saw him walking up through Rincon, up along the cliff there on the base to secure that position. So starting early, Edward now trying to sit on Max and knows that Max has got that higher single wave and only needs a 4.37. So both of these two ironing out their plan. Probably not a bad option for JR to be sitting in the bowl under priority and try and find something of substance. And I think the bowl's a little more conducive to goofy footers, offering a bigger rail carve where the Rincon bowl's so hard to fit those maneuvers in on your backside. As we saw in the previous heat with Kevin, surfing great, but just not getting the scores.
All right, the wave he's been waiting for, Max Weston up and riding. Beautiful S-turn to start, low crouched into that speed section in the top third of his board. Nice bounce off the foam as he throws that stall in to kick out. So would have been hoping that that wave would have held open just a little bit more for him.
Perhaps a bit of pressure from Edward sitting behind Max, and that's what can happen at Rincon. The waves that have a slight wall on them do close out with the bowl, so you really need to look at those ones that do carry but don't have a section that's going to wall up and close out like that. It is really tricky to find those, Shannon, so unfortunate mistake there for Max. You see here, beautiful opener, carves it back, waiting to step forward, hits the ledge, and it just closes out on him as he does that foam climb. So he won't better his total in that one, I'm sure. So just the 3.5 was his backup, and this one looks like it's going to come in under at a 2.77.
From our perspective, it looked like it was going to shape up to be such a spectacular wave. Some of those waves have been kind of hitting the shelf at the right angle and hold open across that entire section. Although there's quite a few that have been shutting down, especially with this, onshore breeze that we've had throughout the day.
We do see it in the shortboard events too when it's run at Rincon, wave selection being so crucial, and waiting a long time doesn't necessarily translate into a good quality wave at Rincon. It's one of those waves where you have to keep busy and adapting to the conditions. Half an hour is a long time on a short or longboard. And speaking of longboards, that's something unique that you don't see in shortboard events. The surfer's standing up on it, looking up over the waves so they can see what's coming.
Well, they've got a plank, an absolute plank underneath their feet. Can balance on flat water most of the time for the longboard. So great vantage point to just kind of sneak around, see what's coming around the corner. It's great here to have those kind of indicators looking farther south as well to see what waves are breaking.
It was a great camera angle then. We saw that little rock boil in between Max and Edward, and that's actually one of the takeoff ledges where the wave jacks up. It looks like there's nothing there. You just be patient. You see a small little wall, and they're in the perfect spot. See that to the left of screen there, just a rock formation, and that's that little sucky rock that you can sit on, and it breaks, but it can catch you off guard too. You can nosedive. You can run to the nose in that section and it can drop out on you. I saw Roisin Caroline on a great wave yesterday. I'll tell you what, she won't make the mistake because she was on the nose and nosedived with the section.
Yeah, I got caught off by that boil a few times in my surf yesterday. But we've got True Starling out and about somewhere around the contest site. What's up, True?
Thanks so much, guys. I'm here with Angus from Bioglan. And Angus, you guys have a great initiative with Feed Me as well. Talk to me about what we've got going on today.
Bioglan's proud to be partnered with Feed Me Group. We've got a soup of the day going. It's healthy, it's warm, and it's all about keeping people healthy and warm. So all proceeds are going to Feed Me, a fantastic organisation. So come down and get behind it. We'll have a different soup every day.
Amazing, and I believe as well you've got a couple of proceeds going if anyone purchases a few Bioglan products as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So every product purchased at the event, $5 will go to Feed Me, and it's a nice little sponsorship for them as well, so they can do the good job they're doing.
Amazing. Thanks for the chat, and I'm sure we'll speak to you again soon.
Great. Thanks for having me. Cheers.
Thanks so much, True. Great to catch up with Bioglan. I love that initiative, especially, you know, to have soup on a cold, wintry day like this. It's the perfect initiative to get everyone involved, to keep us feeling healthy and nutritious here while giving back to a great cause.
Bioglan, they had me. I walked in there, and although it's catered the company to most people over the age of 40, there's supplements for everybody and vitamins, depending on whatever walk of life that you're in. So if you are down here at Bells Beach, go and check out the Bioglan stall there. Angus is very informative with the products, and of course Tom Carroll, one of the former champions out here at Bells Beach, but also just a power surfing genius. And he alongside guys like Wayne Lynch, really took power surfing on their backside to another level. And we can't forget Mark Occhilupo, one of the most powerful surfers of all time, definitely putting in a performance that most surfers still to this day envy. It would win you any Bells. Even maybe not so much on a longboard, but I tell you, if you can turn like that, the judges would have to give you a score, because it was so incredible, that skins event in 1997.
Oh, what an incredible, you know, moment to remember in surfing history here. Take a look at Edward, having a little look, has priority, decides not to go. Max Weston under second priority, takes off a little bit deeper here. Nice little jive as he sets up that first cross step, pedals back quickly as he drives through the rail. Quick little kind of hang five, but not actually there, just a tap. Looking to set himself up here on a glassy section. Beautiful looking wave. Another great turn as he sets up for that nose ride here. Staying really kind of classic in his style the entire approach. He's looking to improve that 3.5. Where's your, you know, kind of gut feeling right now when it's looking to maybe that 4.37 requirement?
Chasing a 4.37, he definitely surfed to the score. I really look forward to breaking this one down, Shannon. Very technical, and he reminded me of a certain Harrison Roach with his very measured tempo on that wave. And Max has always surfed like that, though. Prior to Harry winning a world title, Max always known for his silky smooth style across short and longboards. And we saw a heat between Kylis Flint and Max in Huntington, and I was just alluding to Max's technique with Mitch Salazar about how he's actually very much over his board through his turns. And here he goes here. Max Weston just carving this one through that ledge we spoke about before, stepping on that tail and carving, using the rail, carving it back, almost little touch five, and stepping forward using his footwork, cross-stepping back to the tail, little pivot turn, up on the nose again, so clean footwork and use of the whole length of the board, carving that one a little sharper back in the pocket. Max Weston, he does finish cleanly as it runs away, grabs that rail. So judges have been quite strict on their finishes, but beautiful footwork. I think it'll be right there, Shannon. It just depends on that finish. Love that. Just snapping it through that momentum. See that transition of back foot and front foot surfing. Straight back up. De-weighting in the middle of the board, middle of the wave. A speed nose ride, and it just ledging out here without a leg rope. Max's sans leg rope. It's tricky on the inside. Here's Edward.
Edward responded pretty quickly, so he had priority before that last one, then opts to use this one. We've got a score to drop.
Wow, power carve back into the foam, so a little more activation than Max's wave there before. So of course Edward out on the lead, just looking to drop a 5.53, holding that nose ride. And both surfers surfing what's in front of them, anticipating here. You see the squat go down low and falling off, Shannon. So you see him getting low there, see him pouncing for the nose ride. The judge is taking note of these little moments and holding it, stepping back. So great slow-mo there. And he's just activated again, looking for another nose ride with that chop and that carbon stringer and that EPS foam looking very corky. And then what happens here, he just nosedives a little bit. So unfortunately coming unstuck, he was well on his way to bettering that score, I think. Not to be left out, we have JR too. So that one hitting the ledge, hanging on. So the judge is noting a lack of control, but pin dropping, and he'll regain priority out the back.
That was a very committed opening nose ride. Like straight down the face, bowling out, as you said.
And needed to do that. Max got the score. A 4.43, so just got the score. As I said, he surfed to the score. The judge is not appreciating the end of that wave as it ran away from him. I feel like if he had a clean finish where he kicked out with control and authority when he wanted to, that might have gone into the fives. But Edward, a 0.5 was his previous one, and we'll wait to see what that one locked in at.
So down to 3 minutes on the clock. We can see the women paddling out. We'll be heading into our opening round, heat number 1, with Sophia Culhane, Caitlin Mickelson, and Crystal Hewlett being the first women to be hitting the lineup out here in the Jersey. Shannon and Matt, the Waxhead, here in the booth, having a great time calling the action as we see Max Weston sitting in the lead there with a 2 minutes and 37 seconds on the clock. That 4.43 was just enough to get him above Edward Del Perro. Now, Edward does have another score to come through. He is chasing a 5.60, which will just be shy of his high score at the moment. And JR Esquivel of the Philippines has put together some great heats throughout this season. He's currently sitting on just a couple of 4s, but prior to this event, he took out the win at the La Union International Pro back at home in the Philippines. He took out the win at the Padro Longboard Classic, a 3rd place finish at the Huntington Beach US Open, and in the ISA World Longboard Championships earlier this year, he walked away with the very first medal for the Philippines team across shortboarding or longboarding ever. Walked away with a copper medal, but put together a performance that really could have won him the event.
And he's got Pinoy fans all around the world supporting him and tuning in right now. Shout out to La Union and all the longboarders back there. A fantastic longboard culture they have going on there. And there's a competition in the north that's on right now. And I'm sure a lot of those competitors are on their phones tuned in to this event right now. So the next generation watching their hero, JR, competing and representing that Filipino flag at Bells Beach.
And talking about, you know, that culture of longboarding, that celebration in La Union, I know that when JR had made it into the finals at the ISA World Longboard Championships, they got a huge projector up and they had like a town viewing party in La Union to be able to watch him in the finals. So great support coming in back at home. He just hasn't been able to find the score. Max Weston just
oh no,
dives
his
in.
board's behind him.
His board's behind him. He's body surfing at the moment. So nosedive, falls. There's a set coming just behind as well. Edward kicks out, possibly because the board for Max is floating right in front. And what a way to shake things up on the finish.
The drama, Shannon.
It's
That's
all
what
here.
happens
It's
when
happening.
we have wipeouts, no leg ropes. So Edward and JR actually almost looked like they were going to go get his board for him. And that sucks. There's a high tide. You see Max swimming in towards the left there. Your board gets smoked up against the rocks.
Oh, it's
the
caught in the
pain.
water.
So
There's gotta
keep
be some
filming,
of the crew.
keep filming. And the
Some of the
dinghy
crew's
repairers
gonna
in
be
town are licking their lips.
Sprinting
They
down to try
can't.
and
You
grab
can't
that.
sprint it. It's on its own. No, it's all right. It's hit the shelf. So there's some big rocks about 5 feet away. There it is.
Oh, no.
So I hope his leg's okay as he comes in, round this one out.
Wow.
The Huda goes in the background. So bit of sand over that reef, thank goodness.
Oh, we'll see how this
That
next little
beautiful Thomas
line of waves rolls through,
surfboard.
though. Oh, no. It's going to connect. For sure it's going to connect.
Not the tail, not the tail. The nose is okay, but you don't care about nose dings. Tail, oh!
No, that's right behind the rock. Yikes. Well, impressive surfing. Edward Del Perro scratches away with a lead on the finish. It's Max Weston in second, falls into the elimination round, as well as JR. And there he is. He's gotten to the
It's all
board.
good.
Hopefully no dings.
And he
Got
took the
more.
win.
He's taken
Oh,
away
did
the
it?
second.
Second.
Unfortunately, he doesn't get the win. It's Edward who gets
Insult
the
to
score.
pain.
Well, that's it for our men's opening round for today. It's going to be the women's opening round up next with Sophia Culhane, Caitlin Mickelson, and Crystal Hewlett. It's going to be very exciting to watch. Sam and Josh coming in the booth right after this.
The Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl is brought to you by Bioglan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By Visit Melbourne, official event partner. Plan your trip to Melbourne. By Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. And by Surf Coast Shire, strategic partner of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl.
Welcome back, surf fans. Pleasure to have your company as we see Edouard Del Pero from Biarritz, France, who just took the heat win, rounding off our men's round one, as we now kick off our women's round one with Sophia Colhane, Caitlin Mickelson, and Crystal Hewlett coming up. I'm Sam Bleakley, joined again by 206 WSL World Longboard Champion Josh Constable. Looking forward to seeing the women coming up.
Yeah, it's exciting. How quick did the morning go? We finished up with the guys in a really cracking last heat, and now it's exciting. We've got young Sophia, who's been looking really great, surfed great last year, so it's exciting. We're going to see some great ladies heats today.
And of course, Sophia's family from this area. Her mum, Sarah, grew up round here, went to school round here, and kicking off, it's our South African Crystal Hewlett. She gets the first wave up to the nose on the 5. Crystal Hewlett grew up surfing the perfect right-hand point breaks of Seal Point, Jeffreys Bay, Bruce's Beauties. She's from the St. Francis area, and of course, Hewlett's Reef, named after her grandfather, Leighton Hewlett. So Crystal will get a score to drop, but it's a tough heat with Caitlin Mickelson and Sophia Colhane. Sophia, this is like a second home to her. Sophia's mum grew up here, went to school in Geelong, and if Sophia wins the world title this year at 17, she will be the youngest world champion, just beating Rachel Tilley, who was a slightly older 17, and Soleil Erico, who was also older than Rachel at 17 when she won her first world title.
And it's no... she hasn't kept it quiet, has she? She's going for it. This is her year. She really wants to be that youngest world champion.
On the Michael Takayama board, Sophia Colhane, beautiful setup there. Nice, smooth, solid footwork up and back from that nose with elegance, with grace, with control, and eyes up that nice tight 5 and pulls up for a really clean 10 and kicks out. But what a great display of composed, classic stylish longboarding as Crystal Hewlett sets herself up for this clean wall and kicks out. Those two women will be close together in the paddle battle for priority, leaving Caitlin Mickelson from Del Mar out back. Caitlin, a mum, her son Maddox and her husband Niles will be tuning in. But what about this replay, the footwork from Sophia Colhane?
Smooth, composed, looking really calm, which is surprising because she's so young, with such a big goal this year to be the first world like the youngest world champ. But this hang 10 here, that was awesome. So she's looking great. And then Crystal as well, she's looking composed. Yesterday afternoon she surfed on the high tide at Rincon. She was looking really nice and calm. That footwork, I like that, turning off early, finishing up, realising there wasn't going to be much more action to try and get priority.
On the Dane Peterson Pito built board, it's Caitlin Mickelson. Nice opening 5, just looking for the reconnection on this wave. A doctor of physical therapy and owner of Peak Performance. Beautiful nose ride through the inside section there again for a 3rd touch of the nose, and then a nice smooth foam climb, just in control the whole way. But talking of control, somebody who really kept themselves in that heat and took the win, it's Edouard Del Pero. He is with True.
Thanks so much, Sam. Edouard, the conditions have been changing a lot throughout the day. So how do you prepare for your heat when things never stay consistent?
You have to keep watching the ocean, and yeah, just I've been looking and a little bit out surfing this morning, early morning before the ceremony, and in fact it changed a lot. Like, it's getting pretty small and it gets really inside the peak, like in Rincon, so you can have to sneak in the little ones that are holding more. And yeah, that was the game plan.
And you've taken 2 boards down as well today. What was your decision between board selections?
Definitely took the bigger one today, just because it gets a little bit soft with the high tide. So just to make sure I can still nose ride in like a little bit flat section and kind of still have some speed throughout those sections. So yeah, that was the choice. And in fact, I took the other one just because we finish in the short break, and if you just break your plug or anything, you have just another one to go.
And would you like to say hi to anyone back home in French?
Ouais, ben, bonjour à ceux qui regardent. Je pense qu'il est très tard, il est 3h du matin en France. Mais si jamais vous êtes debout, peut-être mon père qui s'est levé pour la série. Merci de regarder et voilà, ça continue à vendredi.
Thanks so much.
Merci beaucoup.
Très bon. Edouard Del Pero looking incredible there. I know his brother Antoine will be tuning in as we see live action. Sophia Colhane will look to drop a score. She'll have 2 waves. This is also Crystal Hewlett's second wave. She kicks off with a 4-1-7 and a really exciting roller coaster there from the middle of the board. Doesn't quite walk out of that, but commitment, definitely going for it for the South African.
Totally. That was cool. That was really cool. That was a nice finish. She didn't kind of finish it off, but here's Sophia. Just, I love the patience. You know, consistent, big carve, back to the pocket, waiting to know. She knows that she's going to get those big scores on the nose. And that Michael board just really helps. Here she goes again. Boom. Nice little 10 back again. So the footwork's just really clean. The judges are going to really like this. The wave's not amazing, but it's nice surfing.
Yeah, it was just so smooth and elegant. But what about this from Crystal?
Crystal again, nice fade. You can tell she surfed right points a little bit with that nice setup, dropping and climbing. Nice little cross step and now back up to the nose. And it was just this end bit, maybe a little bit, she was a little bit concerned. She got a little wobbly there, lost her balance. That's maybe a little bit of the board, having a little rolly bottom in these bumpier waves is a little tippy. And then here, knowing Sophia was right there, maybe couldn't complete it.
So she kicks off with a 2.83 to add to that 4.17, waiting for a score to drop for Sophia Colhane. Mum Sarah grew up here and went to school in Geelong. And so that means that Soph is half Australian, but of course she's also part of the Queen's crew in Waikiki. Started surfing age 4. Her brother James will be tuning in back home in Hawaii, and she's a rider of those gorgeous Michael Takayama boards. They all call him Uncle Mike. He'll be tuning in, watching Soph put on a show. Oahu born and raised, but those family links here to Victoria will make a huge difference to Soph's campaign through this week, Josh.
Yeah, she'll feel really comfortable having a mum here, which is pretty special, isn't it? To come back to your sort of home, birthplace for her mother, spending time here, going to school. They'll have some great memories and creating memories on this trip, and that's what it's all about down here in Australia and this area. It's a real family-friendly area, and yeah, they're having a good time.
So that was Caitlin Mickelson, 3 times North American WSL champion, up on the tip on this second wall here. She went to the middle of the board, but it was that second trim line that allowed a double nose ride there, 2 5s, but not connecting through to the inside section. So Caitlin will add to her 3.87. Sophia drops a 4.53, so she's out there in first position. Crystal Hewlett is waiting for a score to drop, and she needs a 4.66 to move up into first. Caitlin Mickelson needs a 4.96. Crystal's score comes in at a 3.77, doesn't make the difference, keeps her in second. Now Caitlin needs pretty much a 5 as we see the aerial footage just generating that lower tide opportunity to give the surfers a little bit of a decision make. Do they go across and surf the bowl, or do they stay closer to the cliff and the reef and surf Rincon?
Yeah, it's a hard decision. We're right in that middle tide now, so tide's definitely running out. We are going to see some more sets in the bowl, but I think still at this time, if I was in the water, I'd be surfing Rincon, sitting nice and deep, and just waiting for those mid-sized ones that hit the reef and run all the way through. As you can see, the wind there's backing off a little bit. Sun's shining, so it's cleaned up a little bit. So it's nice conditions for the ladies right now, and really looking forward to seeing them go at it in this heat and in the next couple coming up.
So typical of that dropping tide there. We're just getting those kind of smoother inside sections. 18 minutes remaining. It's these 30 minutes heats, those top 2 waves, that panel of 5 judges dropping those scores, looking to judge those controlled maneuvers in the critical part of the wave using all of the board and all of the wave. And it's that mixing it up, that use of the footwork, those critical tens, those nose rides through sections that have really been making a difference for the scores so far. But we've got 17 minutes remaining, all to play for, and we'll be right back after this short break. Supporting the event in the Surf Coast Shire. As we see one of the local surfers, we've got Molly Powell. She'll be coming up in the next heat surfing against Soleil Erico and Luana Suarez from Brazil. So, of course, Molly was the winner of the Vic State competition that allowed her to earn the wildcard spot here. How powerful will that local knowledge be for Molly, Josh?
Yeah, Molly's a great competitor. She's been around for a long time and competed on the Australian circuit for many years. So she's solid surfer, and she's going to know this area well. Unfortunately, today the conditions are tough and a bit tricky, so local knowledge doesn't come into play as much. But she's a great surfer there with Maddie Shea, who's a local as well, great shaper, and spends a lot of time out here. So just getting some reinforcement from a friend to where to sit and what to do, which is pretty cool.
So Maddie Shea, Pale Horse Surfboards, based in Ocean Grove. And of course, Molly also has been an Australian national longboard champion. She also works as a park ranger. So she's got that intimate connection with the Victorian coastline, culture and landscape and history. And I think it's going to be such a joy for her to be out surfing with the best here at Bells.
Yeah, and she'll hold her own as the event goes on. There's going to probably be some nerves because she hasn't competed at this high level for a long time, but she's going to be super excited. I saw her this morning. She's got a young child now, so she said she was up a little bit last night and bit sleep deprived, but she's looking forward to it and she's ready to go.
Yep, got an 18-month-old, so that's a really incredible opportunity for Molly to put on the show as the local wildcard. Caitlin Mickelson, also a mum, her son Maddox is at home in California, and right now Caitlin Mickelson is chasing a 4.96 to move up into first, as we can see that Southern Ocean swell continuing to come in, and that beautiful watercolor going into that bright blue as the sun starts to shine, with Sophia Colhane shining brightest with that 4.30 and that 4.53. But what we've seen from from Sophia is just composure. She's been here training at Bells. She knows this iconic coastline very well, and she's already surfed Rincon and Bells Bowl in a variety of conditions, as you can just see us moving over Winky Pop, moving into the bowl section and then seeing the surfers closer to the Rincon section.
This Melbourne flight cam is just sensational and gives you a really good overview. You can see the cliff there, so we're moving in, the tide's running out so that we're not seeing that wave break up and smash on the rocks and wash back out.
On her Dane Peterson built board, Caitlin Mickelson live action up for a nice stretched 5, cross steps back, and beautiful cutback from Caitlin there. Sets herself up on a clean wall, nice roll of the toes over the tip, accelerates into that turn, walks out with control, puts some spray in the face as she kicks out, as that wave just gently allows her to sit back on the board, and she's chasing a 4.96, and she certainly demonstrated a really strong bit of surfing on this wave. Smaller, Josh, but dynamic.
Yeah, she surfed really well. There was a nice nose ride in the middle and finished with that great turn. So let's, driving through the pocket a little bit there. Just, this is sort of set up work. Nice and composed, like you said, small wave, but that was nice. A little bit steezy on the nose and then a big jamming carve. So I think the judges will like this one. They might not like the size of the wave, but here we go.
4 steps to the tip, live action. Sophia Colhane, incredible control, nice carving, cut back again on a high line for a beautiful 5 with the palms loose and open, and her body really graceful as she pops a 10 on that 3rd nose ride wall and keeps the trim speed, and then just walks to the tail and elegantly but powerfully rebounds and climbs and finishes that re-entry with that beautiful combination of style, flow and grace.
That was awesome. That was really well surfed. Great maneuvers, great patience. Sitting on, you can see the little boil that gave her a little chip shot in, straight to the nose, then back, and just that turn. It's just smooth and flowing and letting the wave do its thing. Great nose ride there. Judges are really going to like this wave. Got a little caught, but then it just popped up and straight into a hang 10, so the judges will like that too.
And the way she walked into that last turn, again, that's been a hallmark of some of the stronger rides today, Josh. Out of that last nose ride with control, walking into that finishing turn, which is proven to be quite important on the bigger scores.
I think so. It's just that leaving a great taste in the judge's mouth, and they love that. And here we go with Caitlin.
Stalling, staying high in the wave, kicking out. Caitlin Mickelson looking for that score to come in, and it comes in at a 3.60 for her last wave. It wasn't the near 5 she needed to move up into first. She drops a 1 for that last wave, won't go in her top 2. Judges will now have the opportunity to study the replay of Sophia Colhane. Of course, they'll have those reference points of the 4.3 and the 4.53 that she has already dropped. Where do you think it'll sit relative to those scores?
I feel like there was a little bigger wave, a little cleaner, a little more open face carving, great nose riding, finished really strong. I feel like it's going to go into her best wave of the heat, and it might put a little pressure on the other surfers.
So much composure from Sophia, of course. She finished 3rd at the first event of the World Longboard Tour in Huntington. She lost out to Kelis Kelio-Paha, who went back-to-back with her 2nd Huntington win. So Kelis, her good friend, is currently our tour leader, but Sophia sitting in such a strong position. And of course, she finished 2nd at Malibu last year, losing out to world champion Soleil Erico and dropping a 6.50 for that last score. So that's going to feel great when she hears the announcer delivering that score.
And you see a couple of judges going into the 7-point range there, so they really liked that one. It was a clean and patient and big maneuvers, so her surfing is looking unreal, and it has the last few days, and it's just nice to see them with the rashi on and continuing that momentum that they were getting in the free surfs. It's a shame sometimes you see these surfers surf so well in the free surfs and the warm-ups, and then not be able to deliver on the main stage. So she's doing awesome. It's great to see.
So this is that 6.5 that really made the difference, adding to that 4.53, Josh, and it was just that flow and that dynamic 10 through the middle of the ride.
It was, and this just here, this is just, it's so smooth and so gentle and flowy and nice. The judges love it. She's for someone so young, she's got so much composure.
And look at the way she looked up at those sections. See the way she's eyeing everything ahead of her. This woman knows how to surf point breaks. That was really interesting, the way she was dealing with what was ahead of her, but she was also looking to see what was down the line as we get live action. Caitlin Mickelson chasing a big score now, a 7-1-6, and a good carving cut back. Caitlin Mickelson in 2010 finished second on the WSL World Longboard Tour, and she demonstrates why she's still at the top of the game, moving through with footwork and a combination of rail work and tight critical nose rides and great cross-stepping out of that final 5.
It's a shame she couldn't quite get that board up on that lip line and finish with a nice roller coaster rather than carving out of it, but this is a nice looking wave too, Sam.
So this is Crystal Hewlett, our 2022 WSL African champion there, qualified through that region out of South Africa, again using that footwork, stretching high, flexing between the cross steps, smaller wave, chasing a score of a 6.86 after Sophia dropped that 6.5 to add to her 4.53. So Crystal needing an attainable score, but Caitlin needing that 7.16, waiting for those last 2 scores to drop, Josh.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how we go. I still feel like they're not sort of matching that wave quality of Sophia's. The surfing was nice from Caitlin. She was getting on that tail of the board and really pushing and driving hard through the turn. But it's going to be interesting to see, and we can see some action on the outside.
So Sophia Colhane very deep on this section, and you could see from the takeoff where she was positioned, and then the body language. She looked down the line, recognized that she was not going to be able to link that up, and she knows that she's looking to replace that 4.53. So she decided to kick out, but further down onto the bowl section, we've got Caitlin Mickelson perched in a 5 and a critical 10. Really strong nose riding from Caitlin, and look at the spray and the flow and the finesse and the power from that rail and tail, and then just climbs, and again looking to ride out of this floater and right onto the beach. Strong surfing from Caitlin, chasing an attainable score of a 6.21.
Wow, that was an exciting finish. It is pretty psycho in that inside bit, so hopefully she's okay. Checking everything out, but I like that wave. She picked up, I think that might have been Sophia's wave but down the line. So great big carve there. Comes out of a nice little cross step, good control, and then finishing it off here. She got a little bit stuck, but she was a bit hesitant. Should I take it on? And there she goes. And I think the judges are going to reward that as a finishing turn. There was nowhere else to go. It was dry sand, but
it was only sound left, wasn't there? I mean, that was really strong. And like you say, it was interesting how Sophia was so deep, and it appeared to be the same wave that Caitlin actually was able to take, but it had a lot of scoring potential. But do you think it's going to be enough to get her up into the 6s?
It's really hard because it was down the bottom. I'm not sure if she got enough work done on the wave to get it up to that score where Sophia's is kind of the benchmark at that 6.5. We know she took off on the outside, she carved, she nose rode, she hung 10 through the pocket, so I still think that's the benchmark. But it might break it down a little bit, Sam, because Sophia's sitting on that 11 points total. So maybe it's a stepping stone if it's around a 5 or a 6 mark, and then it'll reduce her backup score. So hopefully she can sort of maybe chip away at it.
So it looks like Sophia's having a little check of this wave, but in the meantime, let's have that recap of Crystal Hewlett out of South Africa, 2022 SA champ. Up onto the tip there for her 4.17, pedaling back to the tail, of course, from St. Francis Bay, used to right-hand point breaks, the likes of Jeffreys Bay, Bruce's Beauties, as she sets herself up with some nice tight footwork, and then just taking the fall there. But Sophia so composed on these rides, Josh.
And this is the difference, and this is why the scores are becoming a little higher for Sophia. It's really clean surfing, it's nice and crisp, but she's completing everything and she's finishing it off and just getting those extra point or two to go into her solid scores.
And great reference of using your vision, you know, looking ahead, but then looking further and mixing it up. And her general body language is someone who's always in control of the moment. The nose rides are upright, but the turns are powerful. But what about this from Caitlin Mickelson?
And this was Caitlin's really nice wave. This was a 4.83, so she was driving hard off that turn, which was really nice. And She's just, and again, patient, but she's been doing this a long time. She's really confident. She knows her ability. She knows her strengths, and she's going to drop that back into that back foot right on the over the fin and really drive those turns. So the beautiful surfing, and then we saw her do similar surfing on that bigger wave, but it was on the inside. But it looks like the judges really loved it because it had more size, a little bit more power. She put that lot of back foot into that turn and finished it up on the dry sand, and look at that score, Sam.
Comes in at a 6.57. So the last ride of Caitlin has changed the situation. It's put her into first position. So she's got a 4.83 and a 6.57. Sophia Colhane has now moved into second, chasing a 4.91, as we see Crystal Hewlett on a really big wave, pressing the eject button, chasing a 7.23. We're getting close to the Rip Curl 2-minute warning, 2 minutes 35 seconds remaining. Sophia not currently out back, might not even get the opportunity to get out back in these last 2 minutes to chase that 4.91.
Yeah, it's a crazy situation right now, and we're noticing it too. The tide's starting to run out. Those little runners at Rincon are starting to disappear, and there's a few more closeouts, as we just saw Crystal take off on that big wave and it shut down.
This is interesting, Josh, because at Huntington in the first event of the World Tour, Sophia also didn't win the first heat, but it didn't matter because she generated momentum from that first elimination round. As we move into the Rip Curl 2-minute warning with Sophia Colhane on your screen, chasing a 4.9 because Caitlin Mickelson, sitting wider on the Bells Bowl, picked up a wave that gave her a 6.57 and moved her up into first.
So a minute 43, there's still plenty of time. We've seen lots of waves coming through. We see her sitting halfway on the point right now. I'd love to see her really commit, not drop her head and shoulders yet, really commit, get out the back. Her surfing's so good. She just needs that opportunity. And minute 30 seconds now. Looks like Crystal's having a little look at a wave here, possibly.
So Crystal Hewlett with priority, chasing a 7.23. It would have to be the highest scoring wave of the heat, which is so far a 6.57 from Caitlin Mickelson. Very similar score to the 6.50 from Sophia Colhane, but Caitlin gave that wave everything, you know, even taking that final turn pretty much onto dry sand.
Yeah, and the judges rewarded it. So here we go. Like there's still time, you know. We've got 53. Crystal looked like she went up and down there. Unfortunately, had priority, so she probably handed that over now to Sophia. Now it's Sophia's turn. 45 seconds to go. Clutch moments. These are what you kind of get excited for in these heats, Sam.
So she did have an opportunity perhaps with that last wave. I'm not quite sure if she could have scrambled into it, but she just wants the Southern Ocean to cooperate here and send her a wave in the dying seconds. 25 seconds remaining. You can see by the way she's paddling in, she's probably aware there's nothing on the horizon. She's just really crossing those fingers, but body language demonstrates that she feels there's nothing coming through, and it'll most likely be Caitlin Mickelson who books herself a spot in round 3, and Sophia Colhane and Crystal Hewlett will be reseeded to surf woman on woman in that elimination round 2. As we see the strike of joy from Caitlin Mickelson, she's stoked.
That's awesome. That's really good. She surfed great, composed, and threw it together at the end, and really that dry docking, that last maneuver was probably the extra half a point that she needed to advance past. That was a great heat. Great opening round. Crystal looking really comfortable in these waves, so it's good to see, and Sophia's going to bounce back for sure.
We'll be right back with Soleil Erico, Luana Suarez, and Molly Powell live from Bells Beach.
The Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl is brought to you by Bioglan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By Visit Melbourne, official event partner. Plan your trip to Melbourne. By Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. And by Surf Coast Shire, strategic partner of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl.
Welcome back, surf fans, out in the water on the beautiful, stunning Victorian coast. We have our reigning women's WSL World Longboard Champion from the US of A, Soleil Erico, up and riding on her Thunderbolt model boards as she gets a second nose ride into a Type 510 and takes a fall. She won that world title at Malibu on home turf for her last year, 2022. It was her second world title, the previous one in 2018, one in Taiwan. Coached by CJ Nelson, and looking at this replay, Josh, she looks dynamic, but she does take a slip at the end.
Yeah, she was looking so good, really committed, like she would have been going through the paces on that wave going, yes, I've got the 5, now I've got the 10, I'm starting to walk back and I'm starting to put a score together. And unfortunately she fell, but she'll come back bigger and stronger for sure.
So from Anglesey, Molly Powell up and riding, Vic State champion, former Australian national longboard champion. I can hear the beach erupting. There's a real kind of let out of joy there as they see their local legend having a really good go at it, as we see Luana Suarez from Ubatuba, Sao Paulo in Brazil, one of the rising stars of South American longboarding. A nice second 5 into a really nice 10 on a very wide nose board. You know, beautiful rail work there. This young woman, extremely skilled, and we can expect bright things from her in the future as our reigning world champion, Soleil Erico, riding the Thunderbolt Velvet Hour model, looks to add to that first score and looks extremely stylish and strong.
Yeah, and super focused on this wave because she made that little mistake on the first one and didn't want to repeat it. She didn't want to get into that rhythm of sort of that falling, so she was committed. Looked like she did a great nose ride on the outside. Here's this replay of Molly. She got away to a good start too. Nice and smooth, patient, big carve right now, and we heard the beach erupt over that turn. Setting it up now and unfortunately slipped off the front. And then Luana was looking really good on this wave. She's couple of big calves, opening up those arms and really rotating those shoulders and looking good. Big hang 10. So this wave's going to come in really solid score. She surfed it really well, kind of finished it, rode out. I don't know if she had great control, but it was a good start for her.
Yeah, so if we were going to criticize one feature of Luana Suarez's surfing, then perhaps it was control. There was a lot of dynamic surfing, but once she brings that finesse and that flow between those 10s and those rail engagements, then that might really increase the scores. But what about this from Soleil, straight onto the tip?
Nice little 5, tight 10. Just playing with it, just patience. Nice footwork for another 5, back up there again. Just looking comfortable, looking like a world champion.
Moved to Malibu, age 15. Currently studying a major in early education and film editing in San Diego. Of course, her dad Danny's here on the sand cheering on, and I know that her mum and her sisters, Vera, Athena, Jolly Bird, they'll be tuning in back home in the USA. And CJ Nelson's here with her. She used to be coached by Taylor Jensen, now working with CJ. She got 3rd at Huntington, the first event of the World Longboard Tour, losing out to Honolulu Bloomfield. So she will be looking to build on that, kicking off with a really strong result and certainly building confidence coming into Victoria.
Yeah, and I know I was speaking to her the other day. She's been working closely with Ryan Engel on some board designs for here and through the Thunderbolt technology sort of program. And obviously with some great guidance from CJ, who is one of the world's best. So she's got some good people in her corner. And the board was looking really nice under her feet the last few days, and she's looking good in this heat now as well.
And great for Molly Powell to have her shaper on the sand. Of course, Matt there from Pale Horses Surfboards based in Ocean Grove. We saw him earlier watching. She's riding his boards as we see Soleil has a look at that. Doesn't paddle for it. Molly sitting out there with priority. She dropped to 1.93 for that wave. Had she not slipped on that setup for the nose ride, there was a lot more scoring potential on that wave.
There was definitely. She was looking really good. So talking about her shaper on the beach, Maddie was also in the trials yesterday at Torquay Point and put on a really good display. So here we go. Whoa. Unfortunately goes down on that one, Sam, but that one, we haven't seen many sets for a little while. Well, kind of like Caitlin in the wave in the heat before, got that bottom bit of the set wave. So a lot of power, a lot of juice out there when those sets come, and she's not scared to have a go. So hopefully she can get one of those, get in control and put on some of those big turns. It'll be really impressive. We're still waiting for her first wave. I think they're deliberating. They know it was great surfing, but they're just not sure where to go.
Yeah, there was a lack of control. There was fives, there was tens, there was turns, but the way it was linked together, perhaps style and flow, didn't feature so high in it.
Yes, and they're just still trying to figure out this. It's early on in the heat. We're only 8 minutes down. Haven't had that many opportunities yet, but yeah, it's pretty impressive.
She was the winner of the Saquarema Surf Festival in 2023 this year, rising up, following in the footsteps of one of her heroes, Chloe Calmon. And it's great for Chloe to know that there's this youth talent now emerging in Brazilian longboarding as well.
And I think that can only help Chloe as well, seeing this youth coming through, and they're energetic, they're fired up, they're focused, they're going to really push hard to push Chloe, which is going to elevate Chloe and make her work a little bit harder and push. Interesting thing was that event that she surfed in Huntington was one of her first international events. No English, couldn't understand the scoring, so it was a pretty, just thrown in the sort of deep end over there. Here we go. What's going on here? It's a bit of a tight one.
So it looks like Molly Powell kicks out of that one. Soleil Erico doesn't take off. Scores coming in for Luana Suarez. Like you said, when she had that first event of the World Tour season, she got a 9th, losing in the round of 16. She beat Kira Molnar at a Noosa in the elimination round, and she, she really did put on an impressive performance. And somebody who just put on an equally impressive performance, Caitlin Mickelson, is with True Starling.
Thanks so much, Caitlin. That was a pretty amazing heat, and you seem pretty puffed coming upstairs. It looks like you got pretty drilled down on the shore break.
Yeah, I was really excited to come away with that win. There's some great talent in that heat, and so putting it all into my last wave and getting the score that I really wanted made me super happy. So all smiles coming up those stairs.
And you had to say goodbye to your family, but you were just saying before that you're in a house full of some really great girls. So how is it to be with them and feeding off each other's energy and hopefully, pushing each other to get to the top end of the draw?
Yeah, it was definitely hard leaving my son. He's 2 and my husband behind. We were just in Hawaii having a good vacation, so it was really hard to get motivated to leave them. But I have so many great friends here, and we have a nice house, and we do have great energy going. And, we're just helping each other pass the time and staying confident and motivated. What feels good.
And being here in Bells, it's got such a rich history as well. So how is it to have a longboard event here and to be able to compete?
Oh, I'm so excited to have a longboard here. I've been watching the shortboard for so long, and I've always told my husband, God, it looks like such a fun longboard wave. They should just host us side by side. So I'm really excited that they actually put an event here. When it happened, I was like, no way. This is like a dream come true. So definitely motivated to make it to the end.
Awesome. Thanks so much for the chat. Katie, do you want to say hi to anyone back at home?
Hi to my husband and my son. I hope you guys are having fun chasing trash trucks and stuff. I miss you a lot, and thanks for all your support.
Brilliant stuff. Big shout out to Maddox and her husband Niles chasing trash trucks. That sounds dangerous, Josh.
Just typical kids, they just love that sort of stuff. And I know I was speaking to Caitlin the other day, and she was FaceTiming them, and they were down the park on the slippery slide. So they're having a good time. They're probably missing their mum, but they'd be super proud to see how good she surfed this morning and put on a great performance. And for me, I'm happy to see her progress through that heat because she is a good surfer, but here we go.
Incredible down carve turn then from Soleil Erico. 6 steps up to the tip, gets that opening 5, but that down carve turn with the spray coming off of that wide point back on the board, that was dynamic, and they were the types of rail turns that gave her an edge in Malibu to win her 2nd world title that last year, and I loved that ride that she's just delivered for us, and the scores could be really strong.
And finish cleanly, which was really key. Nice little nose ride at the end. She got that 5.5 for that 2nd wave that was and a subpar wave, but the surfing was so good. And here's this replay.
So it's a fantastic setup, but Josh, what I love is the way she linked up this down carve. Talk about that transition from nose rides to rail turns here.
Yeah, no downtime, so she just walked straight back, understanding her board, really comfortable with it, getting her foot right over that tail of it, and then jamming that carve. It was really good, Ben. She did a beautiful fade on the outside and got that nose ride. So she's done 2 massive manoeuvres that the judges are going to love, and then just cleans it up nicely on the inside, little tip ride.
And really quick footwork out of that tip ride. No shuffling, all footwork, but fast footwork to get back to the tail just to come off that last nose ride.
Yeah, that's going to be a great score. I think the judges are going to really appreciate that. Big manoeuvres done on the outside, beautiful smooth surfing through the middle, and just kept it clean. That's what they want to see. That's what longboarding's all about. Clean surfing, big manoeuvres. We don't have to rush. Just get everything done in the right part of the wave.
But what we saw with Caitlin Nicholson is also the degree of difficulty. The fact we saw Sophia Colhane surfing with composure, with a clean aesthetic, everything very sharp and dynamic. But Caitlin ended up getting that bigger, wider wave on the bowl that just gave her that wow factor that made a tiny bit of difference for her.
Yeah, definitely. And been competing for a long time and riding a little more performance boards, you could see she jammed it on the tail and really put a lot into that turn. And the judges really appreciated that one of Caitlin's, as did Soleil just then. So that down carve that you were talking about, it was really nice. So those 2 big manoeuvres on the outside, middle bit, there was a lot of downtime, but it was really linked together beautifully. And the judges are going to like it. It'll be similar to what her last score was.
And talking of links, stay with us because we'll be linking right back to the conclusion of this heat real soon. Definitely recommend visiting Victoria, an incredible coastline, Melbourne, the 2nd biggest city in Australia, and the creative and cultural hub of this wonderful country as we see local stylist Molly Powell up and riding, adding to that 193, nice and lively through that midsection there, puts that board on rail, elegant surfing, kicks out. She'll replace that 0.7, most likely improve on that 1.3. Soleil Erica in the lead with a 5.67 and a 5.50. Luana Suarez out of Ubatuba, Sao Paulo, Brazil with a 4.67. She's looking to replace a 0.53, but Molly will be pleased with that performance on that last ride, Josh.
Yeah, just to build a little confidence. It probably hasn't been the start that she was hoping for. So just to put a wave together, it's come in at a 2.5. It's going to improve a little bit now. She'll try and drop that 1.93 and keep pushing on. But Luana, I like the patience. Here we go. Just the patience on this wave too. Little tip time, stepping back. Must be such a cool feeling to be able to surf out here at your local break in a big World Tour event like this with all our friends and family on the beach. And you can hear the crowd in the background really enjoying the surfing.
Beautiful finishing turn there. Kicks out, looks for a score. She needs an 8.67 to move up into first. So at this stage in the heat with just under 30 minutes remaining, what would be the strategy for Molly?
Molly would definitely be thinking about breaking it down. She's going to have to, I think she's going to struggle to get the 8.67. She's up against some stiff competition. She's up against current world champion Soleil Erico. So for me, I would be saying, stay nice and calm. Get yourself right up onto that little boil of rocks up there where you can get some nice ones at Rincon. Do your best surfing. Try and break it down into sort of 2 5.5-point rides, and that should kind of help her get out of that sort of situation of chasing a big score. And as for Luana, she started off strong, really good wave. She then took that really big wave and really tried to push it, but got bumped off. So she's got priority. She's staying nice and calm. But for her, I think she needs to get going now.
Dirac is the original name for Bells Beach. It's Wadawurrung country. And of course, we're acknowledging and thanking the Wadawurrung ancestors and people, because that's where we are. And this country covers 10,000 square kilometers and includes coastal areas between Aries Inlet and Werribee, and extends inland to cover the towns of Geelong and Ballarat and the surrounding districts. And it really is a striking stretch of coast. And all of these women putting on a great show, but it's Soleil Erico, our reigning women's world longboard champion, sitting in the driving seat. It says a lot, Josh, when you can come to the second event of the season as the reigning world champion and still put on this strong show.
Yeah, and that's just a world champion, isn't it? They can adapt to all conditions, all locations. And Soleil's still at a very young age. She's got a really bright future ahead of her, but she's surfing like a seasoned pro, that's for sure. And she's just here, just floating around the lineup, just trying to find that location. She's looking back to the beach, so she's probably got a coach, CJ Nelson, in there, trying to steer her around to get her in the right position, but here we go.
Live action, Luana Suarez from Ubatuba, Sao Paulo, Brazil, looking to replace that 0.50. She needs a 6.5 to move up into first. She's not going to get it on that wave, but she's now left Soleil Erico, who's got a 5.5 and a 5.67 out there with priority. But there's just over 10 minutes remaining, so there's opportunities for Luana and Molly. And like you said, Josh, it's more about getting those 2 scores perhaps than going for that one massive near excellent range score.
Yeah, totally. And Luana, she was patient. She's probably gotten a little cold sitting out there because that breeze is chilly, the water is fresh. She's probably not used to surfing in such cold conditions. So she got a little stiff and a bit locked up there, but hopefully now she'll be in third priority. Hopefully she gets a little bit of work done, finds some rhythm, finds some flow again, and starts working on it.
So Molly Powell, she won the Vic State Championships at Point Impossible, just up the coast here. You know, there are so many great waves in Vic State. You've been coming here for a long time. I mean, there really is a massive variety of spots to surf.
Yeah, I've been so fortunate, Sam, over my career, the last 20 years, coming down here and spending a lot of time, a lot of time through the winter and chasing waves. And these guys are so spoiled. It's so known for Bells Beach and Winky Pop, but either way, in both directions, on the other coast, there's beautiful waves. But Point Impossibles, it's a phenomenal ride. And a lot of the guys go and spend their time there. It's a great longboard wave, very longboard friendly.
So hence the name Impossibles. It seems to be the antithesis to a longboard friendly wave.
Totally, yeah. You think it's going to be fast and dredgy and psycho, but it's not. It's a really beautiful, well-timed. Ben Considine spends a lot of time there. His dad Lee, they're always there, and it is a great wave.
And of course, Torquay Point hosted the Trials event yesterday, and again, a great right-hander.
Yeah, we saw some great surfing yesterday, and the waves were really good. We had a nice offshore breeze yesterday, nice clean swell lines. So there's so much opportunity here, and if people want to get beach breaks and tubes and reef breaks, they've got it all. But look who we have here, just kicking back, nice and relaxed, like a true champion.
Already a multiple world champion out of Hawaii, Honolulu Bloomfield, standing there with her partner, a fantastic skateboarder, but up and riding right now is Luana Suarez from Sao Paulo. 4 steps up for a 5. Cross steps back, keeps that board trimming, sets herself up again with 4 steps to a 5, to a long hold of the 10. Love the way she dropped the arms on that 10. Again, a nice section of a quick 5, and then climbs back to the tail and right out of that. Chasing a very big score, a 6.50, but that was pretty dynamic.
Sam, I love that one. And it's funny, isn't it? She doesn't have priority, takes a little pressure off, starts searching the lineup and finds a beautiful wave.
And it was cleaner with her body language. We saw on that opening ride of a 4.67, you almost felt that the scoring potential and the maneuvers were worthy of something higher, but the judges recognized that there was a lack of flow between those maneuvers, whereas that wave demonstrated a lot of control and flow.
Yeah, and timing. That hang 10, she timed it so well, and the board kind of locked in and she held it for quite a long time. So I don't know if they're going to pay that last finishing move. Like, she was kind of in control, but I would have loved to see her ride out a little bit more to really ice it. So it'll be interesting. Let's see what they come up with.
Comes in at a 5.10, so Josh, it's not quite enough. She needed a 6.07. She doesn't get that, but she's in a strong position. Now chasing that 6 with 6 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. She's still got a bit of paddling to do to get in the lineup. These types of conditions, how difficult is that paddle?
Yeah, it's not too bad. There's not a lot of sweep and water moving. You're obviously paddling into wind, getting a little bump, but there's that hang 10. That was awesome. Looking really calm, relaxed, through the pocket, got high, and then finished. This is where I was a little bit sus. I think they probably didn't pay that.
Yeah, she just needed to ride out of that. Could have pushed that score up into the 6s.
Could have maybe gone to what she needed.
So close from Luana Suarez, but the young surfer out of Ubatuba, Sao Paulo, Brazil. Of course, a hotbed of a lot of elite shortboarders from Brazil. So she comes armed with this rich Brazilian surf culture as she knee paddles her way back out into a lineup that has Soleil Erico sitting in priority, our local Molly Powell from Anglesey, the 2023 Vic State champion.
And talking at Anglesey, we were so lucky the other day, didn't we? We rode the mountain bikes around down there. We went to a beautiful restaurant, had some organic vegan food. She's living in paradise down here.
Absolutely, had some great coffee, had some good times. And I welcome you all to come on down and watch the action if you're local, but stay tuning in because we have got a champion to crown for the men's and women's. But let's have a recap first of the incredible action we've seen from our 2 times Women's World Longboard Champion, Soleil Erico, our reigning champion, up to the 5, up to the 10. This is that kickoff with a 5.50, wide point back on that board. You can see how the loose turning radius out of the tail is really dynamic, but look at that footwork from Soleil. That's Malibu class written all over it, Josh.
It is, and it's got a heavy concave in the nose, which is helping it get some nice lift and speed. And then I noticed it had a little bit of a glassed-in resin edge in the tail, so that's giving her that opportunity use the rail to drive through those turns.
So she backed it up with that 5.67, strikes that tip here, looking for that trim speed, holds the 5, cross steps back with a dynamic
That's the turn,
down
isn't
carve.
it?
One of the strongest turns we've seen of the heat, backed up by a nice float, but still accelerating and still looking for the opportunity to find one more nose ride through the inside, which she does, and walks back so cleanly and quickly out of that.
So we're seeing Soleil put on a really good display of surfing and getting great scores, and hasn't been on the best waves yet, so she's going to be scary if she can put it all together.
But how is that 10 from Luana Suarez? So much talent with this young Brazilian.
Yeah, really exciting to see her coming up in her first year on tour. Doesn't seem like she's kind of rattled by anyone. She's just doing her own thing, doing beautiful surfing. Can definitely nose ride well, so hopefully when she tidies it all up and packages it all together, she's going to be one to watch.
So Molly Powell riding the Pale Horses surfboard shaped by Maddie Shea in Ocean Grove. She's chasing a 8.67 to move up into first. She works as a park ranger locally, so she's very familiar with this coastline. Also a former Australian national longboard champion. You won the Australian longboard titles back here at Bells in 2004. What's the joy of competing here at Bells on a longboard?
Oh, it's just so special. It's Bells Beach. It's so much rich history. Longest running event in Australia is here, the Bells Easter Classic. It's just, it's special, you know, the home of Rip Curl, all the surf communities here. So for us to be able to come down here and have that event, we were so lucky. The waves were absolutely firing that day. Got to share the water with, we spoke earlier about Wayne Dean being in the water, which was really cool. And for me, that final, it still stands out because I was sort of one of those heats that I was just putting together really nicely and iced it off with a perfect 10-point ride. So it was pretty cool.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, the late, great Wayne Dean, he was in that final. He won here at the national titles in 1999. But on your screen, it's reigning Women's World Longboard Champion and rising star Luana Suarez from Brazil. Soleil on the right, Luana on the left, but local surfer Molly Powell chasing a big score. With 2 minutes remaining, what does Molly need to do?
Yeah, Molly's she just needs to hang in there, not be too hard on herself. I don't see her getting herself out of this position, unfortunately. But it's just a building. It's keeping the confidence, building into the next one. It'd be nice for her to finish with just a nice ride and complete it and get to the beach, have a good feeling, and be ready to go tomorrow or the following days in the elimination round. She does have another opportunity.
And as we move into the Rip Curl 2-minute warning, how much does it mean for those former or reigning world champions when they start their campaign strong?
I think it's everything. It's everything because there's so much talent. All the girls are surfing so good that you really want to stamp your authority on the event. Get off to a good start, build that confidence, maybe have a round off just to settle the nerves and have a day off and watch what the elimination round are up to and see who's looking good and what boards people are riding and what the judges are appreciating, and then come into the next round.
And of course, we've got a multiple world champion coming up next. Honolulu Bloomfield will be surfing against Kira Molnar from Noosa and Lucy Small, who just took first place at Torquay Point yesterday in the trials. What an opportunity for Lucy.
Yeah, and Lucy surfed fantastic yesterday, and that's going to be a good heat because Lucy and Kira are very good friends. They travel a lot together. So the two Aussie girls against the former world champion, 3 times Honolulu Bloomfield. It's going to be a great heat, and you do not want to miss it.
Yeah, I mean, Lucy was, so proud of that win. That was a big result for her. She deserves to be on this stage, but right now, what a great feeling for Soleil Erico, having dropped that 5.67 and that 5.50. 2 times Women's World Longboard Champion from last year and this year, and also studying a major in early education and film editing in San Diego. So not only investing in the physicality of professional surfing, but also investing in the mental opportunities to have a career beyond surfing. And that really says a lot and makes Soleil a great role model for other female longboarders around the world.
And we've noticed that a lot of the longboard surfers are studying or have businesses, and that professional longboarding's not just their main gig, so it's really good to see. That was a fantastic heat by Soleil, structured well together and held priority at the end.
Stay with us, surf fans. Soleil took the win, but coming up, we've got Hawaii and Australia. We've got Lucy Small, Kira Molnar, and Honolulu Bloomfield surfing very soon. But Soleil takes that great win with that 5.67 and that 5.50. Shannon Hughes and Matt Janoski will be coming into the booth very soon.
Colapinto boost.
Yes, that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing, yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring, it's that time again. Don't wanna win, I'm cutting you off, cause it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing, yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring, it's that time again.
Felipe Toledo just unleashing.
Well, very exciting to know that the Rip Curl WSL finals are just around the corner, as well as the first ever finals format for longboarding coming up in October. So the WSL just fully adopting that finals format for both longboarding and shortboarding. Shannon Hughes here alongside Matt, the Waxhead Chinaski. Matt, how do you feel about that adoption of the finals format into the longboard community as well?
I think for longboarding, it's great. We actually have seen a dominant Final 5 in our Longboard Tour for the last 10 years, give or take. So we do have younger blood on the World Tour, so 8 is fantastic. But I think to capitalise on Malibu and to do it in one day is really good. And I think a lot of longboarders carry momentum, having a lot less experience in major competition than shortboarding counterparts.
Oh, I love that thought. Taking a look at the women currently in the water, we're in heat number 3 with 3-time world champion Honolua Bloomfield out of Oahu in Hawaii. Kira Molnar from Australia, from Noosa specifically, in the blue jersey, and Lucy Small in the white, also from Australia, originally from Denmark in Western Australia, currently resides in Sydney. And she won the trials event just yesterday at Torquay Point to get herself a spot into the main event, where both Kira and Honolua are full-time competitors on this year's World Tour, and the 3-time world champion got a piece of the action right off the break.
That board looking very sweet. That one nose diving, but snapping one of her favorite boards, her Michael Takayama, during the week. So that one, she's on a Myers shape at the moment as a replacement. She bought 3 boards, thankfully, and that one was looking very good in the free surfs yesterday.
Speaking to, the strength and the kind of, I guess, level of difficulty that Bells brings when it comes to surfing a board that's so long, I'm not surprised that we have at least Honolua on a broken board from how good the surf has been over the last couple weeks.
And oddly enough, it was probably from the leg rope. And I saw that replay. We're chatting back and forth, and I spoke to her dad, Kalohe, who's acting as the coach and the caddy on the beach. And it seemed that the board went down, and she bounced up, and you go one way, the board goes the other. And there's a ledge out here at Rincon in between the bowl as well. It can catch you out. And it was quite aggressive, the wipeout, and the big board snapped. But tell you what, Lucy Small on a roll, scoring an excellent range. She didn't just get through the trials, she smashed it yesterday convincingly. And she'll be carrying that momentum into this with absolutely nothing to lose. Surfing the Reef Riders Club at Longreef, one of the clubs that she's joined, which so happens to be the club that I'm in as well. A great contingent of women that are emerging from the northern beaches, and a lot of younger surfers as well that are looking up to Lucy.
Well, Honolua now up and riding on her second wave. So first score through just the 183 after the fall. A little bit of footwork here, looking to glide her way through to a more stand-up section as she gets that quick nose ride. Nice pedal back, engages that rail for a turn, sets up for one more nose ride on the inside section, opting to wear the booties as well. I did notice during Max Weston's heat earlier on today that that booty had kind of come off his heel and was looking like a little bit out of position. He was trying to adjust it and couldn't quite get it there. And it's one of those things, being at a really cold water spot, that the surfers have to decide if they want to protect the feet and keep them warm or go for it with nothing.
Absolutely. Surfing Rincon, booties aren't that much of a bad idea because you're surfing the reef. And here it goes Honolua. Smooth transitions, smaller wave, really shrunk here. But she gets it done. She gets a nose ride and nearly pearls, but gets a completion. And during that last heat, although a little quiet, there was a lot of waves coming under everyone else. And here goes Lucy identifying that. So nice setup there, transitioning. And that Keo Walker model just catching a bit of an edge there. Beautiful hang 5 there. Absolutely no doubt that her toes are over. Nice, styly carve back into the pocket. And she's out of there. So a nice opener there for Lucy Small.
So catching that wave during the last replay, Kira Molnar getting a piece of the action as well with just that 0.1 on the board. She's got a second score to drop now for that last kick out. 23 minutes on the clock. Honolua being the most, maybe not necessarily experienced, but the most decorated of the surfers in the water. They've all competed against each other for many, many years across a variety of levels within professional longboarding when it comes to the World Tour. down to the qualifying series, the LQS, as well as just the different club events that run around the world that are so popular in the longboard community and have, until more recent years, actually been more of a draw card than the World Tour itself.
Absolutely. Invitational events, coalition events in America and in Australia, our board rider clubs. Kira being a member of the Noosa Malibu Club, in Sydney, Reef Riders Malibu Club, and on Honolulu, just competing regularly, going to Malibu for those coalition events, and Oceanside, where she's residing these days, splitting her time, which is a fantastic idea for a competitive surfer, considering we do have 2 major events based out of California, 3 actually, with Huntington, then we got Malibu, but El Salvador being that base, we fly out of LA, making the travel a little less, I should say, the logistics are a little less consequential if boards get damaged.
You can see Honolulu having a look at this one. Strong paddle, put herself into position as Lucy just snuck past her. Nice S-turn to start things off with. Just kind of transition maneuvers at the moment. Nothing really that will, put any scores on the board, but just finding her way through this wave. Looking to pick one off on the paddle back out. We're still waiting for her previous score to drop through. Now finds the nose. Some nice tip time with a locked-in hang 10 as she pedals off. Sets herself up for that finishing maneuver, and she'll just kick out quickly. So we got a score in that 4-point range to drop through from her previous range. There it is, a 4.00 on the dot, and another score to drop. And as we wait for that next score, let's go down to the beach. Well, we'll take a look at this replay first, Matt.
So judges will appreciate the patience that Honolulu had here, now setting up this section here. So she's in the middle of the board, lining up a nose ride, not there. So carves it back with that trademark little snap, gets back up to the nose. The booty's playing havoc there. Beautiful hang 10, parked it for a little while, and she's trimming through, and she's out of there because it gets so shallow on the inside.
Well, with that, let's go down to the beach to catch up with the reigning world champion, Soleil Erico and True Starling.
Yeah, thanks so much, Shannon. Soleil, you were saying before that heat was really slow and you were feeling pretty calm. So talk to me about that and how your headspace was.
I mean, I was just waiting and hoping that one would come, and I slipped off my board on my best wave, so I was kind of bummed about that. But then I got 2 more, and 2's all you need, so it worked out, yeah.
And you've been here since Friday and experiencing, the surf and I guess the whole community area as well. But in regards to the lineup, bells can be a little bit tricky. So what's something that you've noticed that you've taken into your heats?
Well, there's 2 breaks, so there's like the bowl and Rincon. I personally like the wave at Rincon a bit more, so hopefully that is working throughout the event. But Bells is like probably my favorite place I've been in Australia so far. I really love it. Food's good. It's very calm. Like at the event site, it's just like a chill vibe, and I personally really like that. So I'm enjoying myself.
Amazing. And would you like to say hi to anyone back at home?
Yeah, my mom's watching. I think it's late there, but hi, Mommy, I miss you. And my sisters, friends and family in Malibu. Love you guys. Thanks for watching me.
Thanks so much. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much. Great to hear from Soleil, enjoying her time here at Bells so far and in the local area. As we see Honolulu just linking into another beautiful line. Still waiting for the scores to come through for her previous wave. Finds a nice hang 5 on the inside section. Manages tricky closeout beach break there. She'll go down to her knees. Hopefully that fin is okay as well. Has a look back to probably her partner there on the shoreline. She's putting together a great heat so far. No huge scores that have been dropped, but she's in a commanding lead as we've seen a 5 drop for her previous wave. Now this could be improving the situation as well.
Loved that composure, just the hands by her side, waiting for this section to wall up. Really nice timing there from Honolulu, just not in a rush. And Shannon just beautifully carving that board, using her hips and her body to her advantage, and just finishing in that dramatic shore break. And almost looked like a little bit of a claim there, but it was just her actually keeping her hands composed and just sort of by her rib cage there. That was a really nice smooth wave, and coming in at a 5-point ride.
Taking a look at some great footage here from the Visit Melbourne flight cam. It's been such an honor to be back in this part of the world, to be able to just see the beauty. And that water is looking really inviting, but it's actually very cold. You've got to be wearing, at least a 4-3. A lot of the competitors are out here in 5-mil wetsuits.
Along that surf coast, that beautiful Great Ocean Road, you'll see the water change color from that white, beautiful greens, dark blues, and you get around to Cape Otway there and around to Port Campbell, and it is so hardcore, dark blues, and you just feel like on the edge of the world, because you know what? You are. It's like next stop, Antarctica.
There's some deep, cold water out there, those cold currents coming from the deep south. And Lucy Small currently sitting in a knockout position, or to be sent to the elimination round, but she does have priority. It's still way early in the heat. Chasing an 8-point ride to get first away from Honolua, as Hono's dropped in that 6.17. But Lucy dropped in an 8-point ride in the trials yesterday. You mentioned that during the final, and chatting to her about it last night at the kind of opening function at the Australian Surfing Museum in Torquay. She was saying that at the start of that final, there was a little bit of action, nothing great though. There was a few waves that came through and everyone kind of decided to go for it, and Lucy just held off and waited, and then the set rolled through and she was able to get the best wave in the heat and secured herself an 8-point ride.
It was tactical and well played from Lucy, because it was a day where you couldn't rely on Mother Nature to provide those sets. A lot of the heats were letting the surfing do the talking. If there was a set, fantastic, but a lot of positions were not decided through set waves. In fact, the men's final didn't really have any set waves, so it was very close between all 4 finalists, and in the women's as well. It's unfortunate for B. Conroy, one of the local Surf Coast surfers here, didn't make the cut. She just got third, unfortunately, but she'll be back bigger and better next year. Lucy convincingly took that win, and Kairi, Tako Nui's younger sister, surfed phenomenally on those set waves as well to earn her spot. She's coming up later on in the round.
Yeah, she'll be up in the next heat against Khalees Keleopa'a and Liv Stokes, who'll be coming up in heat number 4. We've got 8 heats in the round. One of the really great aspects of longboarding and the WSL Longboard Tour is we've got equal numbers, so both fields for men and women have 24 surfers in them competing. That's been something that's been part of the Longboard Tour for about 4 years now, maybe going on 5. So it's great to see. We just know equal across the board. Same amount of time we took to run through the men's this morning, we're taking to run through the women's this afternoon. And we're going to have, as soon as the opening rounds are finished, straight into those head-to-head competitions, woman-on-woman and man-on-man once we're into the elimination rounds. We've got 16 minutes on the clock. Let's go to a quick break, and we'll be back with more action here at the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. We are here in Australia, specifically at Bells Beach in Victoria, an amazing part of the world, Matt.
Yes, it is home of Australia's surfboard evolution and power surfing. Down here on the Surf Coast, we have a variety of waves, and we're about to go through them now, Shannon. Beautiful Rincon, and we've got Bells there. It's where we are right now. As we go back over to Winky Pop, you can see Jan Juk on the inside there, and Torquay, the town, just to the right of the screen. And so many other waves there, encompassing that national park. You can see the outer reefs that funnel the waves into Bells Beach. Soleil talked in a post-heat interview about the 2 separate waves. Here we have the takeoff area. So right there, that's the Bells Bowl and Rincon in the outer section, center side to the left, and hopefully don't end up on the button at Winky Pop, and that's a treacherous area.
That is very treacherous, especially on those really big days. You get stuck on the rocks. Honolua now finding the nose, coming through to the inside section. Not sure what happened at the beginning of this wave, but She's looking smooth as she comes through to the inside. She's already in a convincing lead over the rest of the field. Beautiful footwork, and that's what we call a committed nose ride. I mean, that is like heel over the nose, essentially, with a great re-entry to finish off.
Beautiful surfing and timing from Honolulu, looking so relaxed as she walked out this morning for a surf, and yesterday afternoon just cruising through the lineup. And this is a replay of Lucy as well, so just in the break, just waiting for a section to walk up to the nose, and that Kyo surfboard parking it on the whitewash there, and she's in the middle of the board driving through the section and just looking for another reform, going to the nose riding, which is one of her fortes these days. Traditionally a carving power surfer, and that one was not going to go into a top 2 by the end of the heat with 12 minutes 30 left. And Kira up and riding as well in the break, and just looking for another inside bowl. And Rincon really is about not necessarily what you do, Shannon, but where you do it, and looking for the placement. Kira here looking for that pocket, and that one a bit of a face nose ride. She's going to try and carve it back through and wait for the wave to steepen up, and there it goes, up on the nose, 4 steps back, and incomplete on the end section.
Now, you mentioned a face nose ride. We'll get back to that in a moment, but maybe talk us through what a pocket nose ride looks like if we see one of those here with Honolulu.
So a little bit foamy here, and she's up in the pocket. The whitewash just breaking ahead of her there. She's trimming in the middle of the board, the fast section, which is why we paddle there. Faster section on our longboards, stepping back to the tail, redirecting to the inside of the wave. Up on the nose there, the foot way over, and I love this. Just composure, sends it up, floats it back down, and she finishes with control.
Live action now with Kira Molnar. Heavy takeoff, drops down to the bottom of that wave, then readjusts to find this nose ride. Lucy's having a look out the back as well to see if she should get a piece of it. Kira's still cruising through now to the inside into that really flat section. It's been challenging for some of the surfers. Caitlin Mickelson, who took out a win just a couple heats ago, was sharing with me how challenging it is to get stuck in that middle section and not know if you should commit up to Rincon or go down to bowls, and just kind of, you know, figure out if there is something through the middle, but it tends not to work. Lucy taking off deep behind the section. She got a big smile on her face. She's been sharing with us that, you know, winning the trials yesterday was all the pressure. It was the thing where she wanted to get the spot into the main event. Now that she's in it, she's a wild card. She's not looking for points to carry her anywhere. She just wants to put together a good display of surfing and enjoy herself. She said it's actually the most relaxed she's felt paddling out in Jersey, maybe in her life.
She looks so relaxed on the shore, just as she was walking out too, smiling ear to ear, and she's with one of her good friends, Kira Molnar, and travel partners there for El Salvador. You were there, Shannon, so what was the vibe like with these two competitors?
They just, I mean, they're definitely competitors against each other. They each want to take out the win in every heat that they possibly can, but they're like, you know, they've been traveling together for so many years. They know their styles out in the lineup as well, and those heat tactics.
We talked about pocket nose rides, and just here is an example of what the judges are not looking for necessarily. So that's just a nose ride a lot of people in the world would be stoked with, but facing towards the beach and no emphasis on a degree of difficulty. And Lucy here, love the close-ups, and this one just keeping the nose up from purling and driving through a wider section, just hanging on. She sees something, and it does clear up for her, and she gets a nose ride here, carving it back, and sets up the section, so worth the wait. And now she sets it up, so she'll go to the middle, and then she'll get on a high-speed nose ride here, also not in the pocket, just carving that around. What does she got at the end here? And she pulls out before the inside.
So 9 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. At the moment, Lucy has the edge over Kira, but it's Honolulu with a convincing lead, putting both of them requiring a near 8 for Kira, a 7.87, and an 8.27 for Lucy. Like we were saying before, these two have traveled together a lot. They've competed against each other for many years, the two Australians. And just recently at the Aussie titles, Kira walked away with a double win, double victory for the Australian titles in both the Lager and in the Open. Lucy was just behind her in the Lager with a second place finish. So it's fun to be able to see them, you know, growing up together, getting to know each other a little bit more into their 20s, and as they're getting a little older towards their 30s now, hitting that time on the road and really wanting to make a difference within the world, specifically in surfing, but just in the world of sport as well. Kira serves as the president of the Noosa World Surfing Reserve, which is amazing. Lucy has been the voice and the, you know, kind of kickstarter behind equal pay for equal play in New South Wales, and has really helped to shape the way that law actually functions with equal pay across Australia.
And, you know, there's a lot of criticism that Lucy has unjustly copped at times through being outspoken about women's rights. And that's exactly what it is to see Honolulu up and riding.
Oh no, with some live action. So looking a bit tricky out there. That wind is really coming into play again. We kind of saw that little dead zone for a while. It wasn't glassy out there by any means, but we didn't see the wind that we're currently seeing right now.
No, that's right. But there is a lot of waves that are going unridden. These are sets coming through, and these are not the ones that you're looking for at Rincon. In that previous heat, there were so many waves going unridden. I was just sitting under the competitors' tent, and I was sitting with Natsumi Teioka, Zoe Gorpion, Chloe Calmon, and Liv Stokes coming up in the next heat. They're all a bit of a team hanging out with each other, and I identified so many good waves. Tom Payne, fellow Sydney sider, now living in Noosa, glassing Thomas surfboards. We were just losing on how many good quality waves were coming in under the pack. About 50 metres in from everybody. There is lots of scoring opportunity in there, Shannon, and it's going to show who's been doing their homework and who hasn't.
Now, as a competitor yourself, Matt, you put the jersey on most weekends that you're able to. What would you be doing in this situation and what we've seen throughout the day? Would you be trying to go for some of those smaller waves or waiting it out for the set with possibly better scoring potential?
Sets aren't the ones, and they haven't been for the last few hours. They close out. And typically it's a different wave without a wall. You see that wave coming in at Rincon. You want to hug the inside reef. It's not the outside. You don't want it to connect to the bowl because you won't be able to complete those maneuvers. You'll constantly be racing it, and it won't slow up to allow a variety of maneuvers.
Having a look at the Visit Melbourne flight cam, cruising over Bells here, the cliffs where the judges tower, they're set up right there in the white tent with the glass right in front, so they're a little protected from the wind, but they've got the best vantage point of what's happening out at Rincon. Lucy Small now up and riding, chasing an 8.27 to get herself into the leading position out of the elimination round. Great footwork, finds that nose ride. Nice wrap around here as well as she sets herself up on the inside. Throws a lot of spray off of that second turn. Now readjusts here, looking for another nose ride. Through to the shore break, finds that connection and kicks out.
And that's more like it. They're the ones that are going to build your heat totals up, Shannon. They allow a variety of maneuvers. It'll be difficult to go excellent on a wave like that. Obviously, there needs to be a specific critical moment to go excellent, like in shortboard and longboarding. But they're the waves that I was just talking about.
So down to 5 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. A score to come through for Lucy. Let's take one more look at it because the shape looked great.
And that's that ledge, and she's inside the ledge, so it's clean. Stepping up, beautiful wall for her to work with, and gets on the nose, so relatively critical there for the moment. Steps back, and then I love this section, just waiting for it with a lot of patience. She times it really well, showing the activation from the rail and stepping forward. And then another touch on the nose, well completed. Interesting style of nose riding. The toes really far to the left of the nose as well, so showing that a lot of control, and she really getting that that foot over the nose for the 5.
Loving these more slow motion angles. You can really start to pick apart the footwork and how dynamic those nose rides are.
So that one is on the face. You can see the pocket to the right of screen, Shannon. So a linking maneuver, and that was her last one just out of there.
Down to 5 minutes on the clock, and scores to roll through for Lucy. Last one, a 3.80, so it does come through as her highest score, and it chips away as her requirement just narrowly into the 7s, which is always probably nice to hear from the beach announcers that you're no longer chasing something in the 8s. As we take a look down the coast, the Great Ocean Road stretching away, and just such a beautiful part of the world here.
And I'm thinking, if I'm in that competitor's perspective, like Lucy, a 3.8, I'd be feeling a little dismayed on that, but she's got to get those 10s that got her into the main event, and she'll know that too. She's sort of under priority. She knows the waves she needs now. That would have felt good if you were free surfing that wave. You know, how was that wave? Oh, I've got a few nose rides, a few turns. It's always nice when you can finish when you want to, and the judges have really been rewarding that. So I'm thinking if she can get something like that, get a few 10s, because Honolulu has been on similar sized waves and had a very relaxed approach, not doing a whole heap, really staying reserved to get that 6.17 and a 5.43.
Paddling out for the next heat, another wild card from the trials yesterday, Kaede Anui in the white jersey, as we take a look at Kira. Caught behind the section, just trying to stay low, find that trim line. That bigger set, though, is closed out, as you were mentioning before. And now she's looking to find a bit of an open face. So great footwork through that middle third of the board. Now readjusting and gets herself up to that hang 5. Lacks that control, though, to be able to pop out of it cleanly. So she's still struggling to get herself out of that 3-point range as well. chasing down the bigger waves, but maybe not quite the waves of the best quality.
Yeah, riding with thruster with a bigger nose, wider nose, and just playing havoc. It's really choppy out there, and you can see the nose catching and wobbling. She's doing the best she can here. She gets a little reform, cross steps forward, reigniting some speed, because of course we get more speed as we step forward. Gets to the nose and tries to hold it, knowing she needed something, and just pearls. And there's the reef, Shannon. What a fantastic view there. You see the inside slab in the middle of the screen. That's where it gets really shallow at the end. And it's dangerous.
Very dangerous in there. Taking a look now at the heat recap, it's been all about Honolua. She's got quite a few good scores. She's dropping a 5. She's got a 5.43 and a 6.17 as her high marks.
Beautiful composure from Honolua, just using the length of the board as she sets up. A lot of patience. Beautiful time, bottom turn there. And she's on a board she hasn't ridden too much of, and she finishes cleanly in the Bells shore break. And this one, love this smooth fade turn. 3-time world champion, just surfing with a lot of composure. Nice hang 5, and she's driving through the middle of the board here, just getting that speed and that trim. She's going to be looking for the open face here, and she steps back to the pocket, waiting to set up the nose ride section, and that she does, Shannon. 5 right over the toes on the nose, and she's up and riding again.
Up and riding again, looking soulful on the longboard for the 3-time world champion. Eyeing up this next section. Just those little adjustments, those subtle adjustments of the feet will keep that board in that trim line, and she does a great job of it with a great looking S turn there, keeping that style involved. 5 to 10 combination in a good section of the wave, so she's able to keep that projection, gets the clean kick out as well. Looking confident and wanting to get a victory here. She walked away with a 2nd place finish at the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic at the US Open behind Kalise Keleopa'a. Those two have gone blow for blow at Huntington over the years, whether it be the Vans Duct Tape Invitational or the World Longboard Tour for the WSL. So those two back into the finals once again. It's been hard. They've clearly showcased that they are the two to beat at Huntington Beach, and the rest of the women's field knows it.
100% right, and they do show composure in a variety of conditions. Honolua having a really nice connection to Mother Nature, working with beach breaks, reefs, and points over the years. Waves just seem to come to her, but it's not coincidental. She's born into a water family. She's a real water woman coming from the North Shore of Oahu. She's no stranger to reef breaks, onshore, offshore. Her dad, one of the premier lifeguards and one of the most respected names on the North Shore. Pretty cool person to have in your corner.
Yeah, incredible to have him on the road with her for so many years, to be able to witness those world title moments as well in Taiwan and at Malibu, where she took her 3rd world title. While Kalia Muniz was in the water, snuck away that 3rd over Kalia, who's got the 2. And Lucy, nice long trim line. She rolls through to the inside, finds a hang 5, that wave will shut down in front of her. So just that one last opportunity. For Lucy, it's not going to be the result she would want in the win to avoid the elimination round, but in that kind of spar between her and her good friend Kira Molnar, she'll get the nod in this heat.
And the green boards, Lucy and Honolua both looking pretty confident considering Lucy's scores. She'll be a little bit upset with how low they were, but I think she'll take a lot of confidence moving the next round, and Honolua looking very smooth.
Honolua Bloomfield, 3-time world champion, holding it down with a win. Feeling cold away from home in Hawaii, but looking comfortable in the conditions here at Bells. We got more action to come with current tour leader Kalise Keleopa'a heading out next.
The Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl is brought to you by Bioglan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By Visit Melbourne, official event partner. Plan your trip to Melbourne. By Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. And by Surf Coast Shire, strategic partner of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl.
We have experienced all of the seasons here at Bells Beach today. The wind, the rain, a little bit of sunshine that's popped through as well. Jackets on, jackets off. It's been one of those days here. And it's been really fun because we've gotten to see the world's best longboarders performing. Now we're into our women's opening round heat number 4 with Kaliis Kalliopa'a, Liv Stokes, and Kaede Inui. Hawaii, Canada, and Japan represented out in the lineup.
2 fresh faces on the World Longboard Tour. How great is this? And here goes Liv Stokes, her first wave in competition at Bells Beach. A beautiful carve there, really powerful Liv, surfing for Canada, but coming out of Southern California on a Michael Takayama. She was a little bit apprehensive with the board choice, but thankfully its swells died down. And a great nose rider too, looking for the inside section, staying really busy. Gets a little 10 connection there for Liv, so a nice opening wave there for her.
Yeah, great bit of work she's able to find as we take a look at the first wave of Kaede during the break as well.
Yeah, so carrying a lot of confidence from yesterday, second in the trials with a huge 8-point ride as well. Real beautiful style. She's very calm and cool and collected, a lot more reserved than her older brother, but she has a great turn on her, and that is something that gets her back in the pocket for nose rides like this.
Oh, what a great way for Kaede to start things off.
That all came from the cutback, and here we go. So you see the way she dances on the board, drives through the turn there, opening up the wingspan, actually engaging the rail, which puts her back into that small pocket, and bang, moves her feet and makes use of that moment where the nose is up. So a face nose, but it drops out on her, she steps back. So amazing commitment on that smaller wave because the reef is really shallow there, Shannon. The rocks are looming, so a nice opener there for our surfer in white as well.
And we're now into that part of that day where the tide is draining. It will be even more challenging over the rocks.
Yeah, that's right. So it'll move slowly back into the bowl. I've got a sneaking suspicion that Kaliis will stay really busy in this heat. It's tricky for a goofy footer, but she's been surfing so good. Last night, she got one of the last waves before dark, and I said to her that would have been an 8.5. She's like, really? And I said, I was the best wave I saw all afternoon. Super humble was Kaliis.
She's just taken out the win at the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic at the US Open. So finding victory over Honolulu once again at that location. Taking a look now at that first wave that she had.
Just slicing through the chop. Really nice tempo. Much like Honolulu in that last heat, carrying the red jersey, which means they are favourites with the seeding of the draw. Beautiful left go right, and she's out of there, staying busy like her shaper, Kai Salas, was as well.
So a couple scores on the board, a 1 and a 2.83 for Kaliis. Like you said, staying busy, same as Coach Kai and shaper. Liv Stokes in the lead with a 4.33 to start things off, just better than that of Kaede in the 4-point range. Still plenty of time on the clock for these 3 surfers, 2 of them being newer to this field. Liv Stokes qualifying out of the North American region for the very first time onto the tour. She's been in the scene for a while, but she's actually been focusing more on her studies in the last couple of years. She just finished out a degree in political science with a minor in history and education. So just like so many of the other surfers on our longboard tour, has been focusing on something else behind the scenes. And now she's able to, for the first time in her adult life in her early 20s now, really start to focus on competition.
And what a fantastic opportunity to go to Australia, El Salvador, and then hopefully make that final 8 back in Malibu. And just the success story of the regional qualifications. It's so amazing, Shannon, to see new blood on the Longboard World Tour. And it's such a representation as what we're seeing at these cultural hubs all around the world. San Onofre, Oceanside, you see it in the Philippines, Japan, Korea, Thailand, all of these areas. Longboarding is the dominant choice of surfboard equipment. And these surfers are the best of the best, having qualified through their region or wildcards like we have Kaede out there too.
And, you know, professional longboarding, competitive longboarding dates back for many generations. But it's amazing to be able to see the development continue, to be able to see the World Tour continue to be poured into, to see new stops like Bells Beach on the calendar this year, like Sunzal in El Salvador at Surf City, where the crew will be heading next month. But also to be able to see the development of more LQS events, longboard qualifying series events that open the doors for some of these younger surfers to start walking through and finding that qualification.
Bizarrely enough, in the foundation years of surf competition in the 1960s, it was an international tour of sorts. A lot of them were invitational, but you had events in Peru, you had them in Puerto Rico, you had them in Australia, America, and Hawaii. You even had events back then in South Africa as well. So a really diverse culture of surfers were getting into it in the 60s, and we're seeing that in longboarding now. 60 years later, a new generation are picking up where longboarding left off.
Down to 22 minutes on the clock, and we've just seen Honolulu Bloomfield take out a win. The 3-time world champion is standing by with True Starling.
Thanks, Shannon. Honolulu, that heat, the conditions looked like they changed halfway through. How did you adapt to that?
Oh, honestly, I have no idea. I just kind of caught anything that looked decent. I saw it kind of slowing down the heat before me, so I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna paddle back and forth, kind of roam, and yeah, I ended up getting one good one, and then yeah, maybe another, but yeah, it was all right considering. Kind of tricky though.
And it's pretty cold down there on the beach as well. How does that affect your warm-up and your preparation for the heats?
I don't know, I just try and stay warm, you know, cruise.
Awesome. Would you like to say hi to anyone back at home?
My mom and my sister and all my friends watching. Thanks.
Awesome. Thanks for the chat. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much, True. Bloomfield family is a full surfing family, spending a lot of time in the water. They're on the north shore of Oahu. Honolulu is one that you can check. Surfing out at Chun's or some of the other little reef spots. Pupakea on the beach breaks when it gets really big and solid. She'll be out there, you know, no leg rope, charging on the bigger sets that will roll through.
Sunset Beach as well.
Yep.
Which is good. That's why she can handle this chop, and she's a well-rounded surfer, Honolulu, and another well-rounded surfer across all forms of equipment is Kairi up and riding.
Unfortunately just bites that inside rail, and she'll go down after that opening kind of drift in, as we see Khalees now up and riding. Khalees has been close to winning that world title in the past. She's one of those younger competitors, cousin to Connie Stewart, who's competing on the men's tour, who's been really close and in that conversation. She'll be a real threat to it. But on the women's side specifically, it's been a bounce back and forth over the last 5 years between Honolulu Bloomfield and Soleil Erico that have stitched up those world titles of the last 5. Outside of that, we had a few Californians in the conversation, like Tori Gilkerson and Rachel Tilley. And we'll see if the younger Hawaiian and Khalees Keleopaha can finally get one to Renee.
That's right, and it's a recurring image when I think of people, and that just Kairi catching a chop there, trying to fit in a nose ride in the flat section. And I love this smooth style of Khalees, unable to connect on the inside, but beautiful work on the outside, nice momentum. I can tell her face, she's looking a little disgruntled here. She gets on the nose, sets back, and kind of see it in her face, and it dies away. She's kind of like hoping for more, and it's very frustrating for her, but hopefully one clicks for her soon. With 19 minutes and 30 left, you can see the waves breaking left back into the bowl almost. They're in that in-between zone. Not quite rincon, not quite the bowl, but there is some, look at that one coming through under them right now. A little bit choppy, but if you can connect, there is some scoring opportunity there.
And even just hugging back towards that the rocks there at Rincon to make sure you get to that wave that can reform. So we see a paddle here. Looks like our surfer in white, currently sitting in the lead with a 4 and a 2.47, is the wild card. Found out yesterday that Kaede would be getting a spot into the main event. Traveled all the way from Japan with her family, her younger sister Sakura, her older brother Taka, and their mom. She's putting together a beautiful display. Great footwork, nice nose rides. Comes in for a big re-entry on the finish, and she nearly holds on to it. Great effort on the end there. And like you mentioned, she's such a well-rounded water person. We're talking about Taka, her older brother, who won his heat earlier today, being a waterman, a true waterman. Kaede, the exact same story. She's actually got world titles on the APP World Tour for stand-up paddling and paddleboarding. and looking to draw her mark within the longboard community as well.
And just using her body on that single fin there, carving that one around, really activated with her body and showing a lot of commitment to her turns. And she gets the nose here, and it's going down the wave, steps back, ramps up for this turn, but keeps the board going down the line. Whenever you do that, Shannon, you can always get bucked off like that. Had she have just pointed the board 20 degrees to the left, she may have ridden out of that. And Liv Stokes in the break here. So that board looking a little twitchy, a little light for her, which is not a bad thing when you hit the bowl, having some of that maneuverability. And see if she gets done here on the inside section. So waiting for that nose ride section. She sees it coming up on the nose for the 5. She gets another one, and the shore break pending. She ramps up for the turn, and she's out of there. So just a pretty cruisy wave there for her, and all of it came down to this nose ride here. Waiting for the timing, the wave steepens up a little bit. You can see her go to the nose now, well and truly hanging 5 toes over the nose and up again. A close 5 there, not quite a 10, and doesn't opt for the turn, just says, nope, I'm going to go and try my hand at another wave with 17 minutes remaining.
Kick out on the finish, and she's now sitting down into third place position, chasing a 3.08. Kaede now chasing a 3.41 to regain the lead, as Khalees, sitting with priority in the red jersey, has gained first. She's got that 4.57 that's dropped in as her last wave. She's now looking to position herself because she can see that something is rolling through. Getting herself positioned right over that boil, that spot that you had pointed out earlier on.
And that's, if you see me surfing, don't sit anywhere near that, that boil, because chances are if you don't know it's there, you're going to nosedive on it. Roisin Caroline had a horrific wipeout yesterday, hanging 5 through it, and it stepped out on her, and the board went flying in the air towards the rocks, projectiling. And I said to her, that was actually a really good wave, but it was like a backhanded compliment because her board was hitting just about to hit the cliff. But it is tricky. It's a fantastic shortboard takeoff spot. Obviously, with less paddle momentum when you're on a shorter board, a longer board, as we see Kaede out there now, allows us to float on the surface a lot more and carry more momentum. But with that is usually a flatter rocker and more area for us to actually nosedive, which means lose trim of the paddle and just completely catapult our momentum and fall off the board, Shannon.
And it's so common to nosedive when you've got that extra chop. When it's nice and clean, it's one of the easiest things to avoid. You know, it doesn't happen that often, but when there is that extra bit of chop from those onshore winds, or you've got those shallow sections with those boils popping up, and the surface of that water changes so much, it can be really challenging to avoid.
You see the chops there, the wind swell in amongst a little bit of ground swell in there, which is what's making those good ones still add some scoring potential. If it was pure wind swell, it'd barely be braking properly. It'd be very sectiony and closing out and very weak. And you're right, Shannon, but the good thing about longboarding is that we can get into the wave early when it's cleaner, but when it's choppy, it's really difficult to get that planing speed, that momentum to get into the wave early. So any of those advantages longboarders do have sort of goes out the window when it's choppy.
Liv now up and riding, uses her third priority just to sneak one underneath everyone else to stay active. Almost a good tactic today, just to be able to stay warm. Also, the longer you sit waiting, the colder your feet get, especially not wearing booties. You gotta, either lay down, keep those feet up in the wind rather than the water. Might be a little bit warmer. And we're down to 14 minutes on the clock. We're gonna go to a quick break. We'll be back with more action. At the moment, it's Kaede, the wild card, who has taken away the lead with a 5.07. See if she can hold on to it right after this. love visiting Melbourne. It's one of the great cities in the world. Great culture, great food, great shopping, and also close enough to the coast. In the same day, you can, be in the city, have a great meal, and then head down the beach and see some of the most beautiful countryside in the world. Beautiful waves, maybe some kangaroos hopping by in the grassy fields as you're driving down.
Not guaranteed, but quite often, if you know where to look, you'll see some kangaroos. Love Melbourne. First thing that comes to mind is just class. Classy coffee shops, classy waves, and classy surfers. A place known for black wetsuits, white surfboards, and something that just reeks an underground style that you see here. Locals like Sharma Buttonshaw getting the swell of the decade the other day, and just on a big long glider, knifing in and showing that longboards do have their place when the swell's up. And Taco Nui and Taylor Jensen also out there impressing, but it was the local boy who stole the show, and a lot of people said should have got a wild card to come into this event.
Would have been amazing. That would have been such a fun way to hand out a wild card based off of, great swell coming a couple of weeks ahead. Kind of popular vote goes to the best surfer in the lineup.
Absolutely, although I'm not sure how a glider would go out there today. He'd probably much rather a twin fin or something just to surf around the chop. And we still talked earlier about the longboards and how chop isn't as suited to the performance of how we surf a longboard. We're on a thruster and a smaller shortboard. You can bank off chops and you can use some of those chops to your advantage and hop and pop over those and use those little speed pockets. With longboards, we really want to look for those cleaner faces. You can see inside there, inside the reef of Rincon, you can get cleaner waves. It looks like a much more beautiful angle than the other one.
Yeah, it looks like a completely different place that we're at right now, or at least a different day here at Bells.
Absolutely. Sheltered on the inside there, so we have the... well, it was predicted to be west-southwest, and it was southwest, and it's sort of been fluctuating throughout the day and gusty, but we're so close to the open ocean here, just around at Cape Otway. It does change very radically. As short as 1 hour's drive, it could be 20 feet around the corner, and it could be 3 or 4 feet here. So that's how wild this coastline is.
Yeah, it is really just an experience here. Cold weather, cold water. Really feel like you're part of nature. You're right in the elements when you're in this part of the world.
You can draw comparisons to, Morocco, Portugal, all sorts of places around the world. Some people even say San Diego with the color of the cliffs there as well.
Yeah, very similar.
And the wave. I've heard comparisons to Swami's, Sunset Beach, Makaha, Laniakea, just in terms of the raw power. Those are all places that have longer period swells. So Bell's appealing to a lot of different people, but of course it is a wave of one of itself too, and a proving ground.
Kaede with a strong paddle, had that body positioning right up in the top third of the board just to be able to sneak into that one. Unfortunately, that wave will just bounce her off and she won't be able to get any scoring potential out of it. Currently sitting in the lead though, holding on to that 5.07 as her improved score. She opened on the 4 that's still sitting in her top 2 scores. Liv Stokes sitting down into second position, chasing a 4.75. She has jumped the spot over Khalees. At the moment, though, Khalees sitting with priority as we're down to the 9-minute mark, and she's just chasing that 4.51. The most consistent of the surfers in the water, the most experienced, the #1 seed on the Longboard Tour at the moment as well. So she's got to be feeling a little bit of that pressure, knowing that the majority of the heat is already gone, and she hasn't really been able to capitalize yet.
But I'll tell you what, that 4.57 was a wave that she was slightly disgruntled. You can see the look on her face. She wasn't feeling it, but the judge is still giving the 4.57 for the combination of maneuvers. And encouragingly, that's a pretty easy wave for Khalees to get. She could pull something like that out pretty quickly, so I think she'll take confidence out of that wave.
Traveling with her mom, Malia. The two of them are pretty much unstoppable wherever they're heading the world, but they love being at home as much as they can. So they'll head on the road. They've got comps, whether it's the Longboard World Tour, they've got some invitational events, some duct tape events as well, heading through the season. And they're often looking to be on that first plane just to get home because they come from Waikiki. They've got great surf. They've got great weather at home. They absolutely love being able to spend time on Oahu when they're there.
And like many professional surfers from Hawaii, like Honolua's mother as well, Malia working for Hawaiian Airlines, and that lineage of surfers working for the airlines carries on. And she's riding, funnily enough, talking about Hawaii, just her Waikiki model here at Bells Beach. So it's an all-rounder by Kai Salas Longboard Co. to go-to board. She's won many events on that board, a single fin, soft rails, and it's what we classify as a traditional style longboard. and a little more slender, suited for Khalees, because her turns are of equal emphasis in her repertoire as her nose rides. And that basically means she's a neutral all-round surfer.
And thinking back to when Soleil won her world title last year at Malibu, it was really emphasized that full balance of great rail work as well as great nose riding. And that's something that Khalees has really had in her repertoire for a long time. We're looking at the rest of the field. You maybe got some that are stronger on the tail and they can nose ride, or they're very strong on the nose and they can turn. Khalees has been a surfer that's extremely well-rounded within that entire conversation.
Absolutely, and there she is now just gliding through that chop. So looking to drop a 2.83. She's well on her way at the moment. See that beautiful body language, just carving, and she hasn't got an inside connection yet, and she does now. Let's see what she does with it. Gets up into the nose, carves it back around to the left, and she commits, and she completes. So that one of her best waves yet. It might go similar to that 4.57, but you can just see a little bit of nose rocker there, and you're right, very neutral surfing, nose and tail.
Yeah, that was beautiful. Love that redirect on the inside as well to her forehand as we take another look here.
All right, just gliding through the chop. Khalees Kaliopata coming through the bowl, and she just goes back through to the left and looking for the inside reform. She's in the middle of the board, trimming along, waiting, stepping back and just gliding rail to rail with that single fin, back up to the middle of the board using her footwork, so criteria being checked off, and then she sees the section and banks that off. So this will go around the mid-range, I think, and a really nice time at the heat to consolidate, hopefully a first place.
Down to 5 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Khalees chasing the score of a 4.51 to get herself into that leading position. Now taking a look at the format for our audience back home, it's that top surfer advances straight into the round of 16. The bottom two surfers are essentially in an equal spot where they're both going to head to the elimination round. From the elimination round, which is our second round of competition, we're straight into head-to-head matchups, which means this is the only heats that will be surfed in the week where we'll have more than two surfers in the water. So it'll be interesting to see how, you know, that sort of starts to play through with the conditions that we have on hand, with the possibility of maybe going to overlapping heats if it's consistent enough and there's waves going unridden. So we've got a lot of different things that we'll be picking apart through this week. One of those being the judging criteria, which has been fun to see displayed throughout everyone's surfing today.
And a 5.9, so a mid-range score as predicted there, and that's so nice to have predictable judging criteria. Style, flow and grace using the whole board, Shannon, but controlled maneuvers in the critical section of the wave. So Khalees's score 5.9, not quite any defining critical moment, but flow, style and grace combining with that neutral surfing, and no dominant feature of the nose and tail. The judges are liking that approach. And this is the new age judging criteria. This is something that suits many surf spots around the world, and it is a way to elevate longboarding. Longboarding is a brand, as with shortboarding. It's a brand of style of surfing, right? Anyone can do anything in their free surfs, but at the moment, longboarding is geared towards surfing these waves of style, flow, and grace, and it's allowed new faces like Kaidi and Liv to be on this world tour.
Well, situation changed. Like you said, the 5.9s dropped through for Khalees as she paddles hard to get out of the way from Liv Stokes. Liv with priority takes off on a more solid size wave than what we've seen, but it's just going to close out in front of her and not give any scoring potential. So Khalees up into first, putting the requirements into the 5 and 6 point range for second and third. Kaede now sitting with priority as Khalees is quickly linking herself into another wave, wanting to improve now on the 4.57, having found a great rhythm with that 5.9. Beautiful footwork, huge carve back into the section, doing well to just keep that board and that trim and that flow even through the flatter sections of that wave, doing everything she can to hug back to where that line of white water is at.
Beautiful surfing, but I could see a look on her face. Perhaps she felt that was a little bit of a mistake going that wave. She might have got excited with the 5.9, thinking I need to really make a move in this heat right now. All I need to do is a mid-range wave, and here it goes. Barely breaking, but she fades back in, more of a rincon type of wave, and she sees something. So a nice 5 there in the pocket, her board in the whitewash, carving it around, very foamy, very whitewashy though, but the composure is there, Shannon. Ticking off those parts of the judging criteria, full length board a little slower than that previous wave, and she's out of there. So I think it'll go under. I don't think it'll go into that top two, but I could see the look in her face, just a little bit of disappointment and maybe a slight missed opportunity leaving the door open with 2 minutes 20 left.
Yeah, there is that opportunity. There's not huge requirements. 5.41 for second and a 6.14 for third to take the lead away. And both surfers, Kaede and Liv, have gotten closest to those scores. Kaede with the 5.07. She needs to go just slightly higher to get herself into that leading position. As we see the Rip Curl 2-minute warning pop up, means that those surfers only have 2 minutes left on the clock, and that's not a lot of time. Possibly for one more wave each, maybe two, but it depends on how long that wave is and how far the paddle back is. Liv now up and riding, locks into a dedicated hang 5, now carves back, trying to stay in the section, couple steps forward just to gain that speed and that projection. Finds another nose ride, steps back, and looks like that will be all that wave has for her for scoring potential. She'll finish off right on the sand. Hopefully keep those knees and ankles all intact. Down to 1 minute 20 seconds remaining. And Khalees up and riding as well. So we're waiting on scores for Liv Stokes. Khalees now looking to try and improve her lead to lock herself a spot straight into the round of 16. Beautiful style. Arms just out by her side. Nice tight footwork, as well as she finds that last nose ride, and she'll finish off on the sand.
Beautiful surfing there from both surfers, and we saw Liv just setting up for the nose ride section, but you see the different colors of water there, Shannon, and soft sand. Thankfully, Liv jumped off that wave. There's not a lot of places in the world where you can jump off like that and keep your limbs intact.
So down to 38 seconds on the clock. Will Kaede be in position to get herself another ride? Khalees with a score to come through. Last of Liv Stokes was just a 3.87, so it doesn't factor into her top two. It's actually equal with her second scoring ride at the moment, but it doesn't better the situation. Khalees drops through a 4.40, so for her it doesn't improve the situation either. Now leaves 10 seconds on the clock. Not sure where Kaede is sitting in the lineup. And there she is now. Doesn't look like there's going to be another opportunity for her. She's turning, but you can sense that it's going to be the finish of this heat. And a great performance from Khalees in the final 8 minutes, finding herself into that leading position.
And a beautiful display of smooth flowing surfing. I have a sneaking suspicion she wouldn't be too happy with that, though, with not finding any critical moments, but lovely surfing from Khalees Kaliapaa.
And what we've seen of her free surfing in the week leading up to this, we know that she's capable of getting those excellent scores out here at Bell, so we'll wait to see it maybe later in the week. Now, coming up next, Chloe Calmon, Avalon Gall, and Natsumi Taoka hitting the water right after this.
The Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl is brought to you by Bioglan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By Visit Melbourne, official event partner. Plan your trip to Melbourne. By Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company. by GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia, and by Surf Coast Shire, strategic partner of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl.
Pleasure to have your company. Thanks for tuning in wherever you are around the world. We're at the iconic Bells Beach on the Victorian coast as we move into Chloe Calmon from Brazil, Avalon Gore from the US of A, Natsumi Teoka from Japan. I'm Sam Bleakley, joined once again by 2006 WSL World Longboard Champion Josh Constable.
Sam, I'm so excited for this heat. Chloe's one of my favourites to watch, just the grace, the flow, and she'll put it together out here. And then obviously Avalon, young up-and-comer, been at it a few years now, had a breakthrough win this year at the Vans Duct Tape, so her surfing's really on point, so let's check it out.
And talking of Avalon, live action on her Michael Takayama built boards. Of course, she dates Kayamana Takayama, Michael's son, and look at that beautiful cross-stepping up to the tip again. Her father Ray is here on site watching the action. Good start for Avalon. A couple of dynamic turns there, some nose rides, but the footwork, the leg strength, the kind of dance-like qualities of her surfing are always really exciting to watch. But what about this on the replay from our surfer from Japan, Natsumi Teoka?
Yeah, Natsumi and Chloe are staying together, so there's a little rivalry going on in the household. But she's a great surfer, and unfortunately that wave just didn't sort of cooperate.
Nice and lively, though, from Avalon. What about this ride? The footwork, the flow, the control, Josh?
Yeah, that board looks like it's got beautiful trim. There's a lot of dead sections out here right now because they're back at the Bells Bowl, but this footwork and this nose riding and just hanging, looking really good, and that was really nice and quick, and tapped it and rode out of it. So that's a nice opening wave. It'll settle her nerves. She knows that the board's feeling good, that her body's working in with what she wants to do, and now she just needs to get herself on a nice wave. And I like the start from Chloe. Those waves that Natsumi and Avalon got were kind of just average waves. Sit out, be patient, and wait for those good ones.
So we've got Natsumi Teoka from Chiba, Japan. We got Chloe Calmon from Akumba Beach, Rio de Janeiro, and Avalon Gore, a Sano surfer from Laguna. And we've already referenced that she's riding those Michael Takayama boards, but watch out for the goofy footer Chloe Calmon riding the new advanced boards shaped by Neko and Marcelo Cabone down in Sao Paulo, the biggest surfboard factory in Brazil. Of course, the Cabone shapes were, you know, a big part of the Donald Takayama movement. He used to ghost shape for Donald, so a lot of heritage there, but now putting that beautiful new advanced equipment under the feet of Chloe Calmon. She's finished second on the WSL World Longboard Tour 3 times. She's been a Pan American champion 3 times, but up and riding right now is Avalon Gore. Sets herself up with a nice down carve there. Again, into the middle of the wave. You can just see how she's just keeping the heel weight on that inside edge as she cross steps back up for a beautiful 5 and pedals back to the tail, stays high but doesn't come out of that there, but does deliver a lot of decent scoring potential on the lead up to that wave. So that's Avalon's second score. Her first ride came in at a 3.67. That drops in at a 2.17. Natsumi has a low score, but what about this from Avalon, Josh?
Yeah, she looks on. Like, obviously the wave choice is not great, but she looks confident. She looks like she's got it dialed in. So nice surfing, just letting the board flow. The footwork and the nose riding is really good, but just unfortunately coming unstuck.
And with that, let's go down to True Starling, who's with the winner of our last heat, Khalees Kelly-Opaha from Hawaii.
Thanks so much, Sam. Khalees, you took out the first event of the season, and you're coming out in, first on the rankings here. Are you feeling any pressure for this event?
I think there's always pressure no matter which contest you are competing in. But yeah, definitely coming off of the US Open, it was a big confidence boost, but like in my surfing and within myself. So coming into Bells, it was a whole new ball game for me. Cold water, Bells is such an iconic wave. So starting from scratch. So yeah, it was fun.
And you were saying just before you feel like you're kind of battling the elements, and you said it's cold and it's a bit of a weakness. So how do you prepare for that? How do you adapt to the cold and, think through that for that 30-minute heat?
I'm so spoiled, you know, coming from Hawaii and where I'm from. It's always warm. It's never really cold. But I mentally prepared myself while I was at home for how cold it was. And yeah, you know, the cold isn't very like a strong suit for me, but just going through all the motions of it.
Amazing. Would you like to say hi to anyone back at home who's watching?
Yes, all my family and friends back home on Oahu, and all of our family in Maui that just went through the Maui wildfires. Our prayers are with everybody.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Well, congratulations, Khalees, and of course, you know, we must pay our respect and recognition for all of the suffering that's been happening for all of our friends and family and fellow surfers in Maui, as Khalees referenced there. But leading the tour, she won in Huntington. Strong start, adapting to the cold here very well. And Khalees, always such a stylish longboarder. She always has that beautiful balance between footwork, flow, nose riding, and rail turns. Always looks so composed, and also always able to claw herself out of a slow start. She never gives up. She's got that competitive drive.
She does, and I think that's the confidence in her surfing. She knows that just give her an opportunity and she's going to get a score. We saw that at Huntington. There was a few close heats that she came back into the heat with the last wave or two and surfed really solid.
I saw that also from Sophia Colhane as well. Both of those women, they just clawed themselves out of tricky situations regularly, and that says a lot about their tenacity.
And young, no fear. Just sit there. That doesn't matter if the clock's ticking down. They just know that give me the wave, give me the opportunity, and they back themselves. And it's a great thing to have, and at a young age to have no fear and keep pushing towards that world title for her. And Khalees is looking really, really good this year. She's surfed amazing last year, but I think she's gone to another level this year. She's worked closely again with Kai on her longboards. Having Kai at the events competing, but also being around watching these, it's pretty special for her to have him around and work on that equipment, because the equipment is so important, isn't it, Sam?
Absolutely. Great equipment under the feet of these women. Natsumi Teoka, she rides Nobo Agashuri boards from Japan. She's based in Chiba. She's a multiple Japanese and Asian champion, as we can see the wattle flowering in the background there and the sandstone cliffs and the competition site. The judges are looking out of that tent with the white roof facing us in the middle of your screen, and there's those iconic steps that so many famous surfers, locals and international travelers have walked up and down, as we see Natsumi up and riding the regular footer, fading into this wave, using the cross-stepping to keep that trim speed. Again, nice and lively on her feet. One of the hallmarks of Natsumi's surfing is her quick footwork. Behind her, up and riding, it's Avalon Gould. Natsumi striking the nose, gets the 5, back up for another 5, walking back to the tail, keeping on that inside rail and riding out of that roller coaster floater, while Avalon falls on the last hurdle on that wave.
Yeah, that was some action packed in. Here we go, looking like on the outside quite a solid one as well.
Chloe Calmon up and riding from Macumba Beach, Rio de Janeiro on a huge wave, one of the biggest waves we've seen of the day. Grabs that rail, deals brilliantly with the takeoff, puts that beautiful cut back in. Here's the possibility for that trademark cross-step turn. There it is. And again, cross-stepping back up to the nose. There's the first 5. Beautiful long 5, pulls up for a tight 5 and dealt incredibly well with what looks to have been one of the biggest waves we've seen today, Josh.
And it is funny, we haven't seen many sets. It's gone a bit quiet out there. So it's going to look really impressive when she took off on that big set. She had to fight around the whitewash a little bit and hold that rail. Judges won't love that, but you've got to do what you've got to do to get to the open face. And then the surfing was really nice.
And what about the pace of the footwork that we see from Natsumi?
Yeah, really, really good. But as you look now at this wave, it looks so small, not as impressive as Chloe's last one. But the surfing is really good. So if you can match the surfing on the good waves, it's really good. But great little 5 there, back up again, and then wrestles this last little floater and makes it.
Strong score to drop for Natsumi. We'll add to that 1.57. And how about this from Avalon?
Yeah, nice bottom turn. She kind of side slipped a little bit then on that turn, and she's looking good. Waves a little bit funky. She's fighting it a little bit, but looking good. Coming out of those turns looks really nice when she sort of bottom turns and then walks straight into it. But here it is. Here's that bigger set. You can see it standing up on the Bell's Bowl, and she's just got to get around it. Great action there from the drone. And then a nice carve back to the pocket. And then she got a lot of work done on this inside, didn't she, Sam?
Oh, absolutely. The way she dealt with that takeoff under pressure was incredible. But what about this setup for the 5 into the super tight 5 then, and walking out of it so cleanly?
Yeah, I really liked where she pulled up that 5 and then really jammed that back foot up, and just stylish. Really nice flow.
There's some cargo out back in the Southern Ocean as we see Avalon Gould dropping her 2.57 to add to the 3.67. Chloe Calmon's just got that low score of a 2.83. If she gets above a 3.42, she'll move up into first position. Natsumi Teoka waiting for a score to drop as well. Comparing Chloe and Natsumi's ride, who do you think will come out on top?
Oh, I just think the wave size of Chloe's is going to help, even though she did get caught behind that outside little whitewash, grab the rail and come through. But the surfing was really nice. That hang 5 on the inside was great. She had that beautiful cross-step turn. So it'll be interesting. I think it's going to be close, but she'll get the upper hand.
So it comes out at a 4.67, so it puts Chloe up in the lead, and it means that Natsumi now needs just a 3.44 to move up into first. Natsumi drops a 4.07, so adding to that 1.57, she still needs a score of a 3.44. So it's very interesting how Chloe's wave was substantially larger, but Natsumi's score was very close.
Yes. No, that was
so
awesome.
With that, we'll come back to conclude this heat. Got 15 minutes remaining. Stay with us, surf fans. We'll be right back. Kangaroos, koalas, everything here. Torquay, the gateway to the Great Ocean Road. Of course, Melbourne, very close, the second largest city in Australia, creative and cultural hub. But those are the iconic stairs heading down to the Winky Pot side. But right now, surfing on the Bell's Bowl, we have Chloe Calmon in the lead with a 4.67, backed up with a 2.83. Avalon Gould from Southern California with a 3.67 and a 2.57, and Natsumi Teoka with that 4.07 and that 1.57. Thanks for staying with us, surf fans, wherever you're tuning in. We're moving into the afternoon here. We've traveled through that men's opening first round. We're making great progress on this women's first round. We've booked surfers into that round 3, but we've also got surfers looking now to battle it out in the elimination, man on man, woman on woman, that'll be kicking off tomorrow.
And that's when it gets serious, doesn't it, Sam? Unfortunately, someone's going to be going home in those rounds. They've travelled a long way. They've been training hard. They're putting everything into it, and unfortunately, that's the name of the game. There are some losers that have to bow out, but it's been impressive that so far today, and the surfing's been red hot in trying tough conditions, but they're doing really well.
12 minutes remaining on the clockers. Chloe Calmon is sitting there in first position. She'll be pleased with that 4.67, but she'll look to replace that 2.83. So she's sitting in third priority. What would be the psychology of the surfer then in third priority who's got that low score to replace?
I don't think she's too nervous because when the sets come, it seems to be there's 2 or 3 or 4 waves in a set, so she will get an opportunity when the set comes. It's just she doesn't get to choose which one she wants. But she's a smart competitor. She knows she's just got to get on a wave.
That was great, Josh. 2 of the surfers there turtle rolling. We just saw our surfer from Southern California, Avalon. She was just wide enough to scramble over the top of that set. So all of the surfers out of position, but Avalon up and riding. 4 steps up for a touch of the 5. 4 steps back to the tail and then back up to a nice trim line on the front third of the board, cross-stepping back to the middle and then readjusting back to the tail, almost surfing a left-hander here as she gets a full hang 5 going left as answering back. Natsumi Teoka is looking to replace that 1.57 and still going left. Avalon Gore, the goofy footer, manufactures some strong scores out of that ride, but streaking through the bowl section and coming all the way through to the inside with speed, with control, and pulling up for a tight 5 and a foam climb that she's trying to ride out of onto the sand. Natsumi Teoka from Japan.
That was a great wave, like a really, really well surfed wave, and we saw it on the 4.07 that Natsumi caught earlier, that the surfing was there. She needed to match it with the wave, and here we are with the Bioglan replay of Avalon with the drone shot, just looking. She's got an eye out on the shoulder, she's weaving back in, and like you said, a goofy footer just looking for a left on a right hand point break. It's awesome.
And she really did attack this wave, didn't she? She maximized what was available, but scores wise, she's already sitting on a 3.67. Is this going to go higher than her 3.67?
It's going to be interesting. There wasn't much dynamic maneuvers on the outside. All her work was done on this inside. So it's going to be interesting to see if they pay off this sort of work coming towards us and coming left. But I think the replay coming in of Natsumi's is going to be really exciting because it looked like it was a big wave. She surfed it all the way through and there were some big maneuvers. But look at that tip time, toes over the nose, standing tall, beautiful style. She's got it going on.
Absolutely. Seeing that on the replay, it really demonstrated the degree of difficulty, the control on those nose rides. But this wave had that long run to it, and she really did a lot of damage on the inside.
Yeah, great hang 5 then through the section. Nice little carve down. She's surfing with nice composure. Great nose, little bit of soul arch, a little bit of body English, which looks nice. Carve. It's a pretty good wave, Sam.
Yeah, and finishes it strongly here. She didn't quite have much space to ride out of that because she was right on the sand. We saw Caitlin Mickelson committing to waves like that and getting delivered with some strong scores. So Natsumi Teoka's got a 4.07 as we see live action. Stylish Avalon Gould takes off on that wave, fades in, but it dies out. She kicks out. Bit of a paddle battle now between Natsumi and Avalon out there with priority. Chloe Calmon, she's looking to replace a 2.83. Avalon drops a really strong score. The judges fully rewarding the critical nose riding. Even the fact that she was moving across that wave on the front side facing left. She gets a 5.17. She's going to be really pleased about that score because it didn't run her far down the point, but she really surfed that wave to its utmost.
She did, and also what was so nice about it is it's put her in the heat now. It's given her time. She's got second priority. Both the ladies have put a lot of pressure on Chloe right now, and going into the heat, you would almost think Chloe was the favourite in this one. She's under pressure here, so it's going to be really nice to see her try and break through that and get herself a nice wave and a good score.
So she's sitting with that highest score is Chloe Calmon from Macumba, Rio de Janeiro, 517. She's got priority. She had a look at that wave. Will priority change? We'll have to see if that P moves. It stays with Chloe. Second priority is with Avalon. Third priority, Natsumi. So Chloe is able to take off on this wave with right of way. She stands up nice and high, an incredible stylish drop knee, 6 steps up to a beautiful 5, and the footwork, the flowing, really dynamic always through the walking, the way she links sections with elegance but with grace and power. She's going to pedal back to the tail again, uses that drop knee turn. I know her parents, Miguel and Anna, will be tuning in, rooting for their daughter. I love the use of the stool there, and back into a 5, gets a 10, and demonstrates why she is a World Tour title threat. That was beautiful.
That was great surfing. Really, really nice. The footwork and mixing it up, that we never see the same turn or the same maneuver from her. She gives us variations, and the judges will really like that. Beautiful drop knee turn there. Patient, quick trip to the tip. And just here, it's just downtime. That's Bell's Bowl. There is some flat part of the wave where you've just got to link through and be patient. Another beautiful drop knee turn. And here it is. This was really nice finishing. 5, back. There was that cross step turn, so giving the judges a variation. Great 10. That was a really nice surfed wave. But like I spoke about before, when they get the good waves and they get the opportunity to do the good surfing, it really goes to show. And have a look, Sam. Natsumi's last wave has just come in.
8.33, incredible score for Natsumi. Some judges putting that up into the 8.5, some the 8s, gets the average at 8.33. So it's Avalon Gould in second position, but what about this opening ride from Avalon? Really dynamic in the footwork and on the nose.
Really nice. She took off. There was a lot of size in it, but it just seemed to dissipate on the right, and she was very versatile and read the wave well, and this is the one where she got the 5.17 and came back left.
And of course, after the judges dropped that 5.17, it was the ride after this where Natsumi gets the 8.33, and they had that benchmark. They'd gone high on this score, you know, deservedly so for the incredible surfing from Avalon, but Natsumi on a streaking fast right-hander that had a lot of speed and a lot of distance and a lot of variety.
And here it is, big takeoff, bouncing around. She's going fast. She's such a petite little surfer, but here we are. Great hang 5 there, resets it up, another nice turn. And look how much size there is in this. There's so much water in this wave. Great soul arch. The judges really like this one. Another great turn, back to the pocket, walking up, finding the flow and the trim, and then the commitment. They like this. Yes, didn't ride out super clean, but there was nowhere for it to ride, Sam, so I think they counted that as a make.
You can see Winky Pop there at the top of your screen. We look down the coast towards Torquay, Point Torquay, Melbourne, further up. There's the car park where all the competitors are, and you can see the judges in that white building, the iconic steps, and so much to enjoy on this Victoria coastline.
And we've been so blessed both mornings and afternoons, especially the afternoons when we're driving out on that road. There's so many kangaroos that all the international guests, we see them pull over on the side of the road. They've got their cameras out, they're taking photos, and it's a pretty special way to finish the afternoons.
4 minutes remaining. Natsumi with an 8.33. Chloe Calmon drops a 5.30. So she's in second position. She's needing a 7.11. Avalon now has moved into third position. She needs a 7.24. Priority sitting with Avalon. Second priority Natsumi. Third priority with Chloe.
Interesting finish. Now, the girls don't have enough time to sort of break this down. Now they have to be patient. They have to be on a set wave. They need to sort of match what Natsumi did. She got that beautiful big set wave, and she did great surfing. Both Avalon and Chloe can match the surfing. That's not the issue. They just need to get themselves on the good wave.
Coming up next, former world champion Rachel Tilley will be hitting the water. Maria Fernanda Reyes from Peru, and from Reunion, Maya Glassnap. She is a bright, rising talent at a Reunion, really stylish surfer, so that's going to be very interesting. Of course, in 2015, Rachel Tilley won her world title, the youngest world champion just at age 17 from San Clemente, but she spends a lot of time in Australia. She studied a bachelor's degree in sports management at Bond University on the Gold Coast, and she's really familiar with the Australian coastline, and she's been coming down to Victoria and training across a number of trips down here at Bells, so she's going to be really comfortable in these changing conditions.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see her, but I'm more excited to see this finish right now and see the competitiveness of Natsumi. She's out there, she's lost priority. Avalon's got priority right now. So she's in the hot seat. Hopefully she can get a wave and then put on a display and see if she can get up to that, into the first place.
Little clean wall ahead of Avalon. She's in priority. She's chasing a 7.24. Nice fade in. 6 steps up for a 5. Pedals back with good footwork and puts that board on rail. But she really committed to that cutback. And it was exciting to see that turn, but maybe even if she had ridden out of it, that wave was still going to just fade out in the deeper water.
Yeah, it was. It sort of backed off a lot, but that turn was slicing, wasn't it? She really committed. She knew she had to put all her surfing out there because she's chasing a 7.27. She can't be safe. She's got to milk everything out of it. And beautiful footwork, great nose ride, and that big slicing turn was so good, unfortunately, coming undone.
The nerves into the Rip Curl 2-minute warning. Out of priority, Chloe Calmon chasing a 7.11. Multiple Brazilian champion, multiple Pan American Games champion, won her first Brazilian title age 14, an attainable score for one of the greatest longboarders we have seen. Can she get the opportunity to ride the wave? Natsumi Teioka with that incredible 8.33, one of the best waves we've seen of the day. She's up and riding, 1 minute 10 seconds remaining. There's a touch of the 5, pedals back to the tail, stays low. Trademark hair in the bun. Natsumi often wears her hair like that when she's competing, and she sets herself up with that tight, quick footwork. It's a smaller wave, but it's still got some clean open face ahead as she gets another clean nose ride into a quick 10 as she cross steps back to the tail and falls on that floater, but looking to replace a 4.07 to add to that 8.33. But is there another wave in the dying seconds for Chloe Calmon as we get to look at this replay from Natsumi?
Sam, as she was paddling into it, I didn't think she needed to go. She had priority and she has Chloe in a pretty good position where I don't think she needed to risk. She was trying to improve on that 4.07, but the wave didn't really look like it was going to do it and give it much opportunity. I would have loved to see her sit out there and just keep commanding the priority and holding that position and trying to keep Chloe off in case there was another set wave come, because there was about a minute to go. But she surfed it well. She would have liked to finish it to give a good taste in the judge's mouth. But here we go. We'll see what happens here.
Well, it looks like there hasn't been enough time for Chloe to get that last wave. It seems like this is just after the buzzer. I can't confirm that, but we'll see from the body language of Chloe. It looks to me as if she knows that this is potentially going to be just after the horn. But again, Chloe Calmon is going to be such a big threat in the elimination round. Unexpected for Chloe to move into that elimination round, but like Sophia Colhane before her, Chloe will not be fazed by that. But congratulations, Natsumi Teioka, that 8.33, an incredible bit of surfing, well into the excellent range.
Yeah, fantastic heat and putting on a display, because that 8.33, that was a big bumpy wave and she surfed it really, really well. And she knew it. She went out there. She knew she had to give it her all and put it on the line. And the reward paid off. So congratulations.
And still waiting for a score to drop. So she might well replace that 4.93. Chloe's wave is going to come in at a lower score. So it was just in time before the hooter. Chloe's chasing a 7.97. It's going to come in too low. It's not going to make a difference. Yes, it comes in at a 2.4. So Natsumi takes the heat win. Coming up next, Rachel Tilley, Maria Fernanda Reyes, Maya Glassenup. It's going to be exciting. Stay with us, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back.
Cola Pinto boost.
Yes, that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing, yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring, it's that time again. Don't wanna win, I'm cutting you off, cause it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing, yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring, it's that time again.
Felipe Toledo just unleashing.
Well, it's all to play for at the proving ground of lower trestles for this year's World Shortboard Champions. Tune in for that between September the 8th and 16th. But right now, we've got the heat to look forward to. Number 6, it's Maria Fernanda Reyes and Maya Glasenapp, and our 2015 WSL Women's World Longboard Champion, Rachel Tilley. But this was the first score drop for our Peruvian, riding Piccolo Clemente boards. Piccolo, a 2 times World Longboard Champion. This came in, Josh, at a 2.50, so not a great score for Maria, but something on the board.
Yeah, she's got her feet in the wax and just getting a feel for it. It just kind of closed out and just didn't kind of get to that open face, unfortunately. But here we go, Rachel Tilley, our former world champion, just always super composed and really connected with her boards too, isn't she?
Of course, yes, she rides the Josh Martin board, son of the great Terry Martin. She studied a bachelor's degree in sports management at Bond University on the Gold Coast, so she's very familiar with Australia, and she's very familiar with surfing longboards at the highest level. And this was a really strong opener from Rachel. Dynamic, variety, using all of the board and all of the wave.
She'll be really happy with that one. That was nice surfing. And like you said, she just used the whole board, turning really nicely, and then that beautiful hang 5. So that'll be a good start for her. She'll be really happy at getting her campaign underway here at Bells Beach.
Such a beautiful energy here, just to think of all of the famous names that have walked up and down those iconic steps. You know, all of your heroes and heroines, all of the people who've won competitions here in the past. To be here, you continually feeling that recreation, that connection of that long history of surfing.
Yeah, and it goes back a long way, doesn't it? Like Michael Peterson and all these, Simon Anderson, that big year where he was riding the first time that they released the thruster, the 3-fin surfboard, all the way through to Sonny Garcia. It's funny, the Hawaiians kind of seem to have a bit of a connection with this place, even though they're coming from warm water to freezing cold water. I think it's the power and the rawness, and we saw that with Khalees earlier. She was saying she was cold, but her surfing was matching the power of the wave. Kai Salas earlier today.
6 steps up to the nose, Maria Fernanda Reyes. She kicks off with that 5, pedals back to the tail. That wave dies out. She'll get a second score on the board. She's going to add to that 2.50. But Rachel Tilley starts her campaign with a strong 5.67. As we see a little insider opportunity for Maria, staying nice and busy, loose and lively, faded in, cut back, 2 steps, pause, 4 steps, touch the 5, staying busy. Maya Glasenapp, she gets a 0.67 for that first ride. I was catching up with Maya yesterday, and she was telling me she's just moved to Costa de Caprica in Lisbon, where she's currently studying for a degree. So born and raised on the Reunion Islands, but currently living in Portugal. And she is the qualifier from Europe last year. She got the result at the World Surf League event in Fistral Beach, Newquay, Cornwall, at the Board Masters, to earn herself a spot as the European qualifier on the World Longboard Tour, because Alice Lemoyne, she had already qualified from finishing in the top 10 last year at Malibu.
Definitely producing some great surfers and some great longboard talent out of there. But here's this one of Maria. Unfortunately, it just didn't, the wave choice, it's just not really giving her much opportunity.
Touch that 5, nice and lively, but that wave dying out on her Piccolo Clemente board. Maria Fernanda Reyes Mafa from Lima loves to surf at Macaja in Peru. Piccolo Clemente, a world champion twice, and Maria studied sports science at university in Lima, so she's got a lot of horizons, a lot of great opportunities. But with that, talking of somebody who set their horizons on a magic result here, from Japan, Natsumi Teoka is with True Styling.
Thanks so much. Natsumi, you dropped the best wave of the event so far today. Talk to me about that 8.33.
Yeah, I'm rating good waves. It was the wave is a bit bumpy and a little bit tricky, but I'm so lucky I got really good waves.
How are you enjoying your time here at Bells?
It's first time come to Bells. I always watch in city, and then one day I want to surf here, and then finally my dream is come true, and then competing here is so nice.
Would you like to say hi to anyone back at home in Japanese?
日本で応援してくださってる皆さんありがとうございます。ラウンド1ジャンプアップして次ラウンド3に進出することができました。いい波だけ狙って次も頑張ります。引き続き応援よろしくお願いします。
Thank you, Natsumi. Back to you guys.
Well, congratulations, Natsumi. Fantastic surfing as we see Rachel Tilley, our 2015 WSL World Longboard Champion, on her Josh Martin built surfboards, always riding beautiful equipment. She likes to have a little kick in the nose. She likes to keep her boards nice and lively, and look at that lock on the 5 into the 10. This is a really strong ride from Rachel, already kicking off with a 5, 6, 7. How do you think that's going to compare to that opening ride?
That was a really nice wave, really clean surfing, really nice nose ride. As you said, she's got that little bit more flip in the nose, so in these bumpy, choppier conditions, the sort of chops going underneath and down that concave and flowing off, so she's got really nice flow and beautiful nose ride. So I like that wave. I think that's going to be a really good score, and she's going to put a lot of pressure on the other girls. Here we go.
And you could see that 10 on the Bioglan replay, kicking off straight with that dynamic nose ride.
Yeah, that was unreal. And then a big carve out of it, keeping the flow, a lot of speed, like a lot of acceleration when she turns. It's quite impressive. This is nice, just hanging there, waiting for the 10, and then steps back cleanly and finishes it off. You can see the stoke on her face, nice smile at the end.
Yeah, that is really evident there that she felt good about that. And, you know, there was again, I quite often enjoy seeing where these women are looking. I very much noticed with Sophia Colhane that she would look close, sometimes she would look far. Again, we saw that from Rachel. You know, they're eyeing up all the scoring opportunities. They're dealing what's in front of them, but they're also aware that there's sections ahead that they need to surf to.
You definitely need to be eyes up when you're surfing, because you never know what's gonna get thrown at you, especially on a day like today where we've got that onshore wind. Where's a little crumbly section then going to close out? Do I need a speed race through it, or can I cut back to get to the power source to nose ride? And she surfed that wave so good, so much commitment, big nose ride on the outside, filled it in through the middle really, really well, and then finished strong. And look at the score, Sam.
Yeah, 7.67. So very close to Natsumi's 8.33. You know, thinking back to that last big score from Natsumi and that from Rachel, you know, would the judges have been referencing Natsumi's heat, or do you think they just reset the scale relative to each new heat?
Yeah, I think they're resetting every heat, because waves change in each half an hour block. So they know what the other heats have been doing, but they're starting fresh. They're basing it off that first wave of Rachel's at 5.67, and they were really impressed by that clean surfing. It was a little bit bigger wave. She got a lot of work done on it, and it's well rewarded.
So let's get a little study, Josh, of why this went near excellent. She just sets herself up so nicely on that opening 5.10.
Yeah, the 10 was really committed, really nice part of the wave, big slicing cutback, and there's a lot of speed. Every time she turns, the board accelerates, even out of that, and then straight into a walk and cross step. Hanging on the 5 here. Would like to see it a bit tighter, but she was waiting to set it up for that hang 10. And if we picked it again a little bit, maybe she could have come back off the nose a little earlier and try to get up and give it a little lip line floater to finish, and then we might have seen it go around that Natsumi score. But it was beautiful surfing, beautiful flow, and that's just Rachel. That's what she's known for. Explosive, flow, speed, grace, and a really positive attitude. Every time you see her all week in the car park, she's been stoked. She's so happy to be here and been putting on some great display in the free surfs.
From San Clemente, learned at Doheny, a regular at Sano, riding those Josh Martin boards. Her parents, Glenn, Laurie, her brother, Michael, he's actually now a qualified pilot. They'll be tuning in, watching Rachel. They'll be really, really excited. I know that her dad, Glenn, he really loves to pick apart the rides and the scores, and he's got a deep intrinsic understanding of surfing, and such a platform for, you know, to share that generational passion for wave riding, and that really shines in Rachel's surfing as we see Maya Glassenap looking to drop those two low scores, a 0.87 and 0.67. Maya from Reunion Island, standing nice and tall, known for her grace, her elegance, her footwork, but perhaps someone who hasn't had a great deal of experience here at Bells. So that might be a disadvantage for Maya.
Yeah, and moving to Portugal is probably a great thing for her surfing because there's so much waves and opportunities. And speaking of opportunity, here's a really nice one.
Big drop there for Rachel. Gets to the lower part of the wave, looks to set up that bottom turn, but then just seeing that there's not much scoring potential, so kicking out as Maria Fernanda Reyes also recognises that that's worthy of a kick out. Maria with a 2.5 and a 1.7, so Rachel's just running away from these women here with those big scores. She's got a 13.34 combination, so it means that the other women are in a combination situation. They really have got a lot of catching up to do, as we see Maria Fernanda Reyes, toes on the nose, cross steps back to the middle of the board, loose and lively, keeping a high line, and there's a cross step turn, wobbles, keeps her composure again, stands tall, gets back up for a 5, locks a sneaky 10, a double 10, stretches back for that 5, keeps that leash out of those toes cleanly, and then looks for the float and recognizes that there's not much water left to ride out of that float as Rachel Tilley, our heat leader, looking to replace a 5.67, gets her 4th score on board.
I think Maria will be really happy with that wave that she got, and here's another one that looks really nice too.
Maya, nice cut back there, takes that high line, bit of a bouncy one, but then just putting those hands on the rails, already you felt like the ride had ended. And even if she did need to connect that section, sometimes when you put those hands on the rails, the judges start to kind of lose interest in the degree of difficulty of the surfing that you're doing.
Yeah, totally. Unfortunately, that wave went really fat. But here we go. Unfortunately for her, you can see the leash keeps tangling up with her, and that's why a lot of the times you'll see a lot of surfers not wearing a leash so they don't get caught up. But she's just hanging with it. That was a really nice cutback, but lost a little bit of balance. The judges aren't going to be super impressed by that. But this was cool. 5.10, 5.10, hung on the nose, and then, yeah, come on to the inside, but unfortunately there was just no water left.
And Josh, what would be the difference between those types of nose rides where you're just staying on the nose ride rather than just readjusting that back foot the whole time?
Yeah, it's just wave dependent, but that she read that really nice for what it was, and she was more so going down the face rather than sort of across the face and sitting in the pocket. So she didn't have the opportunity to really get tight on that 5. She had to stretch it, wait for a little lump in the wave, and then go to the 10. But she did really well considering what the wave was doing. But definitely, former world champ Rachel Tilley is really showing and putting on display and showing how good she is.
Maria Fernanda Reyes drops a 4.17, strong score. Felt like the end of that wave, she really kind of maximized the scoring potential with those double 10s. So she'll be pleased to hear that, and it just about takes her out of the combination situation, but she's still needing a 9.17, so probably better for her to replace that 2.50 with something in the kind of 6-7 range, and then she could really go for the strike of the score she might need if she wanted to get back into first position.
And the judges are liking her surfing, aren't they? That last wave was a 4.17. We saw beautiful footwork and 5 and 10 and 5 and 10. So if she can match that on a bigger wave, sort of a quality wave that Rachel has got, hopefully she can get up there around that sort of 6 or 7 mark and put herself really back in this heat. And Maya at the moment, she just needs an opportunity. She hasn't really had those waves, but here we go.
So all to play for, 14 minutes remaining. Stay with us, we'll be right back. Welcome back to this striking coastline. Of course, we've got the waves, we've got the fantastic coastal towns, we've got Melbourne, but let's not forget about the wineries and the golf courses. And Josh, I know that you play to a pretty mean handicap.
Yeah, I definitely love coming down here and playing golf. And yeah, we're so lucky in Australia to have great courses down here, and the Sandbelt there in Melbourne, it's world renowned, and a lot of people, international guests, come to play there for sure.
World-class women's longboarding on display here with Rachel Tilley with a 7.67 and a 5.67, looking so relaxed there, sitting there with priority. Maria Fernanda Reyes, she likes to stay active. She's got herself deeper in the lineup here. She's in third priority, so she'll be hunting that opportunity to go for that big score. She needs a massive 9.17. So in that type of situation with 11 minutes remaining, is she better just to build on those two scores or go for that one massive near perfect score?
Yeah, it's a hard one. The conditions are tough right now, so it's going to be hard to get scores in that really excellent range. We've only seen a couple of waves go into the excellent range today, so I would be chipping away at it. I'd be advising her, come on, let's get going, let's stay positive, but she still needs to be on good waves because Rachel's doing such good surfing on good waves, she needs to match it.
Maria Fernanda Reyes out of priority. She has a look, but she needs to keep an eye on Maya, because Maya is, I think that Maya probably caught that wave as well, and that might be why Maria decided to press the eject button. And there we go, Maya, who was in second priority, had right of way on that wave. So Maria Fernanda Reyes just has to be a little bit careful, doesn't want to get herself tangled up in an interference situation, but neither of those surfers interfered with one another's ride, so it's likely there'll be no interference called.
I think so, yeah. That was a good call from her to kind of have a look at it, because you don't know what the other surfer, but look at this.
Beautiful, striking opening nose ride. And look at the carving turns from Rachel Tilley. Those pulled-in tails, one of the trademark features of the Josh Martin surfboards that she rides. For me, Rachel, she surfs with a lot of joy, a lot of expression, a lot of excitement. Maria Fernanda Reyes, nice cut back. This wave looks to be decent. She's going to need a massive score to do this in one ride, a 9.17, but this could well replace that 2.50, certainly could replace that 4.17, because she locks a really crisp, tidy upright hang 10 through the inside, and she'll be pleased about that, but she needs to get busy and get out there for more, because it's not going to be the 9.17.
No, it's definitely not the 9.17, but this wave of Rachel's started off really well.
Just fades in, Josh, and so quick with the feet.
Yeah, and just well placed. The nose rides are well placed. She was trying to get her feet in the right spot. Big carve back. That board looks fantastic. And you say she surfs with a lot of joy. It's also the colour on her board. This one, they did a special Hoffman fabric inlay on it. Looks great. It just matches her personality. But look at this. It's creating nice little lift, speeding along the line. Just a little bit here, readjusting, and then just hooks into it. Really nice. And great turn, wasn't it?
Yeah, and the Hoffman fabric inlay, a great way to add weight to the board.
Yes, and that we do. We have a weight restriction on the boards at all the events, so all the surfers are aware of that. Rachel and Josh have probably made sure that they've got the right amount of fabric and resin on there to get the weight right.
But what about the 10 that Maria gets through the inside on this ride? Could be a very important score for the Peruvian.
Definitely, and we saw her first wave, that 2.5. I think that's going to be gone now. She comes up here and really got that hang time, so I think she'll be really happy with this one. I still think she's going to have to get back out there. She's got 8 minutes. She might need to replace both those waves to push Rachel and go all the way.
So this is the replay of Maya's last ride. She's been sitting with those low scores, the 0.8, 0.6s, the high ones. What does she need to do to really break that kind of 5-6 mark?
Yes, it's wave choice. She needs to get on the waves. I'm not familiar with where she's from, but possibly she's from more left-handers and reef breaks rather than these sort of rawer ocean, these fatter, kind of powerful right-handers, as well as wearing a wetsuit.
Well, she's from Reunion, but she's now based in Lisbon, and actually Ribeira de Lache, which is a wave in Ericeira, north of Lisbon, is a very similar wave to this, also with that sandstone cliff coastline. So that would be a great training opportunity if Maya did return to this event next year, or if she continues to have runs on the World Tour, to practice on her local territory for a big, powerful open ocean right-hand point like Bells.
And the nice thing being in Portugal, she's going to have some great help from some great surfers.
Up to the tip, gets the 5, pedals back to the tail. Rachel Tilley in the background. It looks like Maya's still got some scoring potential as she just connects with a cleaner open face, while Rachel Tilley keeps that footwork moving, weaving back and forth to find a nice tap of the 5. Maya's now finished her ride, but Rachel's still going strong. Up to the 5, holds the 5. Little cheetah 5 stretch, full 10, stands up high. Maria Fernandez also up and riding as Rachel just elegantly climbs out, surfing with joy and control, and kicks that board onto the sand. It's a soft landing in there. There's a technique. It looks a bit dramatic, but as surfers, we know how to just wash up into those sand shore breaks. She'll be absolutely fine with that.
Yeah, she'll be fine, and that's going to be a pretty good scoring wave, I think. She surfed it really well, carving back here, just trying to find that power source, waiting for the right section to come. And that's what she always has, is nice patience. But this hang 10 that we saw through the middle of the wave was pretty cool.
Really good, dynamic, lively surfing. This is a really strong start for Rachel. She's got a 5.67 and a 7.67. Do you think this could go into her top 2? Comes out at a 5.43 for her previous ride, but the judges will still be studying this replay. Dramatic finish could well improve her situation, Josh.
Yeah, totally. I think it will. They'll like that sort of hang 10 on the inside finish. That was a great hang 5 for Maya. She's building. As the heat's going on, her scores are slowly improving. She's feeling more comfortable. She's new to this arena. There's a lot of pressure, so she's done really well. She'll be really happy with herself, and she'll just push forward into the next round. But like we were saying, being in Portugal, there's so many great surfers and longboard surfers. A good friend of ours, Luffy, who's over there, many-time European champion. He's from Costa de Caprica, so hopefully she's around those sort of people and helping her with the surfing.
Yeah, big shout out to Luis Bento. Luffy, of course, his daughter, Raquel Bento, a great young European longboarder with a dynamic drop knee. Maya competed in Huntington. She got a 17th. She lost to Lindsay Steinreide, the 2010 world champion. Lindsay's over here with her partner, Eduard Del Pero, so she'll be following Eduard's campaign, but Maya does drop her strongest score of her heat, a 2.47. She's still in a combination situation. We're still waiting a score for Maria Fernandez. Rachel Tilley's last ride comes in at a 5.23, so it doesn't improve her situation. Maria's still chasing that 9.17, but it looks like she might well really build on her situation, because she's got that 4.17 and that 3.6.
Yes, it's getting down to that pointy end of the heat now, where it's going to be hard for Maria to replace both scores. So maybe it's now time to sit out there, drop anchor, wait for that great wave, and really push for that 9.17.
So let's just catch up on the action that we've had. It's been an incredible performance from our Southern Californian Rachel Tilley. Lively, fruity, dynamic, and great footwork and flow, and just surfing with joy. You know, the way she kind of mixes the more upright classic postures in the footwork and the nose rise, and then flexes low into the turns, kicking things off with this 5.67, Josh.
Yeah, it was a really well surfed wave and a nice way to start your campaign, so she'll be really happy. And then she built with it with this one, a little bit bigger wave, a little more energy, great maneuvers on the outside, and then stood back on the tail in that turn. It's just, she's got it on lockdown right now, and she's looking really, really good.
And then just look at that joyous body language there, that soul arch bottom turn, setting herself up. There's the 5, stretches it, but then pulls in for the bang, 10 time coming up just right now. Hey presto, pedals back to the tail and drops to 7.67. But it was Maria Fernandez who gets this 4.17. Great footwork through the inside, riding her Piccolo Clemente billboards.
Yeah, and you can see just the wave quality. It's not quite as there, but the surfing's quite good, and nice variety of turns. A little wobbly, but she'll build on this from this heat. But this was nice, 5, 10, back. This was a double 10. So she'll be really happy with that one.
So she backed this up with a 3.60. This was her 4.17. As we see live action, Maya Glasenap there. She's got a 2.47 and a 1.9 in a combination situation, but up on the 5. Good stylish surfing, cross-stepping back to the tail, opts for the dismount over the top of the wave as Maria Fernanda Reyes on a big bouncy set. Kicks off with a 5, walks back, drops, bounces, cuts back. It looks like a difficult dying wave, so she knows it's not going to have much more scoring potential. So she'll probably get out back with one more chance of a ride with 1 minute 45 seconds remaining. So into the rip curl, 2-minute warning with Rachel just sitting there in the driving seat, but building on the situation, gaining confidence. This stylish regular footer from Reunion, Maya, you can really see the class in this woman.
Yeah, she's doing really well, and this one's a nice wave, and she just had a little more patience. She waited for the sections. Nice cross-stepping. Here it is, patience again, and then up to the tip. So I think this was a nice wave, and then just ejecting here on the shore break.
Super stylish and smooth, very elegant, but again, needing to have more of that wave selection to really put herself on the rides that will really have that higher scoring potential.
Yeah, and that's something she'll go home this afternoon and watch the replays, see what she needs to work on, come back tomorrow fired up with a fresh approach and put on a good display.
So as it stands, Tilly still out there in the lead. Maria Fernanda Reyes waiting for that last score to drop. It's probably not going to change the situation because she needs a 9.17. Looks to be coming in quite soon. She's got a 4.17 and a 3.6. We're down into the last 40 seconds. Live action, our heat leader, our 2015 Women's World Longboard Champion, Rachel Tilly, straight up to the tip, gets the 5. Cross steps back, stays in the front third of the board. Great footwork into a beautiful down carve turn. Again, cutting back into the foam and then just readjusting her feet as Maria Fernanda Reyes just about gets time to get one more chance at that 9.17. Maria gets an opening 5.10, but on the inside, Rachel Tilly is still cross-stepping, working, weaving. Incredible skills from Rachel Tilly, styling her way all the way through to the inside as Maria Fernanda Reyes also put on a really good performance. I don't think it's going to be enough to change the situation, but Rachel Tilly, I mean, what a great show from our 215 world champion.
Fantastic surfing, well-executed heat. She'll be really happy to get it underway like that.
So we're waiting for scores. Rachel might well replace that 5.67. Maria needed a 9.17. She could improve the situation, but unlikely to get the score she needs. Maya and Maria will be in that elimination round. We've got an exciting one coming up. Mason Schremer, Zoe Gropignon, and Roisin Caroline. So we've got an Australian, we've got French woman, and we've got, of course, Mason from the USA, but based there up in Noosa, as we can really see the difference in tail design between Maria's wide flip tail and Rachel's narrow pulled-in pintail, both on single fins, but both with very contrasting tail designs.
Totally, and you can see that sort of pulled-in pintail was really explosive, and you could see that turning, and it looked really good, didn't it?
Absolutely, incredible performance there from Rachel. So waiting for that last score to drop, but it's unlikely to change the situation. It might well improve her situation as she just sits there, listens to that last score. You can just see that stoke, that awareness that she's kicked off her campaign strong. Maria Fernanda Reyes knows she's got more to give. Perhaps Maria just, it's just that control sometimes, just linking things together elegantly, that could help with her scores.
Totally, and at the end she started to take off on some bigger waves, but unfortunately they didn't give her the opportunity on the insides. But no, she surfed well, and look at that stringer in that board, it's beautiful.
Absolutely fantastic surfing from Rachel Tilly. Probably going to replace that 5.67. If she doesn't, it's not going to make a difference because Maria Fernanda Reyes' last score doesn't come in high enough. Rachel's score just coming in now. It's a 5.6, doesn't go into her top 2. She stays in the lead. We'll have Shannon Hughes and the Waxhead coming into the booth shortly. Stay with us, ladies and gentlemen. Loads more action to come here live from Bells Beach, Australia for the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl.
The Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl is brought to you by Bioglan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By Visit Melbourne, official event partner. Plan your trip to Melbourne. By Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. And by Surf Coast Shire, strategic partner of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl.
Welcome back to the action here at the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl. The wind has been here throughout the day. Unfortunately, as the sun was rising, that wind picked up to be onshore. And we've just been dealing with it throughout the day, but we've had some great surf regardless. We've only got 2 heats left though. Shannon and Matt here to call the action, and it's the final 2 heats of the women's side of the draw.
And boy, hasn't it got cold, Shannon. Some of the surfers pulling out hoods just as a replacement. And we have a stacked heat here. Roisin Caroline, Zoe Guopion and Mason Schremer. This has been one that a lot of people have been interested in watching all day, with a lot of their strengths relying on their power game. So I'm really interested to see how this one turns out.
Yeah, this is going to be a really fantastic way to almost wrap up the day. Of course, we will have one more heat to come with Alice Lemoyne, Toli White, and Kiani Canulo that will be finishing it out for our opening day of competition. Began with our opening men's round and then now finishing out with our opening women's round. And Zoe up and riding on her opener. So deep bottom turn to start things off. Pulls that high line just a little too high to start things.
And yeah, just getting on the wrong side of the chop there for Zoe, opting to ride one of her square tail single fins by Phil Grace, who is actually a shaper who cut his teeth at Bells Beach in the area. So he would have been very confident in creating the rockers and the weights required to handle the elements down here.
Yeah, I really love to see those surfers that are tapping into equipment from someone that has that local knowledge, no matter where they're surfing in the world and no matter what type of discipline of surfing, whether it's shortboarding, longboarding, anything in between. But to be able to surf a board that's somewhat a local shaper is always a positive.
Absolutely, and even just consciously thinking or purposeful design process for a spot is very incredibly helpful for that surfer to have a shaper to work with them. Mason Schremer on a Thomas surfboard, the Moose model, and Roisin Caroline on a McTavish. Of course, Bob McTavish surfing the biggest year here in 1965 and bringing the V-bottom, the first shortboards to Bells Beach, and unfortunately that was the last we ever saw of longboarding here on a professional level until 2023. The Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic by Rip Curl.
Love to see the resurgence happening here at Bells. Of course, it's not really a resurgence globally because longboarding has been around and has been sticking for, since the beginning of time. But it's exciting to see it back here at Bells specifically. And for these surfers to get the opportunity to compete somewhere different, mean that the majority of them don't have any experience at this break.
Absolutely, and when we say no experience, we mean probably less than 1 trip each. Zoe has wanted to come down here before, I know that. Mason did make a trip here a few months ago, and Roisin has been wanting to put in more time here. She does love the surroundings, but I tell you what, she was certainly not too impressed by the temperature of, well, it's dropped about 10 degrees in the last couple of hours, Shannon. We've got the coat on inside here, and we've got layers. So very cold right now, and these surfers dealing with the elements.
Yeah, it has been icy, no doubt. Well, Rachel Tilley made a great showing of the Bells Bowl. Conditions changing up in the last hour or two. Strung together a couple of great waves, and she's down on the glass with True Starling.
Thanks, Shannon. Rachel, congratulations on a heat win there. You looked like you were really confident, and looks like you had heaps of fun out there.
Yeah, I was watching the heats before me, and the girls were had moved over to the Bells Bowl, and so I figured, okay, that's going to be my strategy. And then I didn't see it, but I know Natsumi got an 8-something right before I paddled out. And so then I thought, okay, there's good waves out there to get good scores. So I just tried to be selective, and yeah, it worked out. I did have a lot of fun.
Missing that elimination round is a huge leg up. How did you use the conditions out there today? They are tricky. So how did you use that to your advantage?
Yeah, I guess it was just, like I said, wave selection, and I've been surfing, practicing. I've been surfing every day over the last few days, and over the weekend it was really bumpy like that, and I spent a lot of time out there, so I felt like that definitely came into play, kind of understanding the wave. And yeah, I am super stoked to, it's cold out there, so I don't mind missing that elimination round.
Would you like to say hi to anyone back at home who's watching?
Hello, family, and yeah, anyone who stayed awake to watch over in the U.S. I really appreciate it, and to my shaper, Josh, the board feels amazing out there and happy, so yeah, stoked with that one.
Thanks, Rachel.
Thank you.
And a very happy Rachel Tilley after that heat win. And that board did look really lively, and the rocker really coming into play with the choppy conditions. And here we have Mason Stremmer back to live action. And that red board, red singlet, being the favorite in this heat on the rankings. And hitting that one off the top, working her way through to the inside. The judge has been very fastidious with the finishes. So really looking at the inside sections and how the surfers are utilizing the criteria. And she's up on the nose there. Cutting it back. It's a real shore break, hugging the inside bowl. And she's looking for a nice finish. And this is where it's very important. You've got to show the judges a finishing control. Even though you're on the inside of the wave, the judges are really critical on surfers finishing under their own power.
Yeah, that finish is absolutely so important. We've seen a lot of scores reflecting that. As we take a look at some replays here, we saw Roisin get a piece of the action and looking for that finish with Mason up and riding out the back.
So that was the one in the replay. So Roisin looking very disinterested in this wave, relaxed body language. But once again, the judges paying attention to this stuff, and all these little in-between moments are counting. So it's ability of who can make the spicy transitions and make it look really interesting. Here's Zoe, relaxed body language, and just carving this one through, much like Mason's wave, going left, going right, stepping back to the tail, redirecting, setting up the inside track here for Zoe. Oh, and just pulling that one a little bobble of control, but the purple wetsuit and the purple board looking good, as with the red board and the red rash vest, as Mason's carving that one through. So this will be her inside section there. So a couple of nice keepers there for Mason. A look of caution on her face as well as she makes that way through the inside section, sets up the inside. Does she get to the nose? She does. Beautiful clean 5, showing the judges she is in control. Snapping this one back and looking for the inside bowl. And that was the wave we saw the drone shot of before. An interesting note, we saw Roisin and her crowd sitting up there with her boyfriend Jack, hanging out with Lockie and Mason's crew up there, all just congregating, the Aussies hanging out up there. Of course, we call Mason Aussie now, residing in Noosa Heads. And Zoe
I actually
Gopion.
forget that she's not Australian most of the time.
Well, I mean, she spent most of her professional career in Australia, but
Exactly.
yeah, competing under the USA and living in Hawaii there, but formerly of Florida.
Well, 20 minutes on the clock. Mason currently in the lead with small scores. We are waiting for scores to come through across the board, though, as Roisin goes down on the lip of that wave. Mason opting to paddle out on a 2+1. I haven't seen too much of that from her in her career in recent times, so adapting her equipment based off of what she's seen of the conditions specifically.
Sensible and a last-minute decision for her to grab the 2+1. So, yeah, she is opting for that. That isn't the Moose Knuckle model. The board was made, I think, 4 or 5 days before she came down, and just a lapse of judgment, just forgot to really get onto it. And there she is now up on the nose. She'll be looking to open up with a clean carve here.
Yeah, that's right. So great opening nose ride, engages that rail, sets herself up here now, looking ahead to see down the line. What does that wave have, you know, in front of her? Trimming back towards the left, setting herself up once again here, not forcing anything too much either. I like that bit of movement in that middle third of the board, engaging that rail, and now just able to place that finish so easily.
So that speed shapey type board there's got more rocker. You can see throughout the side fins there for Mason. So what the rocker is going to do is alleviate the board turning between left and going right and get through the chop a lot easier than a flatter board would. But it's still got some weight, which allows her to get through the chop as well. And nice carve there. And she just is nice and patient through this section and just lining it up, much like Honolulu Blomfield was earlier on, just waiting for the inside. Nice patience there in the middle of the board, trimming through, moving her feet. And here she gets to work, sees the section, bang, really opening up the hands there and showing the judges a defined turn and finishing very cleanly there for Mason. So that board looking fantastic under her feet, and that'll be a keeper.
All right, so scores to roll through across the board. We've just got, you know, less than 1 point rides that we can see at the moment as we take a look at that great slow motion, even that lift of the front foot as she drives the power through on the back foot.
Yeah, the front foot lift is actually usually poor technique, but in that case she pivoted and the board came around in the 2+1. What it can do with the pintail, most people think it's a nice driving turn, but depending on the rocker and the side fins and the rear fin, those boards can pivot with that rocker. And the idea of certain tail rockers, if it's broken up into what we call a 3-stage rocker, so you can use that rear end to pivot and change direction really short. So your board's actually turning, it might be 9-4, but it's turning more like an 8-4 because that last foot of the board's kicked up, just usually in front of the side fins. We'll go more into that in the next few days when we have more time.
But you could really see that displayed in that slow motion action on the turn as we take a look at this last one for Roisin.
Flatter rocker there for Ro. She's opted for a familiar single fin log. And she just pedals that one through looking for the inside reform, and that one's not going to happen, unfortunately. So you'd hope with 17 minutes left that that's not going to be a keeper in that scoreline.
So scores to come through across the board, judges taking their time with things, looking at replays, that flurry of action, really important for them to be able to dissect everything. Had a few peeks inside the judges' tower today, and it's been great to kind of just listen into that conversation, to hear from head judge Tori Gilkerson, who is the 2016 WSL World Longboard Champion. She's an Olympic judge. She judges on the championship tour and is now the head judge for the WSL Longboard Tour, which is an amazing accomplishment for her. And she's doing a great job in driving the ship from that side of things and trusting the panel and what their opinions are scrolling through. We've got 16 minutes on the clock, and Zoe now up and riding. The 517 has dropped through from her previous wave, which sets her up in the lead. So she's now trimming through, looking so graceful in that front third of the board. You can see her hair flipping, the wind just pushing that that bit of, feather of water off the rails of her board. Nice redirection through here now as she connects with the nose and keeps that smile on her face, holds on and runs off clean on the sand.
Unreal. A nice backup wave there for Zoe, and she dodged the rock on the inside section too. Single fin surfboard, a little bit of tucked edge in the tail there. She's using my 10-inch FCS waxhead fin there, which is a neutral fin, and it actually does suit not just these conditions, but this type of surfing. So I love this fade turn. So she's staying midsection of the wave, nothing's happening, so she carves it back, looking for a reform, nothing there, so she'll move her feet, getting back up into the trimming section of the board, back around, so footwork, control, all part of the criteria, but nothing critical yet, Shannon. She's just waiting, that purple wetsuit and purple board looking great in the dark blue water of Bells Beach, and she calms back around again, cross steps back up to the trim section, little touch of the nose, and just finishing. You can see the rock next to her there, so she's just dodging that one ever so closely. And unfortunately, well, fortunately, that fin is still in the board.
Yeah, that was fully dry rock that she just avoids on the inside section. Love this use of the footwork too, though, and just keeping that board in such a nice trim and speed line.
Beautiful shot there. And just dodging it. So a functional maneuver where she just gets the hips up and over, and I tell you what, she wouldn't have a fin, and she could have got pretty injured if she fell on that moment.
Well, full commitment. Mason Tremor now up and riding out the back, taking off on a bigger size set, slopey section for the outside of this wave. Hasn't had any real scoring potential, just a little bit of rail work, quick tap to the nose now. Looking down the line to see where this will start to set up. Roisin up and riding as well. Roisin on a frothier wave as Mason finds that quick 5 to 10 combination towards the shallows. As Ro now goes up to the nose, pedals back. This will be her best wave to roll through. She's also kind of looking to the shoreline, just patiently timing out this finish. Lovely style as she just engages the full inside rail of that board. Looking for that finish now. And Zoe up and riding. So 3-wave set. Smaller size wave here for Zoe, but looking to now improve on the 0.83 as her backup score. We'll have 2 scores to roll through. Great looking hang 5, locked in, straight into the pocket. Tries to stay low and hold on to that finish, but can't quite get there.
Wow, great flurry of waves there. We're going to have a paddle battle here between Zoe and Ro. You see Ro on the left-hand side of the screen in white. And of course, for those tuning in around the world, there is priority in this event, which means you take turns. And here we have Mason on the bigger wave and looking really nice, just carving this one through into the bowl. Nearly loses it, but that's what the squirt and the side fins do. they release and the water slicing out from underneath the board. And this one just a little disconnected, waiting for it to hit the reef or a section. And here she goes, lines up the inside. She gets a little section here. Nice soul arch there for Mason. And this one just closed out, so she just jumps off. Probably a good move, and this was Roisin's answer back. She makes her way into this one. And also a little disconnected, waiting for this wave to show some sort of form. And that it did on the inside. She gets some work done here, so straight up to the nose. She's high on the wave, looking to come back into the pocket, gets a little tangled on the leash. She's trimming all the way through in the middle. Once again, looking a little disinterested. Back up to the nose, little touch almost. Gets down in that crouching position, gears up for the shore break and rides this one through to the sand. And that board, thankfully not. Oh, and a little reef break indication there for Zoe. This is very similar to La Fatigne, a wave in the south of France, not too far from Biarritz, where Zoe's surfing, the Biarritz Surf Club. They're up early, watching her right now, carving this one through. Love that transition. Coming around, whipping it through, beautiful long nose ride, and she has to make this one, and she nearly does, and just catches it right on the sand. So judges also will take note of that choice of maneuver.
Well, a flurry of action. We've got a flurry of scores to come through, but we'll have to catch up with that when we get back from the break. More from the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic right after this.
Cola Pinto boost.
Yes, that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing. Yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring. It's that time again. Don't wanna win, I'm cutting you off, cause it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing. Yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring. It's that time again.
Felipe Toledo just unleashing.
The Rip Curl WSL Finals, just a few weeks away. California, down at Trestles. And in October, the Longboard Tour will have a similar format with the top 8 surfers on the men's and women's side competing in a single-day event for the World Longboard Championship title. It's going to be an exciting day of surfing on both sides, for shortboarding, for longboarding, at the respective WSL Finals formats. But in order to get there, we've got an event to run through here at Bells Beach. Amazing to see the Longboard Tour down at Bells this year. Of course, we've seen the Longboard Tour on the shores of Australia many years before. Last year, it was in Sydney at Manly Beach, where we saw Harrison Roach and Honolulu Bloomfield walk away victorious. Previous years to that, it's typically been at Noosa that we've seen the World Longboard Tour stop. And now, coming to slightly colder waters, colder weather, but an absolutely world-class break. It's been a great day of action for our opening day, Matt.
Fantastic opening day considering the 4-day waiting period. At least the surfers can get the non-elimination heat out of the way. Speaking from a coach and competitor's perspective, there's lots of scoring opportunity out there today, and it's just up to the surfers who prepared well. They had ample opportunity to get here early, channel their swells, but also before then, it's been a really good winter, so any of the Australians have no excuse, really. It's lots of time for them to have come down and sussed out this amazing place in Melbourne and Victoria.
It's so true. A lot of the crew that live within Australia, whether they're Australian citizens or just, studying here or living here, did take a trip in the last couple of months down just to get a piece of the action, to be able to get a feeling for it. Was talking to Rachel Tilley about a trip that she took down here sometime within the last month, about a month ago, after getting ready for some preparation. And she said just in the few days she spent here, she learned so much about this break that would have been so difficult to learn in the flurry of the week leading up to the contest with all the different surfers and competitors from around the world. But just to show up on a random week, hope that you're going to get some swell through the winter, really able to learn a lot. And that goes for any break around the world.
Absolutely. It's just giving that place, that location, the respect and time that it deserves. This is a holy place, not just in the Indigenous community with the Warrawurrung people, but this is a holy grail for surfing. This is a place where Australia's surf industry was born and bred. Our surf city is Brookvale with our manufacturing of surfboards, but as far as retail and the clothing brands, Rip Curl, and we had Billabong and Quicksilver based here for a long time, as well as other brands. This is the surf cultural hub. And Gold Coast has the surf shops and it has a lot of world champions. Sydney had the manufacturers. Down here was that core surfing approach, and where Rip Curl wetsuits were born, and you can see exactly why, because it's cold and woolly, but there's so many waves too, lots of scoring opportunity.
Oh, it's so true. I mean, the brand, just the line of Rip Curl products that they have that are built for cold weather, the Anti-Series, and so many of their great flash bomb wetsuits as well. Just built for really cold water and cold weather and rain and all of the elements that come into play. Mason Tremor now up and riding, caught behind the section, and she'll have to duck out.
Rip Curl team rider, Mason Tremor, but I must say, Roisin Caroline out there is riding a Bob McTavish, and back to that, Zoe Gropion.
Quick steps up to the nose, pedals back, maintains composure, now engages that outside rail just to carve into the section. Set herself up with some great footwork here. You can see how windy it is. There's just so much water spraying off the board. The way the surface of the ocean is looking, even on this sort of inside section on Bell's Bowl, it's looking really a bit more complicated this afternoon.
It is, yeah, it's very tricky. It's not quite big enough for the bowl to click into its glory. We saw Natsumi Teoka with one of the highest waves of the day get a really clean one in the bowl, and all of these three surfers saw that wave, and that was a source of inspiration for them to surf the bowl. Not a Rincon, obviously the tide's dropping, but Rip Curl and its relationship with surfers such as Wayne Lynch and the progression that the Bells Beach Easter Classic has brought Wayne Lynch, one of the first surfers to go vertical. Bob McTavish shaped some boards for Wayne back in the late 60s, and Rip Curl was associated with that McTavish label throughout the 2000s. So there's an affiliation there with a lot of the surfers in the water at the moment. We have Phil Grace and Zoe Gropion's boards. We have Mason, team rider, on a Thomas surfboard that she had made after her trip down here with last year's world champion Harrison Roach, who borrowed Tom Payne's surfboard. Tom's here now with that board in Mason's camp, hanging out with her, and Zoe with a McTavish-shaped board as well.
And surfers getting ready to paddle out for the final heat of the day. It'll be opening round, heat number 8 on the women's side. Alice Lemoyne just walked out of screen there. Toli White and Kiani Canulo. Kiani in the white jersey, Toli in blue. Toli being from Australia, Alice from France, and Kiani from Hawaii. Getting ready to paddle out.
See Kiani's Lava Flow, a new model from Kai Salas. It's the speed shape version. Saw a couple of them warming up on that, and see Alice on the nose rider, the wider nose and the wider tail. So Kiani opting for a speedier, faster board to handle the bowl, and we'll see what happens. Two absolutely opposing styles of surfer and surfboards as well.
Yeah, very different approaches. I did notice that in Kiani's equipment in the surf yesterday morning out here, what she was opting to ride, as we got some foilers out in the water.
Yeah, probably trying to link it to Winky Pop, see if you can get onto a chop. And to add, I mean, I don't know if you need to add anything else to get sore legs, but I don't know about pumping in the middle of the ocean on a foil. Might be one way to add an even more burn that's already there. Because our legs, they load up when we're surfing, and that is pumping along. On a longboard, you're trying to stay composed and not move like that, because that is actually poor style and a lack of flow. In that case, he's just standing there like a robot. And here is Mason Schremer.
All right, taking off behind the section. Setting her line now, looking for that first big maneuver. Goes for the big turn. Sets it up on this next section. Hasn't had any footwork yet, but goes for that big foam climb. Keeping those hands in a nice position down by her side. Beautiful S-turn as she whips it around. Starts to go for that footwork, and that wave's not going to offer her much else. She's currently sitting in the lead, so situation down to 3 minutes on the clock. Mason is in first with a 5.77 and a 4.17. Zoe in second with a 5.17 and a 4.7, so very tight between first and second.
She needed to try and better that 4.17 here. So you notice with the thruster, with the 2+1 here, she sets a rail, engages. Now she waits a little bit to cross step forward, because if you go and try and bend and twist and use your hips like we do in a single fin, it can catch you off guard and jolt you off the board. So surfing it effectively, just waiting for the inside, and now she steps back up. And I don't know if that one will eclipse that 4.17, so perhaps a tactical move, or hopefully not an error, because it's leaving the door open for Zoe and Roisin.
Yeah, especially as we're approaching that 2-minute mark. So great foam climb, re-entry there. Starts to look for that section, but it just doesn't quite line up for her.
That's right. So going to turns here, but always looking down the line, and the judges take note of that. So wasn't anything of commitment there in particular. And she knows it, so she was really looking for a dynamic end maneuver, and it didn't give it to her. So she'll go back out with nearly just under 2 minutes and see if she can get another wave.
And describe to us the difference between that. So in a turn specifically, looking down the line versus actually opening up.
We see that in Championship Tour all the time on good quality waves. Surfers surfing with projection down the line, but not actually changing their body and their thoracic through their turn. Their eyes fixated down the line. If you're going vertical, look where you're going. If you're doing a little cutback, you have to look back to where you want to go first. And that shows a degree of difficulty and commitment on a wave that's walling ahead of you, and it's showing that you're really confident you're able to fit that turn in, and it's what you want to do. You're not just doing it because the wave's just allowing that. You're actually choosing that maneuver for a purpose.
And you're choosing to really put the exclamation point on that specific maneuver.
Absolutely, just utilizing the body and your board together. But Mason, she knows she's an experienced competitor. But Zoe, 5.24, second priority. Roisin, just a 6.9, but she's going to need something special.
Down to 1 minute on the clock. Mason in the lead. Zoe in second. Mason's last wave, a 4.63, so it did improve her situation. It jumps Zoe up into a 5.24 requirement. Roisin now into a 6.90. Roisin being the only one that hasn't found a real, amount of rhythm within the water at the moment, chasing something higher than a 3.5 to improve on her situation. And Zoe with the 5.17 and the 4.70 has been consistent. She's been surfing really well. If she gets onto the right wave, she could easily be looking at that score to be able to take away the leading position. Roisin now with a fast section shutting down in front of her. So she'll stick with this now. Nice and composed. It might line up for her here. It's always a little bit hard to really tell the shape of a wave from the drone angle compared to what we get from that vantage point on land. But it does look beautiful with the Golden Cliffs rising up behind. Great bit of footwork here. She just crouches low, and you can hear the buzzer sounding in the background.
Yeah, so I don't know if that will be the score for Roisin, so she'll have to come in and reset. And a very gloomy looking afternoon here at Bells Beach, and this is the front on angle, so cross steps up to the middle, and a little bumpy and lumpy, and she's on the tail here, but a lot of downtime, perhaps moving the feet forward and showing the judges that that's where you want to be, because just remember, the idea is to show the judges that you started with a perfect wave. They're not judging the wave, they're judging the surfing on that wave. Drop kneeing back and a lot of downtime. She's waiting to redirect into the pocket, and little tumble there, but her feet are probably so cold, and just trimming that one through the shore break, banking that one off. So maybe one of her best waves yet. She'll have to reset for the next round.
Mason Tremor on the 2+1, Thomas under her feet. Looking great to head into the round of 16 and avoid elimination. Both Zoe and Roisin will be surfing tomorrow in the elimination round. We've got one more heat of the day coming up. Alice Lemoyne, Tully White, and Kiani Canulo. 3 great women looking for an opportunity to surf the Bells Bowl. We'll be back with more right after this. Final heat of the day here at the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl. Women's opening round, heat number 8 in the water with Alice Lemoyne, Totally White, and Kiani Canulo. Alice has been runner-up to the world title. She's had a fantastic showing the last couple of seasons, though she's been in the scene for a very long time, competing for France, representing the European continent, but coming from Reunion Island and spending most of her time back at home there. Totally White's been that real powerhouse that's come out of Australia over the last few years. It's been exciting to see her grow into her position here on the World Longboard Tour and really become a consistent threat. And Kiani Canulo, a name that we're familiar with from that Waikiki community. It's been awesome to see her find that qualification this year and really start to show us what her surfing is all about.
A really dynamic heat of surfers here, and all three deserve their position on the World Tour for sure. And they have been knocking on the door and showing everybody, not just the judges, that they are well and truly in the place where they belong. So Tully on a pintail, Sean Nettleton surfboard, a single fin. And then we have a big old nose rider there for Alice, the board she was surfing on the US Open. Similar to the board that she surfed at Malibu last year for those amazing nose rides. And it does turn for her too. And yeah, Kiani, she's on a more performance style board, something that'll suit these waves and the chop a little better than her standard board that she'll be surfing at Waikiki.
Yeah, it's been cool today to see the differences in surfers' equipment compared to what we would typically see them surfing on, especially on the Longboard Tour. Maybe when they're out on a free surf, it looks a little bit different, but it's been fairly stock and standard for a lot of the surfers on the Longboard Tour up until this event this week, it seems.
Yeah, absolutely. But the one defining factor between the Longboard Tour and the Shortboard Tour is a lot of these surfers do know what's under their feet. Just roving around a Challenger Series, you can really see a lot of the surfers are just riding what their coaches or their colleagues from their fellow team riders are riding. But in this case, a lot of these surfers do have their own opinions of how a board feels, and that while they opt for a certain bit of equipment, but then as much as they know, sometimes they'll just go back to something that feels good, even if it isn't the perfect board for the equipment for the day.
Down to 25 minutes on the clock. We haven't seen a wave ridden yet. We'll see if our surfer in red has a look at this one. And it's just going to sneak past the crew. With that, let's go down to the beach to catch up with Mason Schremer and True Starling.
Thanks so much, Shannon. Mason, it looks like you had a bit of fun out there considering it was really tricky conditions. How was your equipment feeling?
My equipment feels really good. I just got my board like a few days before I came here, so I'm really glad it's going really well. So it was good.
And with those tricky conditions and a new board, how do you adjust your mindset to prepare yourself for a heat win like that, especially missing that dreaded elimination round?
Yeah, I guess having an elimination round, if it's a little bit chunky like that, kind of makes you want to make it through to the third round so you can avoid the tricky conditions and rest. So that was definitely a motivator, but I just tried to tell myself, like, people have been getting good waves all day, so they're out there. You just kind of have to pick the right ones.
And the conditions have been changing a lot throughout the whole day. I feel like every heat has been a little bit different. What's something that you've noticed that has been consistent maybe throughout the day?
Well, yeah, throughout the day, I guess, like, it seems like everyone's been getting like 2 pretty decent waves every heat, which is good because all you need is 2. So just knowing that they're out there, you can get them is good.
Amazing. Well, thanks for the chat and good luck in the next round.
Thanks so much.
Bye.
Thanks so much, True. Well done to Mason on a board that she hadn't had a lot of time on. It's always an interesting one to me when a surfer opts to ride a board like that in competition and they haven't had, many reps on it.
Yeah, and that it was just an honest lapse of judgment for her. Her eyes obviously set on Huntington and traveling and only just getting back recently, and then thinking, you know what, if it's chunky, I'm going to need one. And I tell you what, the last couple of days she would have been feeling very comfortable about that choice. But Mason did grow up on riding performance-style longboards in Hawaii, so she's very familiar with that, and so are these surfers. As I said, sometimes you can just go back to what feels good. You can know as much about equipment and purposeful surfing and have that attachment, but at the end of the day, it's got to feel good under your feet, and it's a mental thing. I loved what she said about convincing herself that it is good, there is good ones, because she's seen 2 every single heat that everyone's caught.
And having that positive mindset paddling out there, knowing someone's going to take away the win, there's going to be 2 better waves than any other wave out there.
Absolutely. Even if there is only 2 waves, you have an opportunity to be on those 2 waves. But it's looking very grim with the rain starting right now. But Tell you what, if it's a shortboard event, it'd be a lay day, and at least the first round getting it over and done with. And we have that ability to call the event on hold in the future days by running today. From the elimination heats and onwards, even the finals, we should be able to pick the eyes out of the conditions and perhaps even go on hold if we need to at times.
Yeah, it's exciting to see. We do just have the 4 days in the waiting period, so, you know, more a run period than anything, where we will definitely be running every day between now and Saturday. But hopefully we'll be able to get slightly better conditions. Though still contestable out here as we see Kiani looking really smooth in that opening section, now driving back into the pocket. Great bit of footwork through the middle as well. Trying to find those sections to connect through to the nose, but you can tell the wave's just not offering it. She's doing a really great job to just feel it and find the flow that this wave has in front of her. Beautiful section here that she's looking to end on, and be feeling confident, saving the fin as well right on the shore.
Lovely single fin there, the lava flow, a new board there from Kai Salas opting for the single fin, not the 2+1. I have a saying with the 2+1 setup, use it or lose it. Here goes Kiani Canulo. So our Hawaiian just managing to get through the chop nice and smooth. I love that cross step, nice and spicy. The board looking really sweet through the chop here. And a lovely inside section here for Kiani, just stepping back on the tail, redirecting, great footwork. And back again, so showing a lot of control here. Beautiful touch of the 5, great style. Just carving that one, little snap there, and I love this, just lining it up and just tapping on off the top. So her feet and her hands all showing a lot of control. You see how close her feet were together, and her body language really relaxed, and knee paddling as well. So she's looking really good out there today.
Yeah, feeling pretty confident. Was watching her in the surf yesterday, trying to specifically get a few waves off Bell's Bowl rather than staying right, you know, high there at Rincon with a lot of the pack. Alice Lemoyne now up and riding, getting her first real wave underway here. Nice bit of footwork, drives back into the pocket, that bright yellow board looking good under her feet. Sets herself up here, arms a little bit wider, finds that sole arch hang 5, back to another sole arch hang 5, into a third, finds that true connection and commitment over the nose. She'll kick out before hitting the sand. So she's looking to drop in a decent sized score. Tully with just that 2 to start things off will set herself up with priority now out the back.
Great wave there for Alice. She really manufactured this, and it turned into a great wave. So a nice opening carve, but quick footwork, which allowed already 2 taps to the nose. And the judges are not scoring maneuvers per se, or the amount that you do, but if it's well placed, you'll get that score. So not so much in the pocket here, just cruising through here for Alice, and another little tilt of the hips. What that sole arch will do, it shows a level of control, Shannon. Although not overly critical in terms of the placement, it is showing the judges that you are in control, and it's not a rushed nose ride, but just that little extension of the hips. So they will give a small, you know, indication of likely. Oh, I think, look, a 6-point ride for that wave. I think that's well placed. That was clean. She surfboard was in front of her, and if that was critical, could go excellent.
Yeah, that's right. So 5.5 for the score. She had that 0.5 on the board already. But I like that breakdown of the nose ride, just showing that control. It's not that quick tap. It's not something that's kind of loose and flailing in any way. But it is just that commitment, even if it's not entirely deep inside the pocket, to showing she's made the decision to go for this maneuver and she's going to stick it.
We didn't really see any of that in the women's draw. We saw a little bit of it from Natsumi on that set wave. But apart from that, it's been a pretty rushed nose ride approach from most of the surfers.
Down to 18 minutes on the clock. It's Alice Lemoyne of France who's sitting in the lead. Kiani Canulo in second, drops a 4.5 for her opening ride. And Tully White is down into third for the Aussie contingency. Sitting with priority was set on the way. We'll be back with more right after this.
It's
The Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl is brought to you by Bioglan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By Visit Melbourne, official event partner. Plan your trip to Melbourne. By Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. And by Surf Coast Shire, strategic partner of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl.
Welcome back to the action. The final 15 minutes of competition for day one of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. We've had all of the weather that we could possibly hope for. We've had rain, we've had wind, we've had a little bit of sunshine here and there, and the sun seems to have peaked out again for the final few minutes of the heat. Kiani up and riding. Nice quick steps up to the nose. Powerful as she drives through these turns on the inside section. That Kai Salas looking great underneath her feet. Steps forward, finds that trim point. She's chasing down a 5.83 to gain the lead away from Alice Lemoyne and to avoid the elimination round. Beautiful surfing and a dicey finish.
Dicey, I like that. Like that word. Sun's come back out. We've had so many seasons, as you said earlier, Shannon, but it's cleaned up. The wind has stopped, so we're seeing a late Arvo glass off right now, and that's why that wave was super clean for Kiani. So we'll see what that one locks in at, but we did have some waves in the break as well, which we'll catch up on. Here we go, it's a replay of that wave. So reverse fade takeoff, and just hunting around on that lava flow board. I love that large first step. It sets her up into a shorter step to get to the nose, which in choppier conditions is very helpful. And here she goes again, carving that one around. So a committed turn there. And this wave just waiting for the inside section. Back around on the tail again. See that large first step nearly up to the Ruka sticker, and she finishes, kicks that one out into the shore break onto the sand. So you see this here, she's way forward. This is what we call forward trim. And stepping back here, redirecting. So fading and redirecting, opening up the shoulders, and that board using the edge just to snap it around, and then just makes that short, close nose ride. It's very elegant and very stylish when a surfer is able to keep their feet relatively close together. And of course, with the women, specifically the surfers who are goofy footers, they've got this style where they bring that back knee in. It's like a dropped knee, and it's tilted in. It's very stylish. We saw surfers like Belinda Baggs popularize that in Cassia Meador in the 90s and 2000s, and here we are in 2023, and the girls are bringing it back.
Yeah, with the women currently in the water, it's really been that generation just before of the Belindas, of the Casillas, that have really shaped the style of what myself and so many of the women have wanted our surfing to look like. And it's been great to see that approach brought into the competitive side as well.
The likes of Tori Gilkson, head judge, Christy Murphy. You know, shout out to Christy. She's a big supporter of all the Hawaiians, and beautiful surfing there. And maybe even Belinda Baggs is tuning in, watching Tully White too. And Belinda, a huge supporter of women's longboarding and surfing in general. So these are the women that paved the way for the style that we're seeing now on the tour. And I'm sure a lot of them could still make a lot of heats with that surfing that they still possess right now.
Oh, there's no doubt if they were out here, they could be getting some great scores and keeping themselves right in the conversation. Down to 12 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. You can see Alice just positioning herself with priority. I was having a chat to some of the crew, and they were saying that there's a strong current out there today, and that it's pulling them, you know, towards Winky Pop in that zone. And so it's quite difficult to stay in position. If you just paddle out and take a seat for a second, there's a likelihood that you're going to be pulled right out of that takeoff zone.
And that's the wind swell. It's the surface current that's swirling around. On a bigger ground swell, actually, you don't move that much, funnily enough. You can just sit there. You'll drift off a little bit, obviously, but a lot of that's just the wind and that surface that's pushing them. So it's tricky to have a lineup too, Shannon. There's no development on the headland here. So the surfers have got to get a feeling for the reef, reading those boils, reading the smooth areas, and just trying to observe a clean entry into the wave.
So true. Trying to triangulate from the lineup is kind of, okay, do you pick that bush or do you pick the other bush? And what point on the headland that maybe looks a little bit different than anything else? So very challenging unless you know actually what's happening in the water.
Especially swimming for your board as well. If you do manage to lose it or snap a leash, you don't know which way to go. Is it going to go in towards Rincon, or will it go the other way towards the button? It can go literally, and it never ends up straight ahead in front of the stairs, I'll tell you that much.
Alice currently sitting in the lead with that 5.5 and a 4.83. She's holding on to that priority. Kiani did improve her situation. She's backed up the 4.5 with a 4 and is chasing just a 5.83. Tully has had the sleepiest of the heat so far with a couple of 2s on the board, down to, close to that 10-minute mark, so the back third of the heat, 2/3 gone. She's chasing a big score now of a 7.93. Had that nice drive down the coast, feeling comfortable with her own car, her, familiar surroundings. Her mom that's been on the road with her as well. Behind the scenes is always great to see that family dynamic coming into play. As we see Alice go powerful for that opening turn, snaps it through for the second as well. Now setting herself up here, riding a board that's much more conducive to great nose riding, but making it look pretty easy on those opening turns as well. Has to work very hard to get that finishing nose ride.
Yeah, the advantage of a lot of rocker and a surfboard is it can turn, and it's a lot of curve in the board. So when you do change from rail to rail, it alleviates that, and that's why it's feeling pretty lively for her. And they're kind of addictive. They're safe and they're easy to perform maneuvers. So in a heat like this, where it's a little bit on the grovelly side, which is something we like to say and in Australia, and here we go. So see that rocker, so you can see the bend in the whole board. It's completely rocketed, the nose is flipped up, and it's allowing it to be loose off the tail as well with a tail flip. No footwork yet, and she's just looking for that inside section, and liken it to a banana there, that yellow board just sticking up out of the water, and unfortunately no inside connection there for Alice. So I'm not sure if that one, 3.73 the judges giving it for that wave.
Alice fresh off the win at Boardmasters, back at home, well, not quite at home in the UK, but in that European region for the longboard qualifying series. And it's an event that she's won many, many times in the past. Would have felt great to be on the podium again alongside Eduard Del Perro from the men's side. And we got a paddle now from Tully White, who took out the Manly Classic earlier this year for the qualifying series in Australia. Great, quick steps up to the nose. Carves back here for that second section, but just can't find that connection through.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. Off to a great start there.
Alice now up and riding again quickly on the paddle back out. Tully has to scratch to get out of her way. Alice looking nice and comfortable. She's sitting in that leading position, sets her line here. Quick steps up to that 5. Able to lock in really well. Perfect placement for the finishing maneuver as well, as she gives that tall stance and stare to the judges.
I was waiting for it. I didn't see the hands. Not yet. Maybe we'll see that in the next round. So, yeah, Alice, a passionate competitor. And when she feels it, she'll tell the webcast, and she'll certainly tell the judges that, come on, let's bring it.
Yeah, she's one of those surfers that really engages her whole body in the performance, which is so fun to see. Often she'll be perched and riding the nose, perched on a hang 10, and she's got her hands kind of fluttering to like rev up the crowd that's watching in. Tully, we'll take a look at this last one.
Great opening nose ride for Tully, but unfortunately that wave just fattening out into the channel and not able to get the inside connection. And behind her, nearly avoiding a collision there, you see just as she paddles to the left, as Alice is coming on the inside, and she sets this one up. So hunting for maneuvers, and the judges will be aware of that anticipation, but styling it out there, and she gets a long nose ride here. No 10, but steps back and ramps up this end section and taps it off the top, and standing tall with a lot of control. So that'll be a nice scoring wave there, and it's looking at an early indication like the best wave of the heat so far.
Down to 7 minutes, 11 seconds on the clock, scores to come through, and like you said, best wave of the heat so far, a 6.67. Increases her lead, puts Tully in a very complicated situation, chasing a 9.17, and puts Kiani now chasing a high 7 to get herself into that leading position.
Just that length of nose ride towards the end of the shore break, and as it was showing a little bit of a critical nature, Alice hit the lip, and some of the waves are ending right on the sand. So we saw Kiani unable to complete one of her turns, and unfortunately that's just what happens on the shore break. But that wave of Alice, the lower tide has been able for the shore break to break further out, so was actually able to do a committed turn and ride out of it. So she got scored for it.
Love seeing that commitment and those locked-in nose rides. When the conditions are a little more challenging like this, it's looked really difficult, Matt, with, you know, the bump on the face of the wave, as well as just with the shape to find any kind of nose rides out the back. a lot of those waves are just so slopey.
Exactly right, and the judging today, they're looking for the steep sections, critical sections, but I really enjoy that moment where the head judge has identified technical setups. So not just stalling for the quick nose ride at the top of the wave, but actually driving into a turn, coming out of it and setting up for the nose ride, and combinations of maneuvers. So not just nose riding, but looking for turns and with control, variety, style, flow and grace, of course, through all the elements.
Yeah, I love hearing those little nuances that the judges are paying close attention to. Something they'll be paying attention to at the next 2 stops on this year's WSL Longboard Tour. Huntington Beach was number 1, Bells Beach being the 2nd, Surf City, El Salvador for the 3rd at Sunzal, and the Malibu Longboard Championships, where the top 8 men and top 8 women will fight it out for a single day chance to win the world title.
Predominantly right-handers on tour, but tell you what, the goofy footers here at Bells Beach need to look back in their history and see that it is traditionally a place where goofy footers have done really well here in the past. Surfers like Glenn Ritchie, 1962 champion, and onwards surfers like Wayne Lynch, Oki, Tom Carroll, Damien Hardman, Barton Lynch. Those surfers have done so well in the backs, and of course more recently Matt Wilkinson, guys like Italo Ferreira and Gabriel Medina.
So true. Tully White now up and riding on her forehand. Nice trim line to start things off, pedals back in that section. She's looking to dig herself in, you know, a big score to take the lead, but anything will help her positioning, and she's got plenty of time to get a second score after this.
Absolutely, just breaking the 2, and this one's looking fantastic for her. The best wave by far, and she's surfing all the way to the inside and pops out of there. So with 4 minutes 20, she knows that that one's going to chip away at the score, and she'll be putting herself right in position to get that first place.
Yeah, really lively surfing from Tully on that wave. Just reading what that wave was bringing to her as far as the maneuvers she was going to try and place.
So here we go, Tully White, and really nice timing here. She just waits for it here and stepping back off the foam. She knows it's got an inside section, so staying with it, patient, quick little steps forward just to get that rocker moving forward, just onto that speed point, stepping back into the turn. So that pintail looking nice and loose for her, redirecting to the shore break, and another hit of the nose here, and a quick one. She knows she's on a keeper there, so she's out of there.
All right, so scores to come through for Tully White. And she's got a 3.63 and a 3 on the board. Has scratched herself outside of that 9-point range, but she's still chasing an 8.54. So it wasn't a big score. Did come through as her best. And down to 3 minutes, 25 seconds on the clock. Kiani has a look at that one down the line. Can see that it's just shutting down completely. Alice now positioning herself on that inside. This could be a good looking wave popping up in front of her. She's been very consistent throughout this heat.
She's just well known now as a solid performer all round, Shannon. Nerves don't really rattle Alice. The conditions don't rattle her. It was quite solid with varying conditions in the Board Masters recently and taking the win there, but also at Reunion Island, no stranger to swell. Obviously, dangers in the water like sharks and locals. I think back to Taiwan, 2019. She had that amazing win there and just sending it, absolutely sending it in 6 to 8 feet left-handers. So she's really established herself as a professional longboarder in all conditions.
Yeah, she is extremely well-rounded. Fantastic shortboarder as well. Has had some great success on that side of things. But just found that love for riding a longboard, those trim lines, that ability to just perch and do those soulful nose rides as well. Down to 2 minutes on the clock. Tully, you can sense that she's getting a bit scrambly out there. She took off on that next wave that was smaller, didn't give her much opportunity after the 3.63.
Yeah, and her surfing's so smooth, and the judge is picking up on it, but just those waves haven't offered any sections of that critical nature, whether it's a huge rail carve or, you know, degree of difficulty with the nose ride. And she knows that because she's got the ability to do it. It's just trying to find those ones with the onshore bowl.
Down to the rip curl 2-minute warning. And Kiani is sitting with priority. She's also sitting deepest of the pack.
That wind picked up again, Shannon. It died off there halfway through, but I've noticed whitecaps out there again and the tree out the front of the commentary booth here moving. So many different conditions to contend with, and completely different to what it was like this morning.
Yeah, it really feels like we're down on the end of the edges of the world with all the conditions that have changed, the way that, you know, the weather is just so extreme in this region. We knew that coming into it. You know, the surfers knew that they were going to be coming to Bells in August. It was going to be one of the coldest, you know, times of the year to be spending time here, both for water temperature and for air temperature and that wind chill factor as well. But so excited to see an iconic wave like this on the schedule and a cleanup set rolling through.
Yeah, and the turtle roll, as you saw there, it's something synonymous with longboarding. And the size of that wave, I would say about 3 feet, just a little too much to punch through on the stomach. And here goes Alice.
All right, strong paddle. Gets into it behind the section. Trying to stick with this one. She'll be steady on her feet, that board. Easily trimming through a challenging area. 30 seconds on the clock to hold on to her lead. Kiani up and riding as well. So Alice isn't going to improve her situation with that wave. Kiani looking for a nose ride here through the inside. Frothy wave in front of her. She'll be kicking out in the shoreline. She's put together a good heat. She's been consistent. She hasn't been able to find that wave with great scoring potential to really give her a chance to match what we've seen from Alice.
Yeah, no mistakes. County surfed really smooth and a really good heat, and probably good enough to almost take the win in a few. And here goes Tully on a late charge, looking for an 8.54 as the hooter goes, so this will count.
And drop knee as she carves out of that first section. Just trying to link it together, and she's got there. Now, will she be able to find a little nose ride on the inside section here? Great use of that kind of middle third and back section of the board. She'll have to kick out on the shoreline. Sensing that frustration. Beautiful surfing, but just unable to find those waves, similar to Kiani, that's going to allow that scoreline where we've seen our French competitor in Lemoyne.
Beautiful surfing from both surfers there, Kiani and Tully, but Alice just showing why she's coming in with the red jersey and showing form from last year, Shannon.
Yeah, really fantastic surfing all around. We've got some replays to come through for Kiani and for Tully. See if they're going to improve those score lines at all. Both chasing big scores, though, a 7.67 for Kiani and an 8.54 for Tully.
Here's that Tully's last wave, so a bigger wave, her biggest one yet, and just carving that one through, and just a little subtleties in her surfing. You see this forward trim here. I love this. She steps forward, and you can see the weight on her front foot just pushing forward, waiting, and she gets the connection, and she ramps up here for the end section. She goes for a big backhand turn, knowing to put it all on the line, goes up, comes down, and right on the sand there, so incomplete, but a really nice, beautiful surfed heat from both the other surfers, but Alice on that Luffy board just too strong.
Alice with the win, walks away into the round of 16, both Kiani and Tully into the elimination round tomorrow. Stick around because we've got more from the post-show coming up right after this. welcome to the WSL Post Show. Shannon Hughes here alongside Matt, the Wax Head Chinoski. Matt, what a great day of competition it's been for the very first day of the Bioglan Bells Beach Classic.
Stoked we're on longboards, Shannon, because this day would have been a lay day on the shortboards, and Rincon provided, the bowl provided, every surfer getting a lot of waves, heaps of consistency, a little onshore, but hey, these are the world's best.
Oh, and I love that call. You know, on longboard, surfers are able to really make use of maybe not as great of conditions, smaller conditions, and that's exactly what we saw today.
And encouraging signs too, the judging criteria being laid out really clearly, so all surfers, whether they can progress through or they have to surf through the elimination round, have a really clear indication of what's expected.
Well, with that, let's go down to the beach and catch up with Alice Lemoyne and True Starling.
Thanks, Shannon. Alice, the conditions were really tricky out there, but you still seem pretty happy with that heat win.
Yeah, it was like pretty tricky out there, but yes, I'm happy to make my hit. And yeah, I was like a little bit nervous, but I say like, oh yes, you need to wait for the good one. So I make it, I'm pretty happy.
And I saw you talking to Rachel before, who had a great heat taking out her heat a couple of heats ago. So what was a couple of words of wisdom that you got from her?
Yeah, she gave me some tips like wait for the second wave of the set because it's more clean. So I would wait for it, but it was like pretty long in the water to have some set. So I tried to do it, and yeah, I make it.
And apart from Rachel's little nuggets of goodness, what else was your heat strategy for that heat?
No strategy, just like I want to take the right wave, you know, and to show some good surf, and yeah, I'm pretty happy about my hit.
Would you like to say hi to anyone back at home in French?
Ouais, je voudrais dire un coucou à mes parents qui me regardent, à ma maman, un merci à mon coach Johan, pardon, et un gros bisou à La Réunion et à tout le monde. Et à très vite pour la suite.
Back to you guys.
Thanks so much, True. Great to hear from Alice, and you know, picking out the better set waves like Rachel was saying in order to find that victory.
Yeah, she's just so competitive though. The nerves don't get a hold of Alice. She's just so bubbly all the time, and you know, she seems a little bit aloof when she comes in sometimes, but she's so determined as well, and she's hungry. She does. When you're not nervous, you make good decisions, and she always just goes out like she's free surfing, and she always gets the results.
Yeah, she is such a hungry competitor. She's definitely going to be a threat for the world title coming up this year. Another name that's going to be a threat to that world title when we're talking men's surfing, and some of the highlights that we saw throughout today happened in the opening round, heat number 4, where Connie Ellis-Stewart ended up getting the win against Kai Ellis-Flint and Jack Tyro in the heat of the day.
Absolute highlight of a heat here. Kai Ellis-Flint, beautiful smooth transitions, banking that one off the top, showing full length of the rail and the nose. But Kai, just an absolute throwback to the 60s and incorporating that flow and style that he's known for around the world. And considered one of the underground stylists now on the world tour, and cementing his place here among the world's best, and just effortless style, that drop knee turn, and a huge bag of tricks that he's yet to show us.
Yeah, incredible surfing. He dropped a 6.33 and a 5.73, which could have won a few other heats today, but it was Connie Ellis-Stewart with a 7.33 as the best wave of the heat and the backup of the 5.73 that took him through with the lead.
Impeccable nose riding there from Connie Ellis-Stewart, showing the full length of the board, tail, nose, stepping back through the middle, and just finishing every wave so strong. And a little bit of steeze there, looking at the judges and flicking out there.
Kai Ellis-Flint finding himself on another little perler through the inside.
It's Kai's ability to surf the full length of the board, and with absolutely no dominant features of that surfboard, he's just looking so buttery smooth. From that midsection, he surfs, stepping back into that drop knee slash, compressing and showing the judges that he is just the criteria. Everything that he embodies is traditional longboard surfing, but Caniello with that nose riding, it's just like a good old barrel. You can't beat it. If you're hanging 10, that's the ultimate. And the judges saw that in the critical section and gave Caniello the nod.
So true. It was a great heat. There was also Jack Tyro, who was one of our local wildcards, won the trials yesterday on the men's side coming out of New Zealand. It was great to have him in the lineup alongside the other guys.
Absolutely, and what a great experience to have Caniello on a roll, fresh from Huntington, and Kai Ellis-Flint the form stylist of the event. Obviously, Caniella getting the nod there, but Kai going out a little bit early than people would have expected at Huntington, so he's got something to prove, but Jack not far behind, and he'll be back ready to go tomorrow.
Yeah, this is going to be an exciting day of surfing coming up tomorrow, but we got more highlights right now. The highlights for the women's side of the draw included Caniella Stewart's cousin, Kalise Kaleopa'a, who took out the win over Kaede Inui, another one of the wild cards in from yesterday's trial, and Liv Stokes of Canada, who walked away in that third place position.
Yeah, this was a really hot heat. All surfers getting solid waves, and Kaidi was just unable to complete some of her waves. This was one of the better ones, and she ramps up here, just keeping that forward, and then just bobbling off on the shore break there, right into the sand. And this is Kalise, so smooth, the Waikiki surfer, just showing why she's on top, coming into this event in the red jersey, just carving that one through the Bells Beach chop. The wind swell, absolutely just not an issue for Kalise as she carves it left to right, all the way around, utilizing the whole length of the board, just ticking the criteria, nose riding, rail turns, and just finishing strong on the inside with control.
Now, it wasn't the highest scoring affair between the few surfers in the water, just a few 5s and 4s being thrown around, but it was Kalise who was able to walk out on top with a fantastic performance.
Absolutely, and another fantastic performance was someone who did get some high scores with Natsumi Teoka, sending it on this nose ride. You can see just holding it through the bowl there, and super strong as Natsumi, and you know when she puts the jersey on, she's going to give it her everything.
The wave of the day for Natsumi Teoka, an 8.33 off the Bells Bowl late in the afternoon, and showing us why she is a real threat for this week's competition.
Absolutely, and there was a trend there with the judges really enjoying surfers arching their hips and showing that confidence. Alice Lemoyne in that previous heat doing the same thing, and really showing the judges when you're up on that nose, if you're not hanging 10, just at least show them that you want to be there, and the section's allowing you just to relax and arch back, and the judges are accordingly judging it as an excellent score.
And it's one of those things that just gives us a feeling, I think, as fans, as audience as well, when you see a surfer that's locked into that perched 5 or 10 and has that relaxed posture in any way, it just gives us that connection to that moment as well.
Economy of movement, the way we hold our hands does indicate to the judges the level of nerves that we're having, and if we want to be there and you're stylish and you look understated, well, that's the best way that you can be. There's other forms of style, there's hands up, and you know, there's all sorts of little steezy things you can do, but at the end of the day, if you're making it look relaxed, that's what the flow and the style element are in the criteria for.
Well, we saw a lot of relaxed surfing out there today. We did see some nerves and some other things kind of rolling through for day one of competition. We've got more action to come tomorrow. Matt, it's been great to call the action alongside of you. We'll be back in your ears bright and early, running through those elimination rounds. We're not sure the entire call yet, but we'll find out tomorrow morning for day 2 of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl, with more great waves to come.